Your Highness, Your Highness. The voice buzzed in my ears, like a fly circling overhead just before the morning alarm. Damn it! I raised my hand to swat it away. In an instant, a flood of memories surged into my mind. A prince named Qin Hong, 18 years of life flashing by like a movie. The final scene froze on a single image, a conflict over a woman, a wine bottle smashing down hard on his head. And just like that, his life came to an abrupt end. I opened my eyes, my head foggy. Was I the Qin Hong who'd pulled 3 all-nighters and passed out on his computer desk? Or was I this prince, Qin Hong, killed by a wine bottle? Your Highness, you're finally awake. The royal physician is on his way. Someone knelt by the bed, dressed like a servant from a period drama, eyes full of fear. I glanced around, staring at this face that was both strange and familiar, and suddenly it all made sense. I had transmigrated. Zhao Dezhu. The memory surfaced, and I called out his name. Yes, Your Highness. Your servant failed to protect you. Please punish me. His forehead struck the floor hard. Zhao Dezhu, the personal eunuch my mother, Consort Shu, had handpicked when I was 5. Loyal. Careful. Get up. This wasn't your fault. Before I finished speaking, footsteps clattered outside. An old eunuch led the royal physician in, bowing low. This servant greets the 5th prince. Li Fu, the chief eunuch of the palace, an old hand from before the emperor took the throne, powerful and well-connected. The physician stepped forward to examine the wound, cleaning it, applying medicine, wrapping it up, then pressing his fingers to my wrist. Aside from the head injury, the 5th prince suffers only from an unsettled spirit, nothing serious. I'll prescribe a calming remedy to be taken before sleep. After the physician withdrew, Li Fu turned to speak. 5th prince, His Majesty has issued a decree. Zhao Dezhu immediately prostrated himself on the floor. I stayed seated on the bed. I was a prince, and I was injured. The 5th prince acted recklessly, bringing shame upon the royal family. He is hereby confined to his quarters to reflect on his conduct. Confinement? I sneered inwardly. His own son gets his skull cracked open, and instead of avenging him, he punishes him. So this was fatherly love in the royal family. Thank you, father. I will reflect on my actions. Still, my words remained respectful and grateful. Li Fu bowed, then turned his gaze to Zhao Dezhu. Zhao Dezhu failed in his duty to protect his master. 20 strokes of the paddle. Hold on. I raised my hand. Eunuch Li, is this also His Majesty's decree? No. This is the wish of Grand Steward Pang. Pang Wanquan, the emperor's favorite, in charge of every eunuch and palace made in the palace. Since it's not father's wish, then forget it. Go back and tell Pang Wanquan. The people around this prince are managed by this prince alone. Li Fu's expression. Qing was stunned. Pang Wanquan was someone the princes constantly scrambled to curry favor with. 1 or 2 words from him in the emperor's ear. But I wasn't thinking that far ahead. In this body's memories, Zhao Dezhu was my only trusted confidant. Fresh off the boat, if even my errand boy got beaten to death, wouldn't I be left completely alone? This servant will return to the palace and report. Li Fu bowed and withdrew. Inside the room, Zhao Dezhu crawled to the edge of the bed, his voice choked with tears. Master, it's this servant's incompetence. Enough, get up. A grown man sniveling like this. What does that look like? I waved my hand. Who would have thought that bastard would actually dare lay a hand on me? I already knew the whole story from the memories. Lu Qingzi, the youngest daughter of Grand Secretary Lu Yuan of the cabinet, was the most beautiful woman in the capital. I'd stopped her carriage to sweet-talk her a bit, only to be spotted by Shui Gui, who was dining at a nearby tavern. Words turned into a brawl, and in the chaos he grabbed a wine bottle and smashed open my head. And Shui Gui's great-aunt happened to be the reigning Empress Dowager. My so-called father, the emperor, had a birth mother who was merely a low-ranking concubine. She died giving birth to him. The childless empress, Shui, raised him, named him crown prince at 5, and put him on the throne at 30. The Shui family had done a great deal to make it happen, and ever since, their power had dominated the court. Shui Gui, the eldest legitimate son of the loyal duke's household, was the 3rd prince's cousin. After the thrill of being transmigrated came the confusion. Fight for the throne, or play it safe as an idle prince. I pressed my throbbing head and downed the calming tonic in one gulp. The bitterness cleared my mind a little. I lay down, closed my eyes, and drowsiness crept in. Well, I'm here now. I'll figure out the road as I go. The next morning, after changing my dressings and having breakfast, I wandered around the estate. The antique buildings were serene and elegant, flowers and trees lining the flagstone paths, rockery scattered here and there. The maids and servants who saw me all hurried to bow and step aside. If master is bored, shall this servant call a girl to sing you a tune? Zhao Dezhu asked. Ordering room service this early in the morning. Isn't that a bit too much of a spoiled brat move? My eyes lit up, then I shook my head. Never mind, I'm still under house arrest. Let's not stir up more trouble. I thought it over. Move a couch out to the pavilion and bring a few history books. This prince is going to read and reflect. Zhao Dezhu was visibly dumbfounded. His Highness, who normally treated books like poison, suddenly wanted to read. And history books, the poison of all poisons, no less. In an era with no phones and no short videos, I couldn't think of any other way to pass the time. Besides, I needed to figure out exactly where and when I'd ended up. In the pavilion, the couch was ready, along with fruit, snacks, and tea. I slipped off my shoes, reclined against the couch, and opened a volume titled Chronicle of 1,000 Years. One glance was all it took to have someone at my side to wait on me. For someone from the modern world, this feeling was quite satisfying. The book, the first half of the history, matched everything I knew. Pangu splitting heaven from earth, the three races of humans, witches, and demons, the battle for supremacy over the Central Plains, the Buddhist and Taoist orders, and the Celestial Court. The Shang and Zhou dynasties still had King Zhou, Daji, and GFA, but everything past that point was completely different. The dynasty names were ones I'd never heard of. Not a single emperor or minister was familiar, and the great poets were nowhere to be found. The thought that this world had no Tang poetry or song lyrics split my face into a grin. When the Mid-Autumn Festival rolls around, I'll drop a prelude to Water Melody and blow everyone away. Or maybe get drunk at a palace banquet and battle it out in verse. Heh. Listening to my sinister chuckle, Zhao Dezhu got goosebumps down his back. The days that followed, I read, ate, slept, and drifted through the ocean of history. Maybe it was because I'd inherited the original owner's memories, but my brain seemed to have been cracked wide open. My memory was astonishingly good, practically photographic. No system, but I was more than satisfied with this gift. That day, I set down the last volume of Virtuous Ministers of the Great Qin and stretched. Your brilliance knows no bounds, my lord. You've read through every history book in the estate, Zhao Dezhu said, offering me hot tea with a face full of admiration. I took a small sip. Reading history is a fascinating thing, little Zhu. History is a mirror. It reflects others, and it reflects yourself. This servant doesn't understand such things. All I know is that with everything you've read these past few days, my lord, even if you can't match the Grand Secretary, you could hold your own against those ministers. Laying it on thick, aren't you? I shook my head, laughing. Anyone who gets to speak in the Golden Throne Hall is well-read. These few books I've gone through, just scratching the surface. I looked out the window, my smile fading. Those hereditary nobles, their ancestors bled for the Great Qin, but their descendants just coast on that inherited glory. They cling to the dynasty's body like moss, sucking up the people's lifeblood. And one day, when the moss festers and spreads out of control, this massive body will come crashing down. All I know is that these people's children are lawless. Zhao Dezhu stared at the faint scar on my forehead, his eyes going red. If you don't understand, read more. The answers are all in the history books. I handed the teacup back. Of course, this isn't something a lowly fifth prince like me should be worrying about. But getting beaten and then being so spineless I end up under house arrest. That will never happen a second time. I stood up. Zhao Dezhu, go get me the books on Great Qin law and imperial family law. I'm going to study them thoroughly. An ordinary prince, you're not afraid of him. But a prince who's mastered the law and stands on the moral high ground? House arrest holds no terror for a prince. The real punishment was that one phrase, bringing shame upon the imperial family. And so, I dove headfirst into the ocean of law. The legal code of the Great Qin spanned over 20 volumes: civil law, commercial law, criminal law, military law, imperial law, all laid out in meticulous detail. But every single page reeked of rigid class hierarchy. A prince breaking the law is judged the same as a commoner? Bullshit. Every clause favored the ruling class. As for the common people below, simply not being exploited and oppressed was considered the greatest mercy. The most ironic part was that passage on the last page of the code. Translated, it boiled down to one line. The final right of interpretation belongs to the emperor. Law was supposed to be the cornerstone of social stability. But here, the cornerstone had become those powerful aristocratic clans. They controlled the livelihoods of entire regions, latching onto the dynasty like leeches, sucking it dry. Inside the imperial study, Emperor Longzheng set down a memorial and picked up his cup of ginseng tea. Pang Wanquan, what has my fifth son been up to lately? Your Majesty, ever since his fifth highness was placed under house arrest, he's been reading at his residence. Pang Wanquan bowed, stating the facts plainly. No embellishment, no exaggeration. Reading? The emperor set down his cup, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. That good-for-nothing fifth son of his hadn't thrown a tantrum after being confined, nor had he submitted any pleas for mercy. Instead, he'd taken up reading. Heh, interesting. Summon him to the palace. When the summons arrived, I was lying on a soft couch, two maidservants giving me a foot massage. Were it not for the book on tax law in my hand, this scene would have been the very picture of a spoiled brat. I felt zero guilt about these little luxuries. Every servant in the residence was paid a wage. I paid them, so I enjoyed what I was entitled to. His Fifth Highness, the Emperor summons you to the palace. Li Fu bowed. I pulled my feet back and got up to change. With no title or official post, there was no need to wear formal robes proclaiming my status to see the Emperor. I picked out a crescent white robe, plain and unadorned. If not for the imperial jade pendant at my waist, I would have looked like an ordinary scholar. Li Fu froze again. Aside from the crown prince who wore bright yellow, the other princes mostly dressed in dark colors to project a sense of gravity, especially when meeting the emperor. But the day after I woke up, I'd thrown out all those stuffy, old-fashioned dark clothes in the wardrobe. An 18-year-old kid dressing like an old man every day, what was the point? The carriage rolled toward the imperial city. This was my first glimpse of the outside world since I crossed over. Once we left that quiet alley behind its high walls, the streets grew increasingly lively. Vendors hawked their goods. People bustled to and fro. It was like stepping straight into the painting along the river during the Qingming festival. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the carriage came to a stop. I hopped down and looked up at the red walls and yellow tiles before me. The Forbidden City, the pinnacle of power in the Great Qin. Imperial guards patrolled the walls, and 10 armored soldiers stood flanking the palace gates, spears in hand, their armor gleaming. Zhao Daiju stayed by the carriage while I followed Li Fu through the deep palace gates. We skirted around the Hall of Supreme Harmony, past the cabinet offices, and finally arrived at the imperial study. Please wait a moment, Fifth Highness. This servant will go announce your arrival. I stared at that door, nerves creeping in. Behind it wasn't just this body's father, but the one man whose word was law in this dynasty. The sovereign over life and death. Maybe it was this body's instinct, but I actually felt a twinge of fear. Should I channel Fan Xian and recite some passionate poem? Or maybe, Fifth Highness, His Majesty summons you inside. Li Fu's words cut through my wandering thoughts. I took a deep breath and stepped into the imperial study. Your son greets Father Emperor. Rise. I looked up. A man in his 50s, dignified in bearing, with a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. I hear you've been reading a lot lately? Yes, some history books. Any takeaways? Meeting his gaze, I answered slowly. Using the past as a mirror, one can understand the rise and fall of dynasties. The wisdom and lessons of the ancients are all worth learning from. Something shifted in the emperor's eyes. Using the past as a mirror, one can understand the rise and fall of dynasties. He repeated it. For you to say those words, that reading wasn't wasted. Go see your mother. She's been in my ear about you these past days. Your son takes his leave. Backing out of the study, my back wasn't even soaked with sweat. I'd gotten my head right before I even walked in. The man I was meeting wasn't the emperor, just a boss who could decide my transfer and pay grade. He asks, I answer. Worst case, so be it. It's not like he'd actually have me beheaded. Still, after the conversation ended, that familiar afterthought crept in. The nagging feeling that I hadn't performed well, that I hadn't left the boss with a strong impression. A young eunuch led me to this body's birth mother, consort Shu, a stunningly beautiful woman. She took my hand, eyes brimming with tears, examining the wound on my head over and over. My poor Honger, you've suffered such injustice. That Shui Gui has the Empress Dowager backing him, so your father couldn't punish him too harshly. Don't hold it against your father. Mother, watch your words, I said softly. Thunder and rain alike are the ruler's grace. How could I ever resent Father Emperor? After chatting with my mother for a while, I asked to take my leave. I'd finally been freed from house arrest, so of course I had to explore this imperial city properly. This was where I'd be living from now on. Just as I stepped out of the palace gate, a servant approached and bowed. This servant greets the Fifth Highness. The Crown Prince heard you'd entered the palace for an audience with His Majesty and specifically ordered me to wait here to invite you for drinks at Spring Fortune Tower. Crown Prince, my elder brother? My eyes narrowed, then I smiled. Lead the way. The carriage came to a stop, and I followed the servant into Spring Bounty Tower. The first-floor hall was packed. Waiters wove through the crowd with trays of food and wine. Business was booming. On the third floor, the moment the private room's door swung open, a hearty burst of laughter rushed out to greet me. Haha, fifth brother. It's been too long, come sit. Seated at the head of the table was a man of about 30, smiling and waving me over. The reigning crown prince, Qin Lang. Your brother greets the crown prince, I said, cupping my hands in a bow before sitting down beside him. The food and drinks arrived one dish after another. Qin Lang personally poured a cup and handed it to me. I took it with both hands. Fifth brother, father has confined you to your quarters, so I couldn't very well come knocking. That wound on your head, has it healed up? Thank you for your concern, Crown Prince. It's all better now. After 3 rounds of drinks, he suddenly slammed his cup down on the table. Shui Gui has gone too far, relying on the Empress Dowager's favor, assaulting you right in the middle of the street, dragging your name through the mud. It's absolutely lawless. Don't you worry, fifth brother. This time I've got your back. I sneered inwardly. He must think I'm an idiot. Bringing up my beating, he's trying to goad me into revenge. Who doesn't know Shui Gui is the third prince's man? If I move against Shui Gui, I'm slapping the third prince in the face. Then, when the third prince comes to settle the score with me, the crown prince steps in to mediate, scoring points with father while quietly putting the third prince in his place. Quite the scheme. But on my face, I forced a look of conflicted hesitation. Thank you, Crown Prince. But this matter has already displeased father. If I stir up more trouble, it might drag you into his anger too. I couldn't bear that guilt, not even in death. Qin Lang froze, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. What kind of talk is that, fifth brother? Even if it angers father, how could I, as your elder brother, stand by and watch you be humiliated? Watching him work himself into such righteous indignation, I nearly laughed out loud. Had this been the original hot-blooded prince, he'd probably have leapt to his feet by now, ready to charge in as the vanguard. Thank you, Crown Prince. With you backing me, I'll make sure Shui Gui pays the price. This blood won't have been shed for nothing. I put on a face full of fury, my tone pitched with just the right amount of excitement. If there were an award for acting, I'd take home a perfect score with this performance. Go do what you must. Just leave the dog breathing. I'll handle the rest. Then I thank you in advance. I raised my cup and drained it in one go. There was no one else at the table, yet the mood only grew warmer. What we were really consuming was goodwill. What we drank was mutual favor. With my careful steering, Qin Lang talked freely and drank to his heart's content. He probably never imagined this brother of his could be so entertaining, every word landing right where it counted, giving him the vague illusion of having found a kindred spirit. I enjoyed it too. He bragged about how diligently he governed, how he loved the people, how sharply he read the political landscape. His tone was exactly like some junior manager at a modern company selling pipe dreams over dinner. By the time we broke up, the moon had risen over the willow tops. Qin Lang left first. I climbed into my carriage and lifted the curtain. The lanterns outside the shops along the street flickered on one by one. No neon lights, but a charm all their own. Back at the residence, I drank some sobering-up soup, lay down in bed, and thought back over the day. Into the palace, meeting the emperor, the noble consort, the Crown Prince. These weren't NPCs in some tourist attraction, they were real flesh and blood. The grandeur of the palace, the majesty of the emperor, the tenderness of the noble consort, and the Crown Prince's predicament. That's right, a predicament. He didn't say it outright at the table, but I got the message. Picture this. You're the general manager of a company. When the president retires, you're supposed to be next in line. But there's a vice president gunning for that spot, well-connected and popular to boot. One wrong move and you're out. All you can do is scramble to win people over and shore up your position. The fight for the throne has always been brutal. The emperor is 55, healthy, no ailments, good for another 20 years. The crown prince is 32, the third prince 25. The longer this drags on, the deeper the third prince sinks his roots into the court. The third prince's #1 goal is to take down the crown prince, so he courts officials without the slightest hesitation. But one more step and the crown prince is on the throne. If he started building a faction so openly, it'd only make the emperor suspect he couldn't wait his turn, and that would be a disaster. Backed into a corner, the crown prince has no choice but to rally the other princes. Even if it just muddies the waters, at least it buys him room to breathe. So that's how it is. Good. Good. I thought to myself, relieved. I'm just a prince. Keep my head down, play it safe, and I've got a lifetime of luxury locked in. The more I thought about it, the more the good life started playing out in my head. Marry 3, maybe 5 wives first, keep a few tough, skilled bodyguards, ride horses and walk dogs all day, strut around like I own the place. Haha. I wiped the drool from the corner of my mouth and rolled over. Sleep, just sleep. Dreams have everything. Come morning, I ran a few laps around the estate on an empty stomach. If you want to marry 3 to 5 wives, you need a good body. Even if it's not for the good life ahead, do it for your pride. Imagine slapping someone across the face, and they're fine while you throw out your back. How humiliating. After breakfast, I called for Zhao Dezhu. Little Zhu, come walk the streets with your master. Would my lord like a carriage, a sedan chair, or a horse? None of those. We're walking. I changed into a jade-white robe, cinched it with a bright yellow sash, and hung a jade pendant at my waist. I tied my hair up halfway, with a small gold line the size of a fingernail dangling from each end of the hairband. I smoothed down the hair at my temples in front of the bronze mirror. TSK, TSK. Handsome. Left hand in a fist against my lower belly, right hand behind my back. I strode out the estate gate with measured steps. A few paces out, I felt like something was missing. I turned back. Little Zhu, fetch me a fan. And bring a sword too. Zhao Dezhu answered and hurried back inside, soon emerging with a tasseled sword and a folding fan. The fan felt a bit heavy in my hand, the ribs made of some material I couldn't place. One side opened to a landscape painting with 2 seals, the other bore 2 characters, Spring Breeze. I fanned my chest twice, then closed the fan and held it at my belly as I walked on. Zhao Dezhu followed close behind, cradling the sword. Oh, right, little Zhu. You bring any money? Yes, my lord, I've got some copper coins. Buy whatever you like, my lord. Just use the estate seal and settle it at the counting house. That'll do. The silver in the treasury, is it mine or my grandfather's? It belongs to the vice minister, my lord. I stopped in my tracks and turned around, my heart sinking. Then, how much money do I have? You have none, my lord. Day to day, her ladyship gives you an allowance for pocket money. Seeing my expression turn sour, Zhao Dezhu hurried to add. But in another 2 months, once you turn 18 and open your own household, you'll receive a monthly stipend of 100 taels. And if you land a position at court, you'll draw a salary on top of that. My heart sank, little by little. Great. Broke. And here I am putting on airs like some big shot. 100 taels? After food, clothing, the servants' wages, and social obligations, how many copper coins would even be left? The sky was falling. 4, 5, 6, 7 wives, and a retinue of kung fu masters. They were all drifting further and further out of reach. I trudged down the street, too dispirited to even bother waving my fan. Money, money, make money. A modern man transported to ancient times, and a prince to boot. How hard could it be to earn a little coin? But where to start? My mind raced. Glass. Soap. I knew how to make both. A few tries and I'd get it right. But what about startup capital? Ask mother. The noble consort for it? A few hundred taels, sure, but how would I even bring up thousands, tens of thousands? I couldn't even explain what it was for. Sigh. I let out a heavy breath. Everyone else who transmigrated had smooth sailing. Why did I hit a wall at every turn? I wanted to go listen to some music, but with empty pockets, I didn't even have the confidence to walk down the street. Well, if it isn't His Highness, the Fifth Prince. What wind blew you out onto the streets? A snide, mocking voice drilled into my ears. I looked up. A group of people blocked my path. Fan Wenkai, the youngest son of the Minister of Justice, with a few Imperial Academy scholars trailing behind him. Already on edge about money, the sneer on his face made my temper flare up in an instant. Move it. A good dog doesn't block the road. My face darkened. Huh. Big talk from the Fifth Prince. This road doesn't belong to your family. If you can walk it, why can't we? Fan Wenkai glanced back at his cronies. Exactly. The Fifth Prince is being far too overbearing. Perhaps your highness should be more humble. Wouldn't want to disgrace the royal family again. Insolence. You, Zhao Deju, seething, started forward. I raised a hand to stop him. My anger dropped away in an instant as my thoughts spun. I'd just been released from house arrest, barely out on the street for a moment, and I run straight into Fan Wenkai? Too much of a coincidence. He was one of the Third Prince's lackeys, too. For him to charge up to me right now, I didn't believe there was no arrangement behind it. The Third Prince must have found out about my meeting with the Crown Prince last night. I was about to open my own household, enter the court, seek a position. If I sided with the Crown Prince, I'd be a threat to him. So he wanted to suppress me as hard as he could, while I was still just a prince with no power to my name. Too bad. This Qin Hong was not that Qin Hong. If he thought he could pull the same trick as Shui Gui, he was dreaming. And what's more, maybe I could turn this whole affair into something useful. My startup capital might just come from this young master Fan. Once I'd worked it out, the way I looked at Fan Wenkai practically glowed, like I was staring at a gold ingot, warm and affectionate. You're good. Very good. I stepped forward and tapped his shoulder twice with my folding fan. Xiaozhu, let's go. I turned and walked off. Farewell, Fifth Prince. Watch your step, Your Highness. A wave of mocking farewells followed me out, like generals who'd just won a battle. A cold smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. Master, they're too insolent. Zhao Deju's face flushed red, his knuckles white around his sword hilt, just waiting for my command to draw and spill blood. Insolent. Good, let them be insolent. If they weren't, where would I ever get my fortune? I gave him a meaningful glance. Xiaozhu, remember this. No matter the circumstances, a man must always know exactly who he is. I honestly couldn't fathom it. A handful of commoners. Where did they find the nerve to openly defy a prince? Fan Wenkai was leaning on his father the minister, but what about those scholars from the Imperial Academy? It was as if defying imperial authority was the only way they could show off their so-called scholarly backbone. Zhao Deju wore a worried expression, unable to understand why his master kept alternating between laughter and sighs, muttering about fortunes. He probably figured the wound on my head hadn't fully healed. Master, where are we headed now? The capital prefecture. Master, the capital prefecture is that way. Watching me walk in the opposite direction, Zhao Daju's worry only deepened. At the gate of the capital prefecture office, two bailiffs stood with swords at their sides. The moment they spotted the bright yellow sash at my waist, they hurried over. My lord, what business brings you to the prefecture office? My master wishes to see the prefect. Zhao Deju stepped forward. I flicked open my folding fan and strolled inside, fanning myself. Anyone who worked at the capital prefecture had a sharp eye. Even without an introduction, that bright yellow sash meant royalty. Impersonating royalty in the capital was a death wish. One bailiff led the way while the other dashed inside to announce us. You're saying a member of the royal family wishes to see me? Prefect Lu Xiaohua set down his documents. Yes, sir. I don't recognize him, but he's wearing a bright yellow sash. By his age, he looks to be the fifth prince. Come, let's take a look. I had just lifted my teacup in the reception room off the back hall when Lu Xiaohua walked in. This official greets Your Highness the Fifth Prince. He recognized me at a glance and rushed to pay his respects. Please, there's no need. The capital prefect was a third-rank official. As a prince who hadn't even established his own household yet, I couldn't afford to put on airs. After a few pleasantries, I got straight to the point. Prefect Liu, this prince has come to file a complaint. I came in a hurry and haven't drafted the petition yet, so I'll trouble you to have a clerk write it up for me. Liu Xiaohua froze. A reigning prince coming to the capital prefecture to file a lawsuit. It was unheard of. What kind of trouble could a prince possibly not handle on his own, that he'd have to bring it to a government office? He suddenly recalled the scandal that had been the talk of the town lately. The fifth prince gets a beating. His stomach tightened. Could the prince be here to file charges against Shuigui? He asked cautiously. May I ask whom your highness wishes to accuse? Fan Wenkai. Fan Wenkai. Relieved it wasn't Shuigui, Liu Xiaohua let out a quiet breath, then racked his brain trying to place the name. Yes, the youngest son of Minister Fan of the Ministry of Justice. Worried he might not know, I helpfully filled in the background. Puffed. Liu Xiaohua, having just relaxed, sprayed out a mouthful of tea. Forgive me, forgive me. My apologies, Your Highness. Is there, perhaps, some misunderstanding here? I waved my hand to show I didn't mind. No misunderstanding. Just now, out on the street, Fan Wenkai and a few of his classmates blocked my path. According to Article 16 of the Great Qin Legal Code, Royal Section, anyone who obstructs the passage of the royal family is subject to caning. Obstructing the emperor's carriage, 100 strokes. Obstructing the crown prince or a prince, 30 strokes. With that, I took a sip of tea. Liu Xiaohua smiled bitterly. As the prefect, he knew the code by heart. But this Article 16, no one had ever invoked it to file a complaint. Who would dare block the emperor's carriage? And as for princes and the crown prince, chances were even they didn't know the clause existed. Now that I'd dredged it up, he was caught in a bind. If it were an ordinary commoner, he could just haul them in, give them a beating, and settle the prince's temper. But Fan Wencai's father was the Minister of Justice. What's the matter? Is Lord Liu afraid I'm making a false accusation? I said, unhurried. Plenty of people in the shops along the street saw it happen. Send someone to ask, and you'll have your answer. I wouldn't dare. How could I ever doubt Your Highness? I merely fear there may be some misunderstanding. I gave him a long, hard look and set down my teacup. Fair enough. Coming to file charges without even bringing a written complaint. That was indeed improper of me. Here's what I'll do. I'll return to my residence, have a legal scribe draw up a proper complaint, and come back tomorrow to beat the petition drum and file it officially. I rose to leave. Your Highness, please wait. The moment Liu Xiaohua heard petition drum, he panicked. A prince beating the drum to accuse a minister's son. Once word of that got out, no one would come out looking good. There's no need to go to such trouble. I'll send someone to the Fan residence right away and summon Fan Wenkai for questioning. That won't be necessary. Let's do this by the book. I'll go back and write up my complaint. I only hope that tomorrow, Lord Liu will enforce the law fairly and impartially. You're a busy man. No need to see me out. I walked out of the capital prefecture with Zhao Dezhu in tow. Liu Xiaohua watched my retreating figure, his brow furrowed. Then he turned and gave an order. Prepare my palanquin. I'm making a trip to the Ministry of Justice. At the Ministry of Justice, Fan Li was reviewing official documents when he received word that the prefect requested an audience. Show Lord Liu in and bring tea. Liu Xiaohua entered and cupped his hands in greeting. This humble official pays his respects to the minister. What brings you my way today, Xiaohua? Have a seat. The attendant who had served the tea withdrew, in the room. Only the two of them remained in the room. Forgive my intrusion, my lord. I've come regarding your son, Fan Wenkai. Wenkai? That good for nothing. Whose son has he crossed this time? The capital was full of powerful families, and no shortage of their sons. While the fathers stood on opposing sides in court, their children formed their own cliques in private. Squabbles happened now and then, but everyone knew to hold back. No one wanted to make trouble for their fathers. Even when a dispute escalated to the point of involving the authorities, the capital magistrate would simply send someone to smooth things over. If the other party's rank was lower than Liu Xiaohua's, he'd send a constable to impose a fine of 10 or 20 taels. If higher, he'd go in person, saving face and earning goodwill in one stroke. For years, this very tact was what had kept him thriving in the magistrate's seat. So when Liu Xiaohua mentioned Fan Wenkai, Fan Li thought nothing of it, assuming his son had simply gotten into another spat. That worthless boy struts around because his mother spoils him rotten. So who did he offend this time? Though his words were scolding, his tone stayed light. He knew his own son. The boy wasn't capable of causing any real disaster. Today, His Highness the Fifth Prince came to the capital magistrate in person to file a complaint against your son. He cited Article 16 of the Great Qin Legal Code, Royal Provisions. The Fifth Prince, Article 16. The moment he heard the royal family was involved, Fan Li's expression slowly darkened. Yes, I've already sent men to investigate on the streets. Your son did indeed block His Highness's path in broad daylight. Lu Xiaohua laid out the whole affair in detail. Every word Fan Wenkai had spoken, every expression he'd worn. Could there have been some misunderstanding? I offered the same suggestion, my lord, but His Highness wouldn't hear of it. He said he'll bring his written complaint tomorrow and strike the petition drum at the capital magistrate. Strike the petition drum? Fan Li's face went taut. This had become a serious matter. Minister, you'd best ask your son how exactly he offended His Highness, so you can cool the prince's temper. Otherwise, when His Highness arrives tomorrow with his complaint in hand, Lu Xiaohua left the rest unsaid, but his meaning was clear enough. On any ordinary day, they were all on friendly terms, but the moment a prince was involved, he wouldn't dare cut any corners. I understand. Thank you, Xiaohua, for the warning. Fan Li understood that Lu Xiaohua's coming to give him a heads up was itself a favor. If Fan Li couldn't manage the fifth prince himself, Lu would never offend a prince over something this trivial. Then I'll take my leave, my lord. Lu Xiaohua left the Ministry of Justice and returned to his office. Just as Fan Li had guessed, the visit was a courtesy. If Fan Li failed to handle the prince by tomorrow, Lu would simply go by the book, and no one could fault him for it. After seeing Lu Xiaohua out, Fan Li's expression turned grim. Find Fan Wenkai on the streets and have him return home at once. Cancel every engagement I have tonight. Once the orders were given, he had no heart left for work. Nothing involving the royal family was ever small. Even if this fifth prince came from a lowly maternal line and held no real voice in court, a prince was still a prince. It was true that the Minister of Justice held great power and prestige, but in the halls of court, no one had ever managed to hold absolute sway. Between open assaults and hidden daggers, his political rivals, surrounded on all sides, Fan Li narrowed his eyes. What exactly was hidden behind all this? Had the emperor grown displeased with him? Or was someone trying to use another's hand to do their killing? The question weighed on his mind right up until the end of his shift. As for me, leaving the capital magistrate's office, I was in such a good mood I felt like whistling. I'd been fretting over startup funds, and now a fat, juicy sucker had come knocking right at my door. Heaven itself was helping me out. Master, why didn't you let Lord Lu arrest Fan Wenkai and give him 30 strokes of the paddle to blow off some steam? Zhao Dezhu asked, utterly baffled. I just smiled and said nothing. A dignified imperial prince shaking down a minister for money. It wasn't exactly something you'd want getting around. By the way, the minister's household is wealthy, right? Wealthy. Minister Fan's family is a prominent clan back in Jinzhou. Their businesses cover half the province. I hear they send caravans of silver to the capital every month, cartload after cartload rolling into the estate. Cartload after cartload was probably an exaggeration. But rich, they were genuinely rich. I shook my head and laughed. Good. Rich is good. Let's head back. We'll just wait for the good minister to deliver our money. In the study, Fan Wenkai stood with his hands at his sides, his heart uneasy. On the street today, did you get into a confrontation with the fifth prince? Your son only exchanged a few words with him. A few words? You blocked his path and then told him the road didn't belong to his family. He was the one who cursed at me first, said a good dog knows to stay out of the way. And it's true, the road isn't his family's. Why should I have to yield? Bam! Fan Li slammed his palm down on the desk. Why? Because this entire capital, this entire Great Qin, all of it belongs to his family. You're a commoner with no rank and no office. What gives you the right to block a prince's passage? His finger trembled. Tell me, who put you up to this? The third prince. The third prince merely made a few remarks at the banquet about the fifth prince's faults. Your son only wanted to settle the score for him. The whole court says the third prince is wise and virtuous. If he ascends the throne someday, our family will have the merit of raising a dragon. Fool. A fool being used as someone else's weapon. Fan Li drew 2 deep breaths before he could force down the surging rage. Let me ask you, since ancient times, has any succession to the throne not been walked over a road of white bones? The current emperor is in robust health, and the crown prince conducts himself with fairness and rectitude. What makes you so certain the third prince can take the throne? Some gossip from the marketplace? A handful of petty officials who aren't even fit to show their faces? He spoke each word slowly and deliberately. Have you ever seen a single one of the five ministers or a single grand secretary of the cabinet standing behind the third prince? He has the Empress Dowager's favor and the Shui family's support, but those are nothing more than maternal relatives. The more the third prince leans on his mother's kin, the further he drifts from the throne. He may look like the sun at high noon right now, but in truth he's just a whetstone the emperor is preparing to sharpen the crown prince's blade. Fan Wensai's face went pale. Fan Li gazed out the window, his eyes deep and unreadable. Some moves were made in the shadows. Not even a man's own son could be told. A man must first know your place and your weight. When you carry enough weight, you'll naturally get pulled into those matters, maybe even become the one moving the pieces. But Fan Wenkai? He's got a long way to go. Prepare the carriage. I'm going to the fifth prince's residence to apologize and make amends. When the steward's announcement came through, I nearly laughed out loud. Minister of Personnel Lord Fan and his son request an audience. Here they come. I straightened my robes and strolled leisurely into the front hall. Fan Li greets the fifth prince. Fan Wenkai greets the fifth prince. No need for formalities, Lord Fan. Please, have a seat. Bring our finest tea. Smiling, I guided Fan Li to his seat, without so much as glancing at Fan Wenkai the entire time. The kid's face turned beet red, and all he could do was stand sullenly behind his father. Fan Li took a sip of tea and began with pleasantries. He asked after my health, my studies, even how I'd been eating. I answered each question with a beaming smile. He didn't bring up the real business, and I certainly wasn't going to steer things toward Fan Wenkai on my own. In moments like this, whoever speaks first loses. Fan Li's brow furrowed slightly. He oversaw the promotions of every official in the court, had read countless men. Usually a few exchanges were all it took to size someone up. But this fifth prince before him? All smiles, airtight, slick as a seasoned bureaucrat. Nothing like the useless, brainless prince from the rumors. They might as well have been two different people. Finally, he set down his teacup. I hear my son offended your highness in the street today. I'm mortified. It's all due to my lax discipline at home. Wenkai, apologize at once. Fan Wenkai stepped forward, cupped his hands, and bowed, his face full of reluctance. I gave much offense today. I beg your highness's forgiveness. I lifted my teacup, hiding the cold smile at the corner of my mouth. Lax discipline. Much offense. He thought two little phrases would put this whole thing to rest. Dream on. I had no intention of building some reputation as a magnanimous, people-loving prince. Lord Fan, you have your hands full every day, assisting His Majesty in governing this vast realm. Your service is beyond measure. A little laxity in raising your son is entirely understandable. Then I shifted my tone and let out a sigh. It's just, I've only recently been released from house arrest. Today's incident touches on the imperial family's dignity. If word reaches my father's ears and he issues another order of confinement, whatever shall I do? Those days were truly unbearable. Fan Li's heart skipped a beat. Before coming, he'd done the math. The fifth prince was about to open his own household and take up a post. Most likely he wanted to leverage this into a good position, to have family fight for him in court. But he never imagined what this prince actually wanted was money. If anything, he felt relieved. He laughed heartily. Huh, that your highness would share His Majesty's burdens. What commendable filial devotion. Here's what I'll do. The moment I return home, I'll have my steward send over a banknote. 10,000 taels. What does your highness say? 10,000 taels. My mind went blank with a buzz. Those 3 words were all that was left. But on the surface, I still had to feign reluctance. How could I possibly let Lord Fan go to such expense? It's no expense at all, no expense. At your expense. His Highness's dignity must be upheld, after all. Then, thank you for your understanding, Lord Fan. As I saw the guest out, I practically hummed my way back to the study. Money, rolling in. Don't even know how to spend it. Nokia in my left hand, Motorola in my right. Master, what's a Nokia and a Motorola? Zhao Dazhu stared at my empty hands, his face full of worry, probably thought the headwound had gotten worse and I was seeing things. Never mind the details. The second the Fan family's silver arrives, bring it straight to me. The banknotes came quickly. I held the 10,000 tael note up and studied it closely. The paper was fine, a bit stiffer than rice paper, and rolled into a tube just right. Printed on it were the words Sitong Bank, images of flowers and insects, and 4 antique seal script stamps for forgery prevention. Juzi, keep it safe. This right here is the first step in this prince's rise to power. I stuffed the note into his hand. What kind of young master carries his own money around? 2. Undignified. At dawn, I ran 2 laps around the estate, washed up, and ate. Then I headed out with Zhao Dezhu. Where's the biggest brokerage house in the capital? Master, the Dehuai brokerage in the West District is the most famous. They handle servants, horses and carriages, estates and shops. All of it. The nobility of the capital love going there. Their reputation is guaranteed. Let's go. Dehuai brokerage. The carriage rolled along slowly, and I lifted the curtain to look out at the streets. Where I lived would be, in modern capital terms, roughly beyond the 3rd ring road. The first ring was the imperial palace. The second housed the nobles, ministers, and the 6 government bureaus. Ordinary folk had long since been pushed bit by bit out to the outer city. The powerful bought up land, built mansions, and seized shops, gnawing away at the common people's last means of survival. Some things never change, past or present. Master, we've arrived. The moment I stepped down, a broker came hurrying over to greet me. This way, young master. Is there something you're looking for? I want to open a restaurant. Do you have any? We do. Every style you could want. Please, come upstairs. In a private room on the 2nd floor, the tea had just been served when a broker who introduced himself as Zhang Quan came in carrying blueprints. Forgive me for asking, but what is the young master's surname? Insolence. You're just picking out a shop. Since when do you need to know my master's name? Zhao Dezhu snapped at once. Yes, I spoke out of turn. I smiled but said nothing. This restaurant was the first business venture I'd been planning for a long time. Of the basic necessities, clothing, food, shelter, and transportation, food ranked 2nd. Low cost, fast returns. Nothing could suit me better. What kind of shop is the young master looking for? 1. The location has to be good. 2. The place has to be big. I didn't buy into that good wine needs no bush nonsense. What luck! Zhang Quan's eyes lit up. Just yesterday, a restaurant was consigned to our house. Tables and chairs all included. The young master could take it over, spruce it up a little, and be open for business in no time. A ready-made restaurant up for grabs the moment I walk in? Just a sales pitch. I kept my composure and gave nothing away. Say, now that's fate. Show me the place. We got there in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. A 2-story wooden building. Because it sat right at the crossroads, it had been built in a fan shape, fronting 2 streets, a prime location. The sign had already been taken down, and a few servants were loading things onto a cart. A plump shopkeeper, namely, came out to greet us. It's a bit of a mess inside. Forgive me, young master. The main hall was spacious, 25 tables on the ground floor, with a staircase in the center leading up to 14 private rooms on the 2nd. I also took a look at the back kitchen and the courtyard. In my head, I already had a plan for how to renovate the place. I was satisfied. You run a tight ship, shopkeeperly, name your price. The deed and everything inside, 7,000 taels. 7,000. I frowned. Whether that was high or low, I honestly couldn't say. But going by location alone, it was reasonable enough. I shot Zhang Quan a glance. A broker's real skill lies in playing both sides during a negotiation. He caught on immediately and cupped his hands. For a spot like this, 7,000 isn't steep. But shopkeeperly, the price may be set by your master, but surely you've got a little room to work with yourself. One sentence, both sides nudged. Lee mulled it over. Then what would the young master offer? In the past, the household staff handled all this. This time, I wanted to do something myself, to show the family what I'm capable of. I tossed it out with a smile. For good luck, double sixes, all's well. 6,000 taels. I hadn't stated who I was, but the meaning was plain enough. I come from somewhere important, so don't try to cheat me, or you'll regret it. A pained look crossed Lee's face. His master was waiting on the silver to smooth things over, and the floor price was exactly 6,000. That figure squeezed him right down to the bone. There wasn't a single copper of extra profit left in it for him. Seeing him hesitate, I stood and made for the door. If it's too much trouble for you, shopkeeper Lee, we'll go look at the next place. Zhang Quan, lead the way. Young master, wait. Zhang Quan threw out an arm to stop me, then turned to plead. Shopkeeper Lee, a deal this size, dragging on 10 days or half a month is nothing unusual. And every day you're stuck in the capital costs you. Room, board, all of it. The young master serious. 6,000. Take it. Lee gritted his teeth. Fine. As the young master says, double sixes, all's well. 6,000 taels. Excellent. Zhang Quan clapped his hands, beside himself with joy. The commission on this one deal was 60 taels, half a year's earnings for him. Our group headed out, straight for the capital prefecture office to transfer the deed. The capital prefecture handled all affairs great and small in the city, with dozens of ward offices under its authority, officials, clerks, and support staff numbering well over 1,000. Zhang Quan led us to a ward office in the Western District to handle the property transfer. It should have been simple. The government witnesses, both parties present, fees paid, banknotes and deed exchanged, signatures and seals affixed, commission paid, done. But wouldn't you know it, something went wrong. I sneered inwardly. Was it because I was the protagonist that everything I did had to hit a snag? Brother Wong, both sides are in a hurry here. Cut us a little slack. Once you're off duty. Drinks are on me. Zhang Quan clasped his hands and bowed, his face full of eager flattery. Zhang, it's not that I won't help you. The petty clerk patted his shoulder. The new head clerk started yesterday and laid down new rules first thing. For property transfers, the buyer has to provide proof of where their money comes from and a clean criminal record. The seller has to provide proof of where the payment's going and proof of deed ownership. You've got none of that, so my hands are tied, brother. Go get everything ready and come back. No rush. Take your time. From start to finish, he didn't so much as glance at me. My jaw nearly dropped. Who was the brainless idiot who came up with these shameless demands? I'd seen videos like this in my past life and always figured they were just jokes. Never thought I'd run into it myself in this feudal society. Good thing my status was different now. Who was I? The fifth son of the Longjing Emperor, one of the masters of this entire realm. I stepped forward and patted Zhang Quan, who was still trying to smooth things over. That's enough. Quit wasting your breath on him. Go wait in the back. I turned. Ziazuzi, head to the capital prefecture. Tell Lord Liu to send someone with real authority to handle this. There's a whole pile of things to get through afterward. Yes, master. Zhao Dezhu accepted the order, then turned and drove the carriage straight for the capital prefecture. Come on, let's go have some tea. Small temple, big demons. Figures the pettiest ones cause the most trouble. Zhang Quan and Manager Li exchanged glances, then had no choice but to follow. Only then did Clerk Wang take notice of me. Seeing my clothes and bearing, it was obvious I was a young lord, and an arrogant one at that, actually sending a servant to fetch Lord Liu. Which Lord Liu? He shuddered, then turned and hurried back into the garrison office. Honestly, this wasn't a hard problem to solve. It's easy to face the king of hell, but the little demons are the real pain. A little silver would have greased the wheels. Zhang Quan had meant to just cover it out of his own pocket, but I cut him off before he could. In the tea house, Zhang Quan handed me a cup of tea with both hands. My deepest apologies, young lord. The brokerage had already squared things away with all the garrison offices. It's just that this one recently swapped in a new head clerk, and we haven't gotten the connection sorted out yet. No matter. It's not your fault. I waved it off. But inwardly I thought, this was exactly the treatment befitting my protagonist's aura. If nothing ever went smoothly, how could I even call myself the protagonist? At the capital prefecture, Zhao Dezhu had already arrived at the front of the government office. I'm a servant in the household of His Highness the Fifth Prince, sent on orders to request an audience with Lord Liu. Kindly announce me. He clasped his hands in a bow, always keeping a low profile, terrified of causing me any trouble. The moment the gate guard heard he belonged to the Fifth Prince, he rushed to report it. Liu Xiaohua, who was in the middle of his work, rubbed his brow. This Fifth Prince, could he be here to file a complaint against Fan Wenkai? Bring him in. This servant, Zhao Dezhu, pays his respects to Lord Liu. Rise. What business has the Fifth Prince sent you for? As the dignified prefect of the capital and a third-rank official, he stood on little ceremony with a mere eunuch from a prince's household. My lord, my master was completing a shop transfer today when the garrison office gave him grief over it. He specifically ordered this servant to ask you to send someone to handle the matter. Lu Xiaohua was taken aback. That's it. That's all you needed. He was confused. A matter this trivial could have been handled by any steward on the fifth prince's staff. Why bring it all the way to him? But how could he know what I was thinking? When there's a problem with a garrison office, who else would I go to but the department in charge? Back when I had no power or standing, I got jerked around endlessly, begging and groveling, passed from one desk to the next. But now I'm a prince. When there's a problem, of course I go straight to the man in charge. Fastest way to get it done. Yes, my lord. That's the only matter, Zhao Dezhu said, just wanting this over with. Which garrison office? West side. Number 51. Someone fetch advisor Xiao now. Big matter or small, if the fifth prince sent someone, Lu Xiaohua had to handle it. Though naturally, he wouldn't deal with it himself. Advisor Xiao was dispatched to accompany Zhao Dezhu back. On the way, he learned it was just a simple property transfer and relaxed. Then he heard it was Garrison Office 51, and his stomach clenched right back up. The new clerk there, Xiao Zixing, happened to be his distant nephew from back home. The boy had passed the county exam but failed the prefectural one twice, then came to the capital to seek him out. Xiao Fong had taken his money and, using his connections as the prefect's advisor, secured the position for him. Before the boy started, he'd warned him again and again. The capital is crawling with important people. Never, ever offend anyone. And now, barely into the job, the fool had run straight into the fifth prince. If word of this reached the prefect, Xiao Fong could kiss his advisor's post goodbye. From the tea house, I watched the street. When I saw Zhao Dezhu drive the carriage back, there was a man who looked like an advisor riding alongside. He's back. Let's go. I set down my teacup. Master, this is Advisor Xiao, sent by Lord Lu. This humble servant, Xiao Fong, greets you, young master. He bowed hastily. Zhao Dezhu had already briefed him on the way. Address me only as young master. Reveal nothing about my identity. You've heard about the situation? Can you fix it? My tone was cold. I can. If the young master will wait just a moment, I'll have it settled at once. Go then. Inside the garrison office, Xiao Zixing was still sipping his tea with a smug little smirk. He'd emptied the family coffers to buy this position. Naturally, he intended to make it back. Lord Lu, my foot. Just some puffed-up nobody. If he caved to a Lord Lu today and a Lord Zhao tomorrow, how was he supposed to run his little racket? Xiao Fong burst into the office. The sight of his nephew leisurely drinking tea nearly made him spit blood. Uncle, what are you doing here? You worthless idiot. Xiao Fong delivered a stinging slap across his face. How many times did I warn you? Never offend an important person, and you let it go in one ear and out the other. Xiao Zixing clutched his cheek, dumbfounded. Uncle, why are you hitting me? Hitting you? I want to kill you. Get out there and see the young master. Settle this immediately. Pray he lets it go. Otherwise, we're both getting kicked out of the capital. He turned to leave, then stopped short. And out there, don't call me uncle. Be respectful, do you hear me? Only then did Xiao Zixing understand. He'd truly crossed someone powerful. Someone important enough that even the prefect's own advisor, even Grandpa's uncle, was scared stiff. If a chancellor's gatekeeper ranks as a 7th grade official, imagine the clout of someone standing beside a 3rd-rank minister. This young lord was clearly no ordinary figure. His face gray as ash, he trailed behind Xiao Fong into the front hall. My lord, this is the clerk of our garrison office. Whatever you need, just say the word. This humble official greets my lord. Xiao Zixing hastily bent at the waist. Skip the formalities. Get to work. Zhao Dezhu, go on over, put the shop under his name. Yes, this humble official will arrange it at once. Zhao Dezhu and the others went off to register the paperwork. I was invited into the office for tea and sat down right in the clerk's chair. Xiao Fong and his nephew stood there gingerly. Rest assured, my lord, I'll be sure to report this to His Excellency and deal with this man severely. Hearing this, Xiao Zixing sank even deeper into despair, holding out only the faint hope that his uncle might remember their family ties and give him a little money to head back to his hometown. His Excellency Lu handles 1,000 affairs a day. all of them matters of great importance. I lifted my tea. But great matters are made up of exactly these little ones. The uncle and nephew both froze. This time you happened to run into me. And since I carry a bit of status, the matter got settled quickly. But what about an ordinary commoner? Wouldn't they be left out in the cold? A garrison office is supposed to serve the people, not make life hard for them. Xiao Feng nodded along again and again, inwardly stunned that this fifth prince, long known as a good-for-nothing, could actually say something like this. How you run your affairs is none of my business. Just remember one thing. I set down the teacup. Great Qin has its laws. I didn't know what I could change, having come to this strange world of Great Qin. Maybe nothing at all. But borrowing the weight of a prince's title to say a few words, that much I could still do. In no time, the transfer was complete. Zhao Dezhu handed me the deed. I gave it a flick and tucked it into my sleeve. This was my first piece of property. No, the deed bore Zhao Dezhu's name. It was his property. Since ancient times, families living off government salaries don't compete with the common folk for profit. Those who hold office and draw a stipend shouldn't be snatching gains from the people. Yet those who reap the greatest profits are often the very ones tied to salaried officials. They put servants or distant relatives out front as their clean gloves, while behind the scenes they use the power of officialdom to rake in wealth on a massive scale. I was no different. Zhao Dezhu was a eunuch that Consort Shu had planted at my side. His indenture papers were in Consort Shu's hands. His whole life depended on keeping me alive, and he would never betray me. The ideal clean glove. It's just that I never intended to make money off the common people. Those poor souls who can't even fill their bellies. How many copper coins could they possibly have in their pockets? The money I wanted to earn belonged to the powerful clans, the great houses, the high officials and nobles. In my eyes, they were no common people at all. They were parasites, vermin feeding off the backs of the people. Outside the garrison office, Xiao Feng respectfully saw me off, then turned and pulled several banknotes from his sleeve, stuffing them into his nephew's hands. You can't stay in the capital any longer. Here's your money back. Half. Go work as a clerk in an outlying county. Xiao Zixing took the letter with a long face. Uncle, who exactly is that young man? The matter's settled. Do I really have to leave? Humph. I told you long ago the capital runs deep and swarms with powerful people, but you wouldn't listen. Barely into your post, and you stir up a mess this big. Sending you away is for your own good. If you want to keep your head, keep your mouth shut and stop digging into who that young man is. The garrison is bound to face a major shakeup next. County Magistrate Song Pu and I are on decent terms. Take my letter and go to him. If it weren't for family ties, I couldn't care less whether you lived or died. Thank you, uncle. Though Xiao Zixing still didn't know my identity, he understood that keeping his life and getting out of the capital was already a stroke of luck. Xiao Feng returned to the residence to report to Lu Xiaohua, leaving out the part about taking bribes for the post. He only said the clerk had invented pretexts to extort fees and had already been dismissed and driven out. Deceiving those above, bullying those below, turning big matters into small ones, just the usual handling. He made a point of relaying that one line. The garrison is to serve the people. Lu Xiaohua frowned. He'd long known the garrison squeezed and shook people down, but as long as it didn't blow up, he'd always turned a blind eye. This time, though, they'd run headlong into the fifth prince. If word reached the emperor's ears, lax oversight of subordinates would be putting it lightly. Dealing with one clerk isn't enough, he said in a low voice. Pass down my order. A major shakeup of every garrison in the capital. Make examples of a few. Spread the word that the garrison is to serve the people. And remember, not a single mention of the fifth prince. He understood full well. The fifth prince had put the shop under a eunuch's name precisely because he didn't want to be out in the open. Reforming the garrisons without naming names, as long as that line got out, the fifth prince would understand on his own that he, the prefect of the capital, held this prince in respect. Lu Xiaohua grasped one truth deeply. Before the throne was decided, never offend any of the princes. Not even the fifth prince, saddled with a reputation as a fool. Having finished the paperwork, I returned to the restaurant with Zhang Quan and Manager Li. Looking at the place now, my mood was completely different. This was mine now, Qin Hong's property. The former staff had already tidied the shop. Seeing us return, They immediately handed over the keys. Manager Lee took them and respectfully passed them to me. May your business flourish, young master, and bring in gold by the bushel. Huh, I'll take that blessing. I took the keys, my heart leaping with joy. Then I'll take my leave. Manager Lee glanced back reluctantly at the place he'd run for over a decade. Safe travels, Manager Lee. If you ever come back to the capital, be sure to stop by. I will. Farewell. He departed with the cooks and hands he'd brought from his hometown. Zhang Quan, I want to buy some capable workers. Can you arrange it? I can. Just give the word, young master. At the garrison, he'd seen with his own eyes how one word from me summoned the prefect's counselor, and that counselor treated me with the utmost deference. A man of rank, yes, but no ordinary man of rank. 1. A steward who can read, write, and do sums. 2 cooks, and a dozen or so hands. They need to be healthy and easy on the eyes. Don't try to fob me off with a bunch of rejects. Rest assured, young master, I'll pick them out carefully. I'll come by this afternoon to make my choices. I waved him off and took Xiao Dezhu with me to order a custom signboard. I'd long since settled on a name for the restaurant, Dingxiang Pavilion. I'd considered asking some renowned scholar to write the calligraphy, but on second thought, keeping a low profile seemed wiser. With enough coin, a signboard shop could even get a court official to do the lettering. But as a prince, once I'd earned some merit, calling on a great scholar, an official, even requesting the emperor's own brush, wouldn't be out of the question. I paid 50 taels, asking only for neat handwriting, to be delivered in 3 days. Back at the brokerage, Zhang Quan had just finished selecting the people. Young master, they're all chosen. Would you like to take a look? He led me into a private room and served tea. Send them all in. I took a sip. Zhang Quan stepped out and soon returned, leading in a middle-aged man. The way I saw it, buying people at a brokerage was no different from hiring workers at a labor market. You work for me, I pay you wages. The only difference was, the employment contract had become a deed of servitude. In modern times, you could sign a contract and quit whenever you wanted. But in this feudal world, as long as the deed of servitude was in my hands, my people's very lives were no longer their own. There was no need to worry about betrayal. Zhang Quan brought in a middle-aged man with an honest face, graying hair, and clean clothes. Young master, this is Zhou Fu, 30 years old. He once served as steward in the household of a county magistrate in Datong Prefecture. Later, the magistrate was beheaded for corruption, his whole family was exiled, and the servants were sold off. This Zhou Fu was passed along until he ended up in the capital. Our proprietor saw he could read, write, and do sums, so he took him into our brokerage. This humble one, Zhou Fu, greets the young master. Zhou Fu hurriedly bowed. A steward from a magistrate's household. Though he had no restaurant experience, with a bit of training he'd do just fine. Keep him. Zhang Quan brought in 2 more. Young master, the older one is called Jiang Tao, 40 years old. The young one is Lei Ming, 18. Both have worked in restaurant kitchens. Worked in kitchens? Not actual cooks. I frowned. Young master, these days anyone with real skills doesn't sell themselves into service. These 2 are already the best I could find after searching high and low. Zhang Quan gave a wry smile. Fair enough. The dishes I planned to serve were unlike anything else anyway. Whether they were seasoned cooks or not hardly mattered. Keep them. Finally, Zhang Quan led in 15 half-grown boys, and the cramped little room was suddenly packed to bursting. They were all children of 11 or 12, and every pair of eyes brimmed with longing. I let out a quiet sigh. Keep them all. Xiao Zhuzi, go handle the paperwork. Thank you, young master. Amid the scattered words of gratitude, the children bowed as best they could. Once the paperwork was settled, I climbed into the carriage and brought the whole group back to the restaurant. In the center of the main hall, I called my first all-hands meeting. My family name is Qin, as in the Great Qin dynasty. This fellow beside me is Xiao Dezhu. You'll call him Brother Zhao. Our restaurant is called Dingxiang Tower, and we aim to be the finest in the capital. As long as you work hard and follow orders, I'll treat you well. But if anyone slacks off, don't blame me for turning cold. Now, wages. Ordinary staff get 30 coppers a month, floor supervisors 50, and managers and chefs 150. Zhou Fu will serve as manager for now. Jiang Tao and Lei Ming will be the chefs. As for the 2 supervisors, I'll pick the 2 most capable among the 15 of you." A low murmur rippled through the crowd. "Quiet. Listen to the young master." Zhou Fu barked, and everyone fell silent at once. With wages coming in, they could send money home. Their families wouldn't have to sell off little brothers and sisters anymore. Hope kindled in their eyes. I was pleased with Zhou Fu's response and went on. "Happy with the pay? Let me tell you, the biggest perk isn't money, it's freedom. Right now, I hold all your indenture papers. Work hard, and after 5 years, I'll return them to you. I'll register you as proper citizens and make you free men and women." The moment the words left my mouth, the whole place erupted. Even Zhou Fu flushed red with excitement. As household servants, if the master never released their papers, then even their children would be born into servitude generation after generation. Now that there was a chance to break free, who could hold themselves back? "Young master, do you truly mean it?" Zhou Fu's voice trembled. "My word is as solid as the great cauldron itself, the very Ding in Dingxiang Tower. Thank you, young master, for your boundless kindness. I'll serve you with my very life." Zhou Fu dropped to his knees with a thud and knocked his forehead hard against the floor. The others fell to their knees in unison, crying out their thanks. Up, all of you. You look like you're about to start a rebellion. The restaurant's just getting started. I'll pass the rules along to Manager Zhou. There's lodging out back. Manager Zhou will sort out the arrangements. Xiao Zhuzi, go buy some bedding. Manager Zhou, send someone to pick up steamed buns and cold cuts. We'll make do for today. Jiang Tao, Lei Ming, come with me to the kitchen. Everybody, get moving. I didn't concern myself with how Zhou Fu handled the assignments. It was a little test. If he couldn't manage even this, I'd have to find a new manager. In the back kitchen, the pots and pans had long since been cleared out, leaving only 2 empty stoves. The dishes at our Dingxiang Tower are different from every other place in the capital, and so are our cooking methods. Just do exactly as I say. These stoves won't do. We'll have to rebuild them. Listen carefully. Jiang Tao and Lei Ming tore down the old stoves, hauled water, and mixed mud, listening to my instructions as they worked. Before long, a new stove stood ready, much taller than the usual kind, letting a cook's stir-fry standing upright with ease. Build another one just like it right beside this. Put the chopping block within easy reach, set up the prep rack, and keep everything clean. It matters. Get to it. If you need anything, find Manager Zhou. With that, I left the kitchen, gave Zhou Fu a few more instructions, then took Xiao Dezhu back home. After dinner, I soaked in the bathtub and let out a contented sigh. Starting a business is so damn hard. Won't somebody help me out? The days that followed had me running around like a startup founder on overdrive. I ordered custom uniforms, had kitchenware forged, picked out meat and vegetable suppliers, remodeled the restaurant's interior, worked out the menu with Jiang Tao and Lei Ming, and squeezed in time to teach Zhou Fu the new bookkeeping method. The day the woks arrived, I stepped up to the stove myself to demonstrate stir-frying. In this era, food was pretty much just steamed, boiled, braised in sauce, or smoked. Stir-frying was my trump card. I couldn't remember all 8 great culinary traditions, but I knew the signature dishes cold. Even better, I didn't fear being copied. Chinese cuisine has thousands of dishes. You copy one, I roll out something new. I'd always stay one step ahead. From simple leafy greens to hearty meat dishes, the 2 of them quickly got the hang of it. I picked 2 more from the staff to handle prep work, chopping and plating. The days slipped by in a blur of work. I nearly forgot I was a prince, and the palace seemed to have forgotten this 5th prince who was about to come of age and establish his own household. The crown prince invited me to a meal and said he'd stand up for me, then went silent. The 3rd prince hadn't come to make trouble either, probably because he'd heard I'd squeezed 10,000 taels of silver out of the Fan Wenkai family. Consort Shu, though, summoned me to the palace twice. Only then would I remember I was still a prince. Whatever my status, money still had to be made. I threw myself into promotion with everything I had. Once the posters were printed, I sent people to hand them out at the Imperial Academy, and I even slipped them quietly into officials' sedan chairs and carriages when no one was looking. These were exactly the customers I wanted. Even a single glance, and they'd remember the Dingxiang restaurant. I also had several large wooden boards made, pasted the posters on them, and set them up along the roads officials had to take on their way to work. To keep the city guards from tearing them down, I personally had a word with Lu Xiaohua. This kind of advertising was a first for the capital. It wasn't quite citywide fame, but my target audience all took note. A restaurant called Dingxiang was about to open, and I was confident. One taste, and they'd be regulars for life. On the very eve of the opening, a carriage rolled slowly down the street. Crack! A pair of soft, fair little hands crushed a walnut. Miss, gently please. That's the 5th pair you've crushed today. Hush, just eat your walnuts. The young lady shoved the crushed walnut at her maid, sighed, and took 2 more from the box to fiddle with. Huh? What's this? Why are there so many words on it? The maid picked up a piece of paper from the trash basket by the door. Let me see. The young lady looked up, and her expression froze instantly. Dingxiang Grand Restaurant, grand opening. A brand new dining experience, setting the standard for cuisine in the capital. A standard modern marketing slogan, packed with exaggerated flourishes, in that familiar poster format. The walnut in her hand cracked with a snap. Miss, I really can't eat any more walnuts. The girl ignored her, snatched up the poster, and started snickering. Miss, please don't scare me. The maid's voice cracked with tears. It's fine, don't be afraid. She folded the poster carefully and tucked it into her robe, then picked up the plate of walnuts again to fiddle with. Closing her eyes, she leaned back against the carriage wall, a mysterious smile spreading across her face. 2 more days. Let's see just who you really are. The carriage stopped in front of a grand estate, the plaque above the gate bearing 2 large characters, Lu Residence. The home of Lu Yuan, first-rank Grand Secretary of the Cabinet. The one stepping down was none other than Lu Qingzi, the young lady of the Lu household. Born when Lu Yuan was 40, she was 16 this year, doted on beyond measure, and known throughout the capital as its foremost talent and greatest beauty. Yet a month ago, while riding out in her carriage, she was stopped in the street by the 5th prince. Watching Shui Gui crack the prince's head open, she fainted dead away on the spot. When she woke back at the residence, this normally frail young lady suddenly possessed monstrous strength. Fortunately, only her personal maid, Baitao, knew. To cover it up, Lu Qingzi pretended she'd developed an obsession with eating walnuts, secretly playing with them day after day to get a feel for her own strength. Every walnut she crushed went to Baitao, who'd eaten so many she might as well change her name to Walnut. But the Lu Qingzi who had awakened was no longer that frail girl from before. She came from another world. Baitao, go book a private room at that Dingxiang restaurant, and while you're at it, find out who the owner is. After Baitao left, Lu Qingzi sat at her vanity, gazing at her own reflection in the bronze mirror, her eyes distant. 2 more days. Who exactly are you? A man or a woman? Did you come from that place too? The heart that had been on edge for over a month finally seemed to have found its shore. The night before the grand opening, I gathered all the staff in the front hall and looked out at everyone in matching uniforms. Tomorrow, Dingxiang Restaurant officially opens for business. From the planning to the renovations, we owe it all to every one of you. From here on out, we run an honest operation, we put customers first, and we build our reputation to the absolute highest level. Once I finished, I let everyone go rest, keeping only Zhou Fu behind. Old Zhou, we open tomorrow. Feeling confident? Don't you worry, young master. With dishes like ours, every customer who walks in is a customer who stays. These past few days he'd been sampling Jiang Tao and Lei Ming's cooking daily, and every bite was a whole new experience. He was brimming with confidence. Keeping customers isn't what worries me. But once you open your doors for business, you run into every kind of demon and monster out there. Every famous restaurant in the capital has connections behind it, big and small. I've never told you all who I really am, so that when the day comes and you run into something you can't handle, you'll have something to fall back on. Here's the English translation. Now I'll tell you, don't spread this around, and don't you dare use my name to pull any illegal stunts. I'm surnamed Qin. Qin as in the Great Qin Dynasty. With that, I turned on my heel and strode out the door. Zhou Fu just stood there, dumbfounded. He'd known the young master's surname was Qin all along. Zhao Dezhu let out a sigh and leaned in, lowering his voice. The young master is His Highness the 5th Prince, Qin Hong. Remember, keep it quiet. Then he hurried after me and helped me into the carriage. Zhou Fu dropped to his knees with a thud. The 5th Prince. Your Highness. Qin, as in the great Qin dynasty. A magpie on a branch stared with curious eyes at the human below, making strange movements. I'd just finished my morning run and was stretching to cool down. Taking advantage of the early sunlight, I headed into the bathhouse to freshen up. Even though I'd accepted my identity as a prince and enjoyed all the perks that came with it, having someone wait on me while I washed up still felt awkward. For everyday little things, I'd rather do them myself. After a hearty breakfast, I settled onto the cushioned couch in the pavilion and flipped through Travels in the Capital, which I hadn't finished the day before. The author was a scholar named Li Qiu, who wrote about everything he'd seen on his journey to the capital for the imperial exams, along with the local customs and culture. Thanks to this book, I'd gotten a pretty good handle on the capital, though there was no telling whether the author was still around, given the book had been out for 10 years now. I didn't want to waste my photographic memory, so I read whenever I had a spare moment. History, law, miscellaneous writings, you name it. Zhao Dezhu, waiting on me nearby, stood ramrod straight, but his hands wouldn't stay still, one moment rubbing his nose, the next scratching his thigh. Little Zhu, if you're itchy, go take a bath. Don't act like you're crawling with maggots, I said without looking up. Master, Dingxiang House opens today, and you still have the leisure to read. He rushed forward. He'd been running around after me for days, hadn't slept well for 2 nights straight, and with the opening right around the corner, he was even more anxious than I was. Everything that needs doing has been done. The rest is up to Jiang Tao and Lei Ming, whether they can make a name for our place. Besides, the auspicious hour hasn't arrived yet, so what's the rush? Talk about the eunuch being more worried than the emperor. I kept my tone light, but deep down I felt a faint unease. Not about the business, but about how smoothly everything had gone. Aside from a minor hiccup with the property transfer, the rest had gone unervingly well. The more things went my way, the more nervous I got, afraid that all this smooth sailing was building up to some major trouble. All right, it's about time. Let's go. I set down the book. Zhao Dezhu, who'd been watching the pages grow thinner one by one, immediately ran off to prepare the carriage. When we arrived at the restaurant, Zhou Fu came out to greet us, his manner far more respectful than before. Young master, is everything ready? I looked up. The staff all looked sharp and energetic, and they bowed in unison when they saw me. All set. I went over the menu again at the morning meeting. Everyone knows the dish names, presentations, and prices like the back of their hand. There's no way a customer could catch. The last sentence was cut off, so I translated it as far as it goes. Let me know if you'd like me to adjust the tone or style. Ask. Literacy is extremely low these days, so I could only rely on the crudest method, rote memorization. I had my staff commit every dish name, presentation, and flavor to memory, so they could rattle them off the moment a customer asked. And for any ordinary server hoping to become a floor manager, the first requirement was being able to read and write out every single dish on the menu. Excellent. Open the doors the moment it's time. I'll be in the Mount Tai room on the 2nd floor. If anything comes up you can't handle, come find me right away. I'd named all the private rooms at Dingxiang Tower after famous mountains and rivers. Classy. I pushed open the window, and the bustling street spread out below me. At the entrance, Zhou Fu had already gathered the staff to light the firecrackers. Amid the crackling and popping, Zhou Fu clasped his hands and offered greetings to the crowd of onlookers, while the festive troupe we'd hired banged their drums and gongs, making a lively spectacle. Wave after wave of customers surged into Dingxiang Tower and were shown to their seats, with larger parties escorted up to the private rooms on the 2nd floor. In the back kitchen, Jiang Tao and Lei Ming were getting busy too. Lu Qingxi slipped in with the crowd, Bai Tao at her side. The servers assumed she was some customer's family member, until Bai Tao spoke up. We reserved a private room 2 days ago. Take us there. That rare reservation had already sparked plenty of private gossip among the staff. Now that the guests had actually arrived, they were immediately escorted to the West Lake room on the 2nd floor. What can I get for you two ladies? Here's the menu. Our specialty is stir-fried dishes, innovative recipes with unique flavors. The server introduced dutifully. Lu Qingxi picked up the menu and scanned the familiar names on it. Shredded pork in garlic sauce, kung pao chicken, red braised pork. She grew more certain than ever. The owner of this Dingxiang Tower had to be just like her, someone from the modern world. Give me a Coke, she said, setting down the menu. A Coke? I'm sorry, miss, but we don't serve that here. The server had all 18 dishes memorized perfectly. It's not on the menu, but your boss will definitely know what it is. Go tell him. He'll understand what I want. Following the customer-first principle, the server backed out of the room and hurried off to find Zhou Fu in the front hall. It was their opening day, and not a single employee had any real experience. Even with thorough training, plenty of unexpected situations kept cropping up. Zhou Fu was busy watching over the front hall, tracking table numbers, and calling out orders, making sure nothing went wrong. No mix-ups, no dishes sent to the wrong table. Manager Zhou, the guest in the Westlake room upstairs, ordered a Coke. It's not on our menu, and she says the boss will know what it is. A Coke. Zhou Fu was certain no such thing existed on the menu. Yet the customer had ordered it anyway, and insisted on notifying the boss. What kind of customer is this? His first thought was that a competitor had come to test them. Dingxiang Tower's promotion had been awfully high-profile lately. Two young ladies. Ladies? Zhou Fu breathed a sigh of relief. What competitor would send two young women? Two women coming out to dine alone was already unusual, and on top of that, they'd ordered something that wasn't even on the menu. These two, whether it had anything to do with the young master, he couldn't quite tell. Given the young master's status, there were too many things beyond his reach. Slighting a distinguished guest or causing trouble for the young master, that would be a grave offense. Once he'd thought it through, Zhou Fu hurried up to the second floor, heading straight for the Mount Tai room. He knocked, then bowed as he entered. Young master, two young ladies in the Westlake room have ordered a dish that's not on the menu. They insist the owner would know it. I couldn't decide what to do. I didn't think much of it. Two girls out for a meal. What's so unusual about that? What dish? They said they want a dish called Coca-Cola. I shot up out of my chair. What did you say? Coca-Cola. The young lady said the dish is called Coca-Cola. Zhou Fu, thinking I hadn't heard clearly, repeated himself. Coca-Cola. Those words struck my brain like a bolt of lightning. Ha ha ha. Where? Take me there. I practically bolted out the door. Zhou Fu jogged ahead to lead the way, all the way to the entrance of the Westlake room. Not bothering to knock, I pushed the door open. Who ordered the Coca-Cola? A young woman was seated at the table. She slowly stood, looked at me, and spoke deliberately. Royal Palace Ambrosia wine. I froze, then blurted out, 180 a glass. Crack. The walnut in her hand split into pieces. Neither of us cared. She came around the table, striding forward. Down beneath the bridge out front swam a flock of ducks. I answered. Odd changes, even stays the same. Just check the sign against the quadrant. We stared at each other, step by step coming together, both reaching out at the same time, gripping hands tightly. Comrade. Comrade, ow. Ow. That hurts. My face instantly twisted in pain. This girl's grip could crush stone. Bai Tao and Zhao Dezhu, outside the door, were startled by my cry and rushed in at the same time. Master. Miss. Bai Tao yanked the girl behind her protectively, while Zhao Dezhu threw himself in front of me. The two glared at each other. It's fine. Bai Tao, step outside. I'm fine too. Zhuzi, out you go. No one comes in without my say-so. I rubbed my hand. The two reluctantly backed out, taking up positions on either side of the door like a pair of temple guardians. That grip of yours. Whose general's daughter are you? I said, shaking out my tingling hand. Sorry, I got carried away. She smiled sheepishly. Once we sat down, there were 1,000 things to say, but neither of us knew where to begin. How long have you been here? Doing pretty well for yourself. Already running a restaurant. She spoke first. Almost 2 months. You. I poured her a cup of tea. Me too. Almost 2 months. Looks like we came over at the same time. When you left, what day was it back home? April 1st, 2026, April Fool's Day. It was almost midnight, and I was pulling overtime at the office, digging through my bag for some candy when everything went black. Next thing I knew, I was here. My heart sank. Same. I'd worked 3 straight all-nighters and passed out on my keyboard in the middle of the night. Woke up here. Damn corporate slave drivers. Night? Damn corporate slave drivers. We sighed in unison. Your family must be pretty well off, huh? Opening a big restaurant in just 2 months, she asked with a sly grin. Huh? Brace yourself. This whole great Qin dynasty? It all belongs to my family. Yours truly is none other than the current 5th prince, Qin Hong. I lifted my chin. You? You're that good-for-nothing prince the whole capital's been laughing at. Her eyes went wide, her face full of amusement. What good-for-nothing? That was the old me. Now that I'm here, I'm a top-tier, premium-quality prince. I explained, all worked up. And what about you? With strength like that, you from a military family? I am Miss Lu Qingxi. My father is Grand Secretary Lu Yuan of the cabinet. Lu Qingxi, the #1 beauty of the capital? I sized her up skeptically. She was decent-looking, sure, but #1 beauty seemed like a bit of a stretch. Obviously, I'm not showing my real face. I've got makeup on. I'll tell you, I don't even dare look in the mirror these days, afraid I'll faint from my own beauty. She cupped her cheeks with both hands. Back in the modern world, I'd blow every celebrity and influencer out of the water. Yeah, right. One of these days I'll show you what a real goddess looks like. Then it hit me. Lu Qingxi. So the original fifth prince stopped your carriage trying to get a look at you, got knocked out cold by a wine bottle to the head, and then I showed up. Exactly. The original Lu Qingxi got scared unconscious by you, and then I showed up. Something's off here. We both said it at the same time, then locked eyes. I frowned, pinching the bridge of my nose. There's got to be a reason we ended up here. We just don't know what it is. You think we got transported into a novel? Into a novel? Have you read this one? I only ever read fantasy stuff. I haven't read it either. Just throwing it out there. But if we really did get sucked into a novel, who's the original protagonist? We're not the doomed side characters, the second male and female leads, are we? Your name's Lu Qingxi, not Lu Ruyan. Oh, right? You don't have a fiancé, do you? Going by the usual tropes, the jilted fiancé is usually the male lead. Nope. I already looked into it. Clean background, no enemies, no grudges, and definitely no fiancé. You, on the other hand, you'd better not be fighting for the throne only to get killed off by the male lead in the end. I'm the good-for-nothing prince, remember? I don't have a shot at the throne anyway. If we really are in a novel and don't know what happens next, how are we supposed to get by? We don't even know who the male and female leads are. We looked at each other, both a little lost. But then I suddenly grinned. Here's the English translation. It doesn't matter whether we're in a novel. It doesn't matter who the male or female lead is. What matters is, we live as the heroes of our own story. Exactly. Who cares who the lead is? Since we're here, we're the leads. A toast to us. She raised her teacup. Cheers. To the leads. The two cups clinked, and we tipped our heads back and drank it all down, somehow making it feel downright heroic. I set my cup down. The universe is so vast, and people are so small. Some things can never be figured out. Stop right there. Every philosopher and scientist in the world can't explain it. And you think you can? She rolled her eyes. Like the old saying goes, we're already here, so just let it go. Enjoy yourself. After we're dead, the world can flood over for all I care. Fair enough. Instead of wondering how we got here, we should think about how to live. Of course it's easy for you. You're a prince. But a woman like me? This feudal society is way too hard on women. Something occurred to her, and her face filled with resentment. Noble young ladies in ancient times weren't allowed to step outside their gates, trapped all day in a little courtyard, with rules for how to walk, sit, and even lie down. To avoid slipping up, she said she'd practically turned into an Oscar-worthy actress. Count your blessings. At least you're a wealthy young lady with servants. If you'd landed as a maid, could you have handled it? Ugh, life is hard. She rested her chin on the table. Don't sigh. From now on, if you run into trouble, just come to me. Whatever else, I'm still a prince. I can help, at least a little. You said it, not me. We're from the same place. You can't just leave me hanging. She looked at me pitifully. Don't worry. When one countryman meets another, if I don't help you, who will? Then start by getting me some stir-fried dishes. I've been dying for them lately. Being a young lady means I can't even cook for myself. Easy. Zhao Dezhu. Zhao Dezhu pushed the door open, with Baitao close behind. Seeing that the young lady and I weren't sitting too close, she quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Have the kitchen bring out everything on the menu. Yes, my lord. My lady. Baitao's face was full of worry. This is my personal maid, Baitao. Baitao, this is the fifth prince you're always going on about. What? He's the fifth prince. Baitao rushed over, yanked the young lady up, and shielded her behind herself. Oh, come on. It's fine, relax. Lu Qingxi pried her off in exasperation and sat back down. What's wrong with this maid of yours? Does she think I'm going to eat someone? It's because you scared her last time when you stopped our carriage. Bai Tao, the fifth prince and I are acquaintances. Don't overreact like this when you see him from now on. Acquaintances? Bai Tao's face was full of suspicion. She'd been by the young lady's side since childhood. How had she never known about this connection? Don't get hung up on the details. Go fetch a couple of walnuts from the carriage. I feel restless without something in my hands. Bai Tao. He scratched his head and went out, still puzzling over it the whole way. What does she need walnuts for? Did getting transported here scramble her brain? You're the one who scrambled. I don't know how it happened, but ever since I got here I've had incredible strength. I keep breaking things without meaning to. Rolling walnuts around is supposed to work the grip. She spread open her fair-skinned palm. I can't figure it out. Skinny arms, skinny legs like these. Where's all this power coming from? A cheat code. That's a cheat code. The perk of being transported to another world. I grabbed her hand and turned it over and over, examining it, even lifting it toward my mouth like I might bite it to test it. What are you doing? Are you part dog? First time we meet and you're grabbing a girl's hand, groping and biting it, trying to get fresh with me? She yanked her hand back in fright and tucked it into her sleeve. I stared at that retreating hand, my face full of disappointment. What about you? What's your cheat code? My memory's gotten really good. Pretty much photographic. I said it with a bit of a deflated tone. I'd been proud of it at first, but after seeing her monster strength, my little gift suddenly lost its shine. Like being thrilled about picking up $10, then turning around and seeing someone else scoop up 100. Photographic memory is great too. She patted my shoulder. Then how about we swap? How would we swap? She said it without a care. Trading brute strength for a photographic memory. She was totally fine with that. What would a delicate girl want with all that power anyway? A sharp mind was the proper accessory for a fairy. Have you ever played Adventurer's Game 2? There's this thing in it where two people hug and their abilities switch. My tone was urgent. Swap just by hugging? That easy? You're not just trying to cop a feel, are you? She crossed her arms over her chest. Where's your mind going? We're comrades. This is a revolutionary embrace. Come on, one hug. I put on my most righteous face. Fine, just one hug. She stood up hesitantly and shuffled a step forward. I reached out, grabbed her arm, and pulled her into my chest. A wisp of fragrance drifted into my nose, and a soft warmth pressed against my chest. Instinctively, I tightened my arms. Her little face flushed bright red. Knock, knock, knock. Master, we're ready to serve the food. The knocking at the door snapped us out of it. She shoved me away, turned back to her seat, and smoothed her hair to cover her blushing face. The push sent me stumbling back 3 steps, and I rubbed my chest with a wry smile. The swap hadn't worked. Come in. Bai Tao came in first and handed the walnuts to the young lady. 2 waiters set 4 dishes on the table and withdrew. Give them a try. A couple of them are missing some seasoning, so the flavor's a little off, but the ingredients are absolutely all natural. I pushed the dishes toward her. She didn't stand on ceremony. She picked up her chopsticks and dug in. This Yuxiang shredded pork really hits the spot. The braised eggplant's pretty good too. This stir-fried bok choy is a little lacking though. It's overcooked. She kept up her commentary between bites and pulled Bai Tao down too. Here's the English translation. To eat together. I didn't touch my chopsticks, just sat there watching her. Each time a new dish came out, I'd set it in front of her and clear away the old one. Ugh, she let out a loud, satisfied burp and put down her chopsticks, looking utterly content. That's the best meal I've had in ages. Come by anytime. I'll keep a private room reserved for you. Just ask for the manager when you arrive. You think it's easy for me to get out? She rolled her eyes. Simple. Send this girl to pick it up, and she'll bring it back to you. It won't taste quite as good as fresh out of the kitchen, but it's still decent. I pointed at Bai Tao. Huh. So it's DoorDash, huh? I'll have to get Bai Tao a delivery uniform when we get back. Bai Tao had no idea what DoorDash was. All she knew was that she'd landed a sweet new job, picking up delicious food. And at the thought of getting to eat meals like this, she didn't have a single complaint. All right, we've met, we've eaten, and it's getting late. She braced herself against the table and stood up. Oh, hey, by the code of the martial world, shouldn't the next step be that we? I stood up too, teasing her. Code of the martial world, my foot. This lady is heading home. I've been out too long already. If I get caught, I'll never be allowed out again. She shot me a look and headed for the door. I meant nothing by it, of course. Running into someone from my homeland. I just couldn't help letting my guard down. And she didn't take it seriously either. Two strangers transported into the same world. There's a natural closeness, like old friends who've known each other for decades. No matter our stations or how wide the gap between us, I count you as a friend. If you ever need anything, come find me. Even if I'm not at the restaurant, the manager will let me know right away. You, take care of yourself. I walked her to the carriage, held the shaft, and looked at her earnestly. Don't worry. I didn't watch Empresses in the Palace a dozen times for nothing. This lady's got plenty of tricks up her sleeve. She waved, then clenched her fist. Then her eyes reddened, and she said, just as earnestly, you, take care of yourself too. I smiled and nodded, letting go. Once in the carriage, Baidao finally asked the question she'd been holding in the whole way. Miss, are you really acquainted with the fifth prince? That time we blocked his carriage. You could say we're acquainted. I just didn't know he was the fifth prince before, and he didn't know who I was either. We only figured each other out today. If I'd known earlier, that whole incident wouldn't have happened. Lu Qingxi's tone was casual, but inwardly she thought, if it weren't for blocking that carriage, we never would have become acquainted at all. This fifth prince isn't anything like the rumors say. That restaurant's huge, and it was packed with customers on the very first day. And the most important thing, the food is actually amazing. Oh, a few dishes, and you're already bought and sold. She toyed with her walnuts, teasing. That's not it. This servant just thinks the rumors really can't be trusted. Bai Tao protested quickly. Indeed, the fifth prince isn't the reckless. Text cuts off. Note, the passage ends mid-sentence with Bing Bushrutsak. The fifth prince isn't the reckless/careless. I've translated it as isn't the reckless. But if you can provide the complete sentence, I can finish it accurately. Package, she murmured softly, her eyes hazy and distant. Since ancient times, being an imperial prince had always been a high-risk position. Even if you had no ambition for the throne, you'd still get swept up in the storms of the succession struggle. One wrong move, and you'd be smashed to pieces. My friend, we both have to make it through this. Master, word came from the palace. They want you to come see His Majesty today after court is dismissed. Zhao Dezhu bent down and whispered in my ear. I pulled my gaze away from Lu Qingxi's departing carriage and frowned. The palace? They sent word all the way to our Dingxiang restaurant. Yes, the messenger didn't give his identity, just said he needed to see you, sir. He happened to run into me, recognized me, and passed along the message. I hadn't gone out of my way to advertise that Dingxiang restaurant was mine, but I hadn't exactly hidden it either. With so few people I could rely on, I had to handle everything myself. Given how tight a grip my father the emperor kept on the capital, figuring out I was the one behind it would have taken him no more than a word. There was still time. I turned and went back to the private room on the second floor. The leftover dishes had been cleared, the table wiped clean. Zhao Dezhu poured a cup of tea and stood waiting with his hands at his sides. As the excitement wore off, my mind gradually cooled. What did my father want with me? I thought it over carefully. I'd spent these past days busy with the restaurant. I hadn't thrown my weight around. All my supplies were bought fair and square. I hadn't cozied up to anyone powerful, and I certainly hadn't formed any factions. I couldn't figure it out, and there was no point trying. Send Zhou Fu up. Zhou Fu arrived quickly and bowed. What do you need, sir? When you settle the accounts, keep the numbers clean. Round down where you should, don't be stingy. Everyone did well this morning. Take a good rest at midday and keep going in the afternoon. Something's come up, so I have to leave first. Get the books in order tonight. I want to look them over tomorrow. Yes, sir. Understood. Go on then. I'll slip out without disturbing you. Going to the palace didn't scare me. A man who stands straight fears no crooked shadow. Only those with a guilty conscience go weak in the knees at the words, an audience with His Majesty. One by one, the midday diners settled their bills and left. I stood by the window, watching each satisfied face. Dingxiang restaurant was solid now. After a few waves of customers had gone, I slipped out the back door and boarded the carriage home. I freshened up a bit, changed into a fresh set of robes, and set off for the palace. The eunuch waiting at the palace gate bowed the moment he saw me and led the way. Clearly, he'd been given orders in advance. I was in no mood for chit-chat. As I passed officials leaving their posts, I simply gave a nod to those who bowed to me. Outside the imperial study, the eunuch went in to announce me while I waited at the foot of the steps. Before long, Pang Wanquan came out. "This servant greets your highness, the fifth prince." At ease, Chief Steward Pang. "Does my father have a moment?" I raised my arm slightly. His Majesty just finished reading the memorial from the Jiangxia circuit and is free now. He's ordered this servant to show your highness in. I stepped into the imperial study. This was the second time I'd set foot in here, and I still felt a bit nervous, though not as cautious as the first time. "Your son greets." Here's my English translation with a natural American flavor. "Greetings, father. No need for formalities. What have you been up to lately?" My father's voice came from behind the imperial desk. Words already reached him at the restaurant, and he's still asking? I lowered my head and pursed my lips, then looked up. "Father, I've opened a new restaurant called the Dingxiang House. It just had its grand opening today." "Ridiculous." My father's face turned livid as he braced both hands against the desk. "A prince, dabbling in trade? Competing with common merchants for profit? Where's your sense of propriety?" I prepared my argument in advance. "Please calm your anger, father. While studying, I happened upon a new method of cooking. After trying it, I found it excellent, so I wish to share it widely and add a bit of luster to the culinary traditions of the Qin. Never mind whether it turns a profit. Tie it to culture first." "So now you're doing a good deed?" My father was so angry he nearly laughed. "I'm young and don't understand the great affairs of court, but I hold the Qin in my heart. The common people eat such monotonous fare. Having discovered a new method, it's only right that I spread it and bring benefit to all. In principle, I had to claim the moral high ground." "You're young." My father slammed the desk and sneered. "In a few days you'll be establishing your own household. A prince engaged in commerce, and still no sign of remorse. Instead, you claim it benefits the people? Where is your sense of propriety?" I hadn't fooled him. I'd only made things worse. My knees went weak, and I dropped to the floor with a thud. "Please calm your anger, father. I know I've done wrong." "And what exactly is your wrong?" The cold voice bore down on me. Cold sweat broke out on my back as my mind raced. Those who eat the state's salary must not compete with the people for profit. There was no getting around that hard truth. The culture and common people cards wouldn't move him, so it was time to play a different one. My expression shifted, instantly transforming into one of pure grievance, my voice trembling. "Father, I know I was wrong, and I've brought shame upon the royal family again. I'm a dullard. I've read a few books, but compared to my brothers, I fall so far short. The crown prince is benevolent and filial, always thinking of the state. My second brother handles matters at the Ministry of Personnel with such steadiness that even the Grand Secretary praises his new system for evaluating officials. My third brother has achieved remarkable results at the Ministry of Revenue. The taxes from the Shaanxi circuit keep climbing. Even my fourth brother, only a year older than me, can ease your burdens at court. Only I." At this point, I lowered my head and rubbed my eyes hard, forcing out 2 tears. "Say only half, and let him fill in the rest. The grand appeals to duty and the people won't sway you, so I'll play the family card. Let's see how you handle that." Watching me wipe away my tears, my father's expression softened. "A dragon sires 9 sons, each one different. This fifth son was hopeless at his studies and reckless in his conduct, yet he'd never caused any real disaster. Opening a restaurant couldn't be justified by protocol, but in the end it did the court no harm." He let out a sigh. "Get up. From now on, leave the restaurant to your attendants to manage. Stay out of it yourself. Go to the inner palace and visit your mother. Have a meal with her." "Yes, father." I choked back my emotions, rose, bowed, and made my exit. The wind hit my sweat-soaked clothes, and a chill shot straight to my head. I shivered. Master Zhao Daiju, who'd been waiting outside, rushed over, his face full of concern. "I'm fine. Let's go. We're going to see mother." I paused. "Oh, right. Go find a few eunuchs and palace maids you're on good terms with, ones who want out of the palace. Write down their names, and I'll pass them along to mother. Once I have my own estate, they can come work for me. Familiar faces are easier to manage." These past few days, my mind had been consumed with the restaurant. It wasn't until father brought it up that it hit me. In just a few days, it would be my coming-of-age birthday, and then I'd be leaving the palace to establish my own household. After that, any visit to the palace would require submitting a formal request and waiting for a reply. The palace staff were well-trained. Bring them back to the estate, and they'd get to work without any hassle. As for whether they were father's spies, I wasn't worried. In fact, the more the better. Let father see clearly that his fifth son is an honest, unambitious man. At most, he makes a little pocket money. After all, a man who's going to take 80 or 90 wives someday needs money to support the family, doesn't he? The thought sent a rush of warmth through me. Once I had my estate, choosing consorts would be next on the agenda. I didn't much care about the other prince's principal consorts. When we met, I'd just call them sister-in-law and be done with it. The crown prince's consort, whose father Huang Lizzie was a fifth-rank censor, was an upright man who often impeached officials for misconduct in court. Rather than helping the crown prince, he'd become a liability. Luckily, the consort had borne an imperial grandson early on, which secured her position. The second prince's consort's father, Zhao Yuding, was a Hanlin vice minister, the top scholar of father's first imperial examination and a trusted senior official. That system of official evaluations my second brother championed? Most of it probably came from Zhao Yuding's hand. My brother just delivered it as his own. My third brother, meanwhile, had his sights locked on the daughter of Grand Secretary Lu Yuan, Lu Qingzi. Marry her, add the backing of the Shui family of the loyal prince's estate, and his network of allies would spread wide enough to pressure the Eastern Palace itself. Anyone who showed interest in Lu Qingzi was bound to face his suppression. As for my fourth brother, though not yet married, his match was already set, the daughter of Li Yuanqi, the provincial administration commissioner of Jiangnan. She'd already arrived in the capital, with the wedding 2 months out. Her dowry, they said, stretched for miles across over 100 carriages, and Li Yuanqi had even requested 3,000 garrison troops to escort it. As for me, I had only 3 requirements for a principal consort: beautiful, beautiful, and beautiful. When I reached Consort Shu's palace, I bowed low. Your son greets mother. Rise, rise, my dear Hong. Come sit. Mother beckoned, calling me to her side. What have you been busy with lately? She asked with concern. Nothing much. I read now and then. It's that servant Zhao Dezhu who can't sit still. He opened a restaurant, and I've been helping him think things through. The deed was in Zhao Dezhu's name. I'd merely offered a few suggestions. As for the money, well, that was his gift of loyalty to me. How could I refuse the man's kind heart? That wretched servant has no sense at all, troubling his master over his own private affairs. He deserves a beating. Mother's thinking was simple. I said Zhao Dezhu had opened it, so she truly believed it. The reason people used to call me a good-for-nothing had a lot to do with how my mother raised me. To put it kindly, she was innocent. To put it bluntly, she was a bit dim. Yet somehow this very woman managed to raise me in a palace that devoured people alive, and even rose to become an imperial consort. Dumb luck, I suppose, with heaven watching over her. I've already dealt with him, mother. There's no need for you to trouble yourself over such trivial matters. I won't concern myself with the trivial ones. What I'm worried about is you setting up your own residence. Your birthday is just a few days away. The Ministry of Works has already renovated the estate according to regulations. When you have time, go take a look and see what else it needs. Mother gazed at me tenderly. She knew full well that the throne, that lofty seat, was never meant for her son. All she wished was for me to live my own life safe and sound. I'll go tomorrow, mother. I'd also like to have Zhao Dezhu pick a few servants willing to leave the palace to work at my residence, if you'll permit it. That's fine. The palace staff know their manners. I'll rest easier knowing they're out there looking after you. Give me the names, and I'll notify the household department. Thank you, mother. I spent the night in the palace. After breakfast with mother the next morning, I handed her the list and left. Back to the residence to change, then on to the Dingxiang restaurant. It was still early, no customers yet. The staff cleaned while quizzing one another on the menu, discussing how to answer the questions patrons had raised the day before. Zhou Fu was behind the counter tallying the day's accounts. Hearing someone call out, "Young master," he looked up, saw me already standing before him, and hurried out to greet me. "Greetings, young master. Yesterday's earnings," I began. Before I could finish, his face broke into a grin, his voice bursting with excitement. After the morning crowd spread the word, customers streamed in all afternoon. The main hall turned tables, and even the private rooms upstairs saw 2 full rounds. He turned and fetched the ledger, presenting it with both hands. Take a look, young master. Even on the first day, sales topped 1,000 taels. My heart skipped a beat. The prices weren't cheap, and I'd expected good business, but I never imagined we'd break 1,000 taels on opening day. After costs, the net profit had to be at least 50%. I flipped through the tallies, table by table, a smile tugging at my lips. Excellent. Tell everyone to keep it up. At month's end, on top of their wages, the bonuses will be generous. Jiang Tao and Lei Ming get double. And you'll take a commission of 0.1% of the month's net profit. I'm no stingy master. When I make money, no one who follows me stays poor. 0.1% might sound like little, but Zhou Fu did the math clearly. At this rate, within a year he could buy a house right here in the capital. He was so overcome, he nearly knocked his head against the floor. Thank you, young master. I'll serve you with all my heart. He looked up and called out loudly. Listen up, everyone. The young master has rewards for us. Bonuses at month's end based on performance, and double for both head chefs. Thank you, young master. We'll treat every customer like our own father. Serve them the same way. Ha! The whole room was fired up. I waved them off with a smile, letting everyone get back to work, then turned to Zhou Fu, my expression turning serious. Now that the pay's gone up, the work has to match it. Keep a close eye on the ingredients. Nobody takes kickbacks. Nobody helps suppliers unload rotten fish or spoiled shrimp. We charge premium prices, so the ingredients have to be fresh. A little more expensive is fine. Don't worry, sir. I picked those 2 buyers myself, sharp lads, both of them. Anything goes wrong, I'll break their legs personally. Your income is tied directly to the restaurant's revenue. The better business does, the more you earn. You understand how that works. And one more thing. The day any competitor starts serving the same dishes we do, tell me immediately. Should I keep an eye on the 2 head chefs? No need. Stir-frying isn't hard. It's just that nobody had cracked it open before. Any owner could bring his cook here for 1 meal, go home, and figure it out. What we need to do is guarantee fresh ingredients, top-notch service, and constant innovation. I want people to think of stir-fry and immediately think of Dingxiang Tower. All those copycats will forever be trailing behind us. Understood, sir. The moment any restaurant in the capital makes a move, I'll report to you first thing. Go on then. I'll be moving into my own residence in a few days. Lots to do, so I won't be around much. When you get a chance, have Zhao Daju take you over so you know the way. Having settled things, I took Zhao Daju and hurried off to the prince's residence. The estate sat along the inner ring, surrounded by the mansions of nobles and dignitaries. It was standard for a prince, 3 courtyards deep, roughly 2,000 square meters, complete with a garden and covered walkways, just a bit on the smaller side. The place was already in order, furniture and furnishings all in place. All it lacked were servants and maids. That was on me to arrange. The Ministry of Works and the Imperial Clan Court didn't handle such things. I walked through the residence and was quite pleased. Smaller than the house I currently lived in, sure, but this was genuinely mine. Not a gift from anyone, a property granted by my father, the emperor. Living here felt solid. If I were ever made a king down the road, I'd move to a residence befitting that rank. If not, this would be my home for life. Over the next few days, I obediently followed the decree and stopped going to the restaurant in person, sending Zhao Daju each day to bring back the previous day's ledgers and earnings. The rest of my time I spent reading, training my body, and reading some more. A dozen or so days slipped by, and my birthday finally arrived. In the small hours, Zhao Daju woke me early to change into my princely court robes. The fabric was golden yellow, embroidered front and back on each shoulder with 4 coiled azure dragons, marking me as a prince. The crown prince wore 4 golden dragons instead, the mark of the rightful heir. In the carriage, I nibbled on some pastries. I'd attended morning court before, but only ever as an observer at grand ceremonies, there to listen, never to speak. One misspoken word and a censor would impeach me right there in the hall for not understanding propriety. At the palace gates, I got out of the carriage, straightened my court robes, and first paid my respects to my grandfather, Zhao Huai, the Vice Minister of Rights. He was a muddle-headed little old man who looked like he hadn't quite woken up. No wonder he'd raised a daughter with a temperament like my mother's. Qin Hong greets you, grandfather. HM. Oh, greetings to His Highness, the fifth prince. Startled awake, he recognized me and hastily bowed in return. Before the palace gates, there were no grandfathers or grandsons, only sovereign and subject. Crack, crack, crack. 3 snaps of the whip cut through the officials' murmuring. The palace gates slowly swung open. Officials of every rank scrambled back into place and filed in one after another. I found my own spot too, standing behind the several princes, exchanging greetings and pleasantries with my imperial brothers. It's the fifth brother's birthday today, and now you've got a residence of your own. It's high time you had a post at court as well. The crown prince, walking ahead, turned his head and smiled. In a few days, us brothers should gather at your place. Warm the house for you. Make it lively. The crown prince is right. The second prince, Qinjie, chimed in cheerfully. It's been ages since we brothers got together. This is the perfect excuse. Speaking of which, that reminds me of something. The third prince, Qin Hao, shot me a mischievous glance. About that business where the fifth brother's head got cracked open, Shuegue still hasn't apologized to your face. Perfect timing. I'll bring him along to your residence and have him make amends in person. No need for apologies. I said flatly. Once court lets out, I'll have someone put up a sign at my gate that reads, Shuegue and dogs not permitted. Besides, this is a gathering for us brothers. Who does Shuegue think he is to be included? The contempt in my words was completely undisguised. Qin Hao's expression darkened. When you beat a dog, you have to consider its master. By ranking Shuegue alongside a dog, I was clearly slapping his face in public. Watch your words, fifth brother. The fourth prince, Qin Ming, gave Qin Hao a tug, his tone sounding like advice, but his words even more venomous. If you rank Shuegue with dogs, then where does that leave the prince of Zhong's household? With a single sentence, he'd elevated the matter from Shuegue's personal dignity to that of the entire prince of Zhong's estate. Qin Hao's face turned grim, and the look he gave me grew even more hostile. I calmly met his gaze, sneering inwardly. What a fine bunch of imperial brothers. Every word out of their mouths was about brotherly love and devotion. Yet the moment they turned around, they were digging pits for one another. Not a single harmless soul among them. We'd kept our voices very low, too soft for others to make out. All anyone could see was the third prince's ashen face, with no idea why. Just as I was about to add another jab, the procession entered the Golden Throne Hall. The princes fell silent at once, standing solemnly to await the emperor. His Majesty arrives. At the head eunuch's shout, the entire hall of civil and military officials bowed as one. Long live the emperor, 10,000 years, 10,000 times 10,000 years. Rise, my subjects. Emperor Longzheng sat upright upon the dragon throne. Thank you, your majesty. The officials rose, and the morning court proceeded as usual. Officials submitted their reports, ministers offered their counsel, and the emperor deliberated and handed down rulings, settling what could be settled on the spot and leaving what couldn't for after court adjourned. The court resumed session. Those with opposing views couldn't avoid a war of words. The emperor simply watched from the side like a spectator, waiting until the arguing had run its course before making the final call. Soon, everything that could be resolved was resolved. That's when Huang Wanping, the Minister of Rights, stepped forward. Your Majesty, the fifth prince has come of age. By ceremonial protocol, he should move out of the palace, take part in state affairs, and assume an official position. Where is the fifth prince? Finally, my turn. I perked up, stepped forward briskly, and bowed. Father, rise. Did you hear what Minister Huang said clearly? I did, Father. I am willing to share your burdens and devote myself to the empire of Great Qin. Good. Since you have such intentions, have you given any thought to which department you'd like to serve in? With the major matters settled, Longzheng had relaxed too, and his tone wasn't stern. As for the appointment, I'd been planning it for a while. My goal was to be a carefree prince, make a little money on the side, and marry a few wives. The ordinary departments didn't suit me. After much deliberation, the capital prefecture became my top choice. I dealt with Prefect Liu Xiaohua a few times. He was decent both as a man and as an official, and he was willing to cut me some slack. More importantly, I plan to do business in the capital someday, and the status of a capital prefecture official would often prove far more useful than the title of prince. I dressed up my words a little and spoke. Father, though I have come of age, I am unfamiliar with civil administration and state affairs. To rashly enter any of the ministries might cause trouble for the ministers and hinder official duties. Therefore, I would like to serve in the capital prefecture. First, it would let me interact with the common people and understand their circumstances. Second, I hope to create a stable living environment for the citizens of the capital and the officials of the court. I ask for your approval, Father. Over in the ranks of the civil officials, Liu Xiaohua's eyes widened a fraction. Inwardly, he was probably cursing me up and down. Joining the ministries counts as causing trouble, but joining his capital prefecture doesn't? The capital prefecture governs the 7 districts of the capital and the 4 surrounding counties. The messes that crop up here are no smaller than those in any ministry. Did this 5th prince have any idea what the capital prefecture actually dealt with day to day? He wanted to refuse, but he feared the emperor might read too much into it. My son wants to work in your office, and you actually object? Do you look down on my son, or do you look down on me? Liu Xiaohua wore a pained expression, glanced at me. His lips moved slightly, but in the end he said nothing. That you would think of understanding the people's livelihood gladdens my heart. Minister Liu, do you agree to have the 5th prince serve in your capital prefecture? Longzheng had originally intended to slot me into the leisurely Ministry of Rights, where my maternal grandfather Zhao Huai could keep an eye on me and nothing too disastrous would happen. Now that I'd volunteered myself, he was unwilling to dampen my spirits. Liu Xiaohua hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Your Majesty, that the 5th prince is willing to come to the capital prefecture and personally attend to mundane affairs fills me with trepidation. It's only that the affairs of the capital prefecture are complex and tedious, mostly trivial matters among the common folk. His Highness is of noble station, and his conduct naturally follows royal standards. There may be improprieties, and I wouldn't know how to properly advise against them. I cursed under my breath. This old man, I haven't even taken the post yet, and he's already dodging responsibility and shifting the blame. Humph, say whatever you want. I'm going to that capital prefecture no matter what. Your Majesty, I said, bowing low. Your son is well aware that the affairs of the capital prefecture are numerous and demanding. Since I volunteered to go, I shall set aside my status as a prince and stand as an equal among the office's staff. I'll follow all of the prefect's instructions, never presume upon my rank to act recklessly, and never make things difficult for my superiors. Minister Liu, what do you think? Longzheng was thoroughly pleased. This son of his was finally showing signs of wanting to do real work. Since your Highness puts it that way, this humble official will await you at the prefectural office. A prince holding office carries no official rank. In all matters, he defers to the presiding official. If things go well, everyone's happy. If they go poorly, no one lays blame. It just means the assignments that follow won't be of much consequence. After court adjourned, I caught up to Liu Xiaohua with a grin and fell into step beside him as we walked toward the palace gates. Minister Liu, from now on I'll be working under you. I hope you'll look out for me. I clasped my hands, all smiles. Your Highness gracing us is an honor for the capital prefecture. This humble official will do his utmost. The words carried honor on the surface, but inwardly he was surely groaning. Come now, what business could I possibly have? Of all the ministries at court, you're the only one I've ever dealt with. I just figured I'd come rest in the shade of your great tree. I've dealt with you before, so now you come to bury me? That's what he thought, but what he said was, I'm just a lowly prefect, hardly a great tree, a sapling at best. I couldn't shield your Highness from wind or rain. Minister Liu, there's no need for such modesty. In my eyes, you handle your duties with real diligence. In the eyes of the people, you're a genuinely good official. When you overhauled the garrison offices the other day, not a soul in the capital didn't cheer. Besides, once I'm at the capital prefecture, I'll work in earnest and never cause you any trouble. With things said that plainly, Liu Xiaohua could only give a wry smile and nod. Today's the day my residence is officially opened. There's a great deal to see to, so I'm afraid I won't make it to the office. Not at all. Today is a momentous occasion for your Highness. It's a shame official duties keep me too busy to offer my congratulations in person. I've prepared a modest gift, and will have my steward deliver it to your residence." His face was full of contrition, as though not attending personally were some grave sin. "Please, no, don't send any gift." I waved him off. "I have no power or influence at court and no dealings with the other officials. If you were the only one to send a gift, it wouldn't just be awkward for me. People would talk about you too. Just look out for me at the office. That'll be the greatest gift you could give." Exchanging gifts is simply the way of the world, back and forth, and a friendship takes shape. But all I want is to be a carefree prince, with no interest in courting court officials. My enterprise is only just getting off the ground, and my mind isn't set on the court. If I associate too closely with officials, my imperial brothers will inevitably grow suspicious, which could work against me. Liu Xiaohua was worried about the same thing. If no one else sent a gift and he alone did, what would that look like? Currying favor with a prince? Or slapping everyone else in the face? Seeing that I truly wouldn't accept it, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Since your highness has no interest, I won't press the matter. When you come to the capital prefecture, so long as you handle things by the book, I won't impose any extra restraints on you." We said our goodbyes outside the palace gates. I promised to report for duty once things at the residence were in order, and he nodded in agreement. We each boarded our carriages. He headed to the office, and I returned home. There were no other servants in the fifth prince's residence, only the 10 eunuchs and palace maids that Zhao Daiju had handpicked days earlier, all of whom had volunteered to leave the palace. The imperial household department gave us no trouble. Consort Shu submitted the list, and it was approved right away. My grandfather, Zhao Huai, had wanted to give me both my old estate and its servants, but I declined. It wasn't that I didn't want to be close to the Zhao family. Given my status, no one would have said a word if I'd accepted an estate from my grandfather. It's just that I knew I carried no weight at court or in my father's heart, and couldn't do anything to help the Zhao family. Taking their estate on top of everything would have looked bad. The residence's gatekeeper was an old eunuch in his 50s named Wang Jin. Back when Zhao Dezhu first entered the palace, it was Wang Jin who had shown him the ropes and looked after him. The moment Zhao Dezhu explained why he'd come, Wang Jin agreed. Seeing his age, I assigned him to watch the gate. Few people ever came by, so the work was easy. For now, I was the only master in the residence. The palace maids and eunuchs had all been rigorously trained and went about their duties dutifully, so I had nothing to worry about. When I got home, my stomach was growling with hunger, and I quickly told the kitchen to prepare a meal. 2 aunties worked the stove, both in their 30s. Palace maids of that age who hadn't risen to become female officials, yet couldn't leave the palace either, lived a bitter life. So when Zhao Dezhu asked, they both agreed at once. As soon as they arrived, I sent them to the Dingxiang restaurant to learn stir-frying from Jiang Tao and Lei Ming. Before long, a plate of scrambled eggs, a plate of stir-fried pork with peppers, and a big bowl of rice were brought out. I nodded as I ate. The 2 aunties had learned diligently. Both dishes looked, smelled, and tasted wonderful. By rights, since today was both the opening of my residence and my birthday, a dignified 5th prince shouldn't have to celebrate in such shabby fashion. But I held little weight in my father's heart, and my birthday was simply handed off to the court of the imperial clan for a slapdash affair. Consort Shu, simple-hearted as she was, sent only 1,000 taels in banknotes. My grandfather Zhao Huai had wanted to make a fuss over it, but I turned him down, and he too sent 1,000 taels. My imperial brothers, each with their own agendas, certainly wouldn't come to show me any support. All these reasons together added up to today's shabby scene. I set down my bowl and chopsticks and gave my full belly a satisfied rub. None of this bothered me in the slightest. The Dingxiang restaurant was now clearing 1,000 taels in profit a day, raking in money hand over fist. It was time to move my next plan onto the agenda. Even with the change of residence, my daily routine stayed the same. Every morning I got up early and ran a few laps around the grounds. Rise early, get to work. The palace maids and eunuchs would drop whatever they were doing the moment they saw me, bowing deeply. I'd told them long ago that there was no need for such formality in my residence, but it seemed almost instinctive. Even when I wasn't looking, the instant I came into view, they scrambled to pay their respects. They walked and spoke softly during the day too, leaving the whole residence eerily quiet. After a few days of settling in, everyone had been assigned their duties. I decided I'd report to the capital prefecture today. Once I'd finished breakfast, the carriage carried me to the office. The capital prefecture was already bustling in the early morning, clerks coming and going, busy but orderly. Liu Xiaohua must have given instructions ahead of time, because the moment the guards at the gate saw me, they hurried to usher me in. I entered his office to find several documents already stacked on his desk. Lord Liu, I've come to report for duty. My apologies for arriving a few days late. Please, you're too kind. Your Highness holds a noble station. You mustn't refer to yourself so humbly. Besides, a new residence brings many matters to attend to. A few days' delay is nothing at all. He rose quickly from behind his desk and gestured for me to sit. Since your Highness has come to take up a post, what sort of work did you have in mind? Liu Xiaohua was clearly at a loss over how to place me. Give me anything weighty, and he feared I'd botch it and draw the Emperor's displeasure. Assign me some idle task, and he worried I'd feel slighted. So he simply asked outright, do whatever you like, and if something goes wrong, that's on you. In the Golden Hall, I said I wished to understand the lives of the common people. And to do that, I naturally have to go among them, I said. Why don't you assign me to street patrol, Lord Liu? How does that sound? What? That won't do at all. Your Highness is of noble birth. How could you take on the duties of a lowly clerk? He was startled. He'd imagined all sorts of tasks I might want, but street patrol, that grueling, thankless job, had never once crossed his mind. As I also said in the Golden Hall, I intend to set aside my status as a prince and stand shoulder to shoulder with my colleagues. If the prefecture's minor clerks can do it, why can't I? I'd already made up my mind about what I wanted from this position. Street patrol. First, it meant I wouldn't be trapped in the office all day reviewing documents. Second, even if I slacked off, Liu Xiaohua couldn't very well say anything about it. Third, it would give me plenty of time to handle my own affairs. Plenty of upsides. As for how others might view a prince walking the streets on patrol, I couldn't have cared less. Who would even call it patrolling? This was a royal son immersing himself among the people and witnessing their hardships firsthand. Who would dare mock that? Seeing how firmly I'd made up my mind, Liu Xiaohua had no choice. He summoned his aide, had him fetch a capital prefecture waist token to hand me, and instructed him to assign 2 sharp guards to assist me. I took the token and hung it at my waist. That made it official. I was now a member of the capital prefecture. As for a uniform, he didn't mention it, and I didn't ask. After all, you could hardly send a prince out into the streets wearing a robe with a giant office character stamped across the chest. Hey Xiao, it's been a while. We're colleagues now. I hope you'll look after me. The clerk who processed my waist token turned out to be an old acquaintance, Clerk Xiao. It seemed he'd earned quite a bit of trust working under Liu Xiaohua. You honor me, Your Highness. Whatever you need, just say the word, and I'll see it done. Xiao bowed low, visibly nervous. Lord Liu said he'd assign me 2 constables. You know this office better than anyone, so I'll leave the picks to you. I want them sharp, obedient, and tight-lipped. Men who know the capital well. A little skill in martial arts wouldn't hurt either. Clerk Xiao gave a bitter smile and sighed. Anyone who checked all those boxes would be the cream of the crop among the constables. And what sort of men were the capital's constables, exactly? Most were street thugs, gang members, or servants borrowed from some noble household, if not old soldiers discharged from the army who'd pulled the right strings. Every one of them lorded over his own turf, bullying the weak and cowering before the strong. Finding 2 among that lot to attend a prince was like lighting a lamp in an outhouse, hunting for crap. But an order from a prince had to be carried out, however difficult. Xiao stepped out for a moment and returned with 2 men. One older, one younger, both in official uniform, each with an arm-length baton hanging at the waist. Your Highness, this one's called Huang Biao, Army veteran. He's missing a finger, but his skills are still solid. And this is Song Bao. 3 generations of his family have served as clerks in the capital magistrate's office, and he just took over his father's post. Don't let his youth fool you. This boy's been running these streets with his father since he was a child. There isn't a corner of the capital he doesn't know. At your service, Your Highness. At your service, Your Highness. Both men already knew what they'd been called for, and after the introductions, they bowed hastily. No need for formalities. From now on we're colleagues. All this stiffness won't do. And drop the Your Highness. It's too distant. We'll mostly be patrolling the streets, and since I'm your captain, just call me Patrol Chief. Yes, sir. At your service, Patrol Chief. Song Bao, young and quick-witted, switched over at once. Privately, he marveled. This prince didn't put on any airs at all, nothing like the other nobles he'd met. A warm feeling toward him welled up naturally. Huang Biao respectfully echoed the title as well. Good. Starting today, our little patrol squad is officially formed. Let's move out. No need to keep interrupting Lord Lu's work. Watching me lead the two of them out the door in high spirits, Lu Xiaohua frowned with worry, wondering whether this fifth prince was going to land them all in trouble. Clerk Xiao seemed to read his mind and bowed. Rest easy, my lord. I chose these two after careful thought. Huang Biao is steady, skilled, and commands a bit of respect on the streets. Song Bao is a clever little fox, new to the post, sure, but he's already made the rounds of every garrison station under our jurisdiction and gotten friendly with them all. They call him the living map of the capital. As long as the fifth prince doesn't go looking for trouble himself, I doubt anything serious will come of it. Huh, let's hope so. Lu Xiaohua let out a heavy sigh. I led Huang Biao and Song Bao out of the capital magistrate's office and told Zhao Dezhu to bring the carriage. Sent him back to the residence, then met up with the others at the Dingxiang restaurant. The moment Zhao Dezhu left, I led the two of them toward the Dingxiang restaurant. Old Huang, tell me, how do you usually handle your rounds? Well, sir, us constables patrol by district. 2 men to a shift, or 3 to 5 in the busier areas. Huang Biao answered without hesitation. Mainly we keep order on the streets, deal with anything that pops up, and settle disputes. By district, I stopped and turned to look at them. So which district do we belong to? The two exchanged a glance, and neither could say a word. The air went dead silent. They just stared at me, and it got so awkward I had to force out a chuckle. That old Lu, he really can't be trusted to do anything right. I waved a hand. But then again, a subordinate can't rely on his superiors for every little thing. Since the prefect never assigned us a district, well, then the whole capital is our district. Little did I know, patrol assignments were actually handled by the individual garrison stations, and Lu Xiaohua couldn't care less about petty matters like this. It was like walking into the highest government office in the provincial capital, getting handed a job sweeping the streets, and expecting anyone to bother telling you which street to sweep. Huh? The whole capital? But Song Bao looked terrified, gesturing frantically in front of himself, lips trembling. My lord, do you have any idea how big this city is? I found out later that this kid had been running his father's district since he was 7, started covering his father's colleague's turf at 10, didn't dare roam the whole capital until 15, and now at 18 had finally earned himself the nickname, the living map of the capital. The second he heard we had to patrol the entire city, his knees went weak. Huang Biao gave a pained smile too. Look at you two, scared stiff. You're overthinking it, I laughed. I never said we'd cover the whole thing in one day. Come on, let's grab a bite first and settle your nerves. On the way to the Dingxiang restaurant, Song Bao walked beside me. Which road fell under which garrison, how many constables patrolled each street, which gang was backing which establishment behind the scenes. He laid it all out, clear as day, without missing a beat. I nodded along as I listened, more and more impressed with this living map. Song Bao, with a talent like yours, being a constable is a waste. Sir, what waste? He grinned. My family's been constables for 3 generations. The whole neighborhood's jealous. My pa says if I work hard, he'll set me up with a wife after the new year. Then someday I'll have kids, and when they grow up, they'll take over for me. 3 generations, all for the sake of one thing, stability. I clapped him on the shoulder. That's good. Work hard. And when you get married, I'll give you a fat red envelope. Then I turned to Huang Biao. And you, old Huang? Are you a local? Got a family? And what happened to your finger? Song Bao. Song Bao snickered off to the side, probably thinking again about the matchmaker his mother had hired. Huang Biao spoke up. Constable, back when I was young, my family was poor, couldn't afford a wife. Then the draft came along, so I enlisted and got sent to the frontier. That way my family owed 1 less share of tax. He paused, learned a bit of fighting from an old soldier out there. Later, when the barbarians raided the border, I kept my life, but lost a finger and tore up the tendons in my hand. Couldn't grip a blade anymore. Took my pay, pulled some strings with a company commander, and landed a job as a yamen runner here in the capital. As for family, never married. Right? Ninth Master never married. But he's got a sweetheart. Song Bao cut in eagerly. She runs a tofu shop over on Willow Leaf Street. Folks call her the Tofu Beauty. A young widow, and pretty as a picture. Shut your trap. Huang Biao kicked him square in the backside. Ninth Master. I had no interest in the sweetheart, but the title caught my curiosity. What's the story behind that? Song Bao rubbed his rear, utterly unbothered. Clearly he was used to it. That's what the street folk call Ninth Master out of respect. He lowered his voice. My old man says that back when Ninth Master had just become a runner, he ran smack into two gangs going at it. All by himself, he grabbed his staff and charged right in, cut them down left and right, laid out 20, 30 men flat on the ground. Then he marched straight to the gang's headquarters, gave both bosses a proper beating, and ordered them to keep their people in line and stop stirring up trouble on the streets. His eyes gleamed. After that, the name Ninth Master spread far and wide. And it's because of that very incident that Ninth Master stayed nothing but a street patrolman. Otherwise, with skills like his, he'd have joined the Six Panels Bureau long ago as a constable. Hell, even a chief constable. I gave Huang Biao another look, and my whole expression changed. Well, old Huang. Still waters run deep. No, my friends, just do me the honor. Huang Biao shook his head. His face showed neither longing for past glory nor bitterness about his present life, as if none of it mattered. With these two hands of mine, I couldn't be a chief constable anyway. Street patrol suits me just fine. The three of us walked on, laughing and joking. Along the way, we passed several groups of patrolling runners, who all eyed us curiously. A fellow dressed up like some noble, yet with a capital prefecture runner's badge hanging at his waist. Song Bao spotted people he knew and wanted to greet them, but didn't dare, scratching his head and ears in frustration. Huang Biao, on the other hand, was easy about it. When someone called out, Ninth Master, he'd just nod in reply, never a word more. We soon arrived at the front of Dingxiang Restaurant, where Zhao Dezhu had been waiting and came out to meet us. Master, the private room upstairs is all set. Come rest your feet. It was the height of the dinner rush, and the place was packed. Zhou Fu caught sight of me and started to come out from behind the counter to greet me, but I waved him off. I led my party straight up to the second floor and stepped into the private. Here's the English translation. We took our seats. Just whip up a few simple dishes, a soup, and some rice or noodles, I said casually as I sat down. Right away, sir. The waiter bowed and withdrew. Song Bao thumbed through the menu with curiosity. He couldn't read much, only recognized the prices listed after each dish name. He clicked his tongue, secretly griping about how greedy the owner was. These few dishes cost as much as a whole month of his salary. I picked up my tea and took a sip. Xiao Song, ever heard of this place? He set the menu down. Sure have. It's been open less than a month. The dishes are all new and creative, and it's become quite the hot spot among the capital's elite. Nobody knows who's really behind it, though. Word on the street says the owner's got serious connections. Apparently, that recent shake-up at the Ward Guardhouse had something to do with this place. Can't say if it's true or not. Oh, even you don't know who's behind it. The place just opened. I haven't had a chance to dig around yet. He thumped his chest. But if you want to know, sir, I'll hit the streets after my shift and sniff something out for you. I'll have answers by tomorrow. Good. I'll be waiting then. My interest was piqued. Could this kid actually track down who owned the Dingxiang restaurant? And if he really did trace it back to its owner, me, well, then I'd have to start looking at him in a whole new light. After we'd eaten our fill, I led the group out of the Dingxiang restaurant and ran straight into Bai Tao, climbing into a carriage, food box in hand. I chuckled to myself. I'd been wondering how my fellow transplant was faring. No word from her in days, and it had been weighing on me a little. I left Zhao Dezhu behind, partly to keep an eye on the restaurant and make sure nothing went sideways, and partly to find out what Bai Tao's visit was all about. The three of us pressed on with our grand patrol. With no set destination, we just wandered wherever, stopping at a tea house whenever we got thirsty. It was the golden ninth month. The weather was turning cool, crisp, and pleasant. Maybe it was the novelty of finally having an official post, but I didn't feel tired in the slightest. As we walked, more and more people in long scholarly robes started appearing on the streets, folding fans in hand, book boys or servants trailing behind them. Why are there so many scholars around? What's up ahead? Some kind of school district. School district? Like an area for schools. Song Bao got in a quick bit of flattery first. That's such a simple yet spot-on way to put it, sir. I'm impressed. I gave a faint smile, but paid it no mind. To answer your question, sir, up ahead is the Wendian Ward. The Imperial Academy's right here. These scholars you see are mostly Jiren who've just arrived in the capital to prep for next spring's civil examinations. He sighed. Every 3 years these Jiren pour into the city, and they cause the prefecture office no end of headaches. Can't afford to offend them, but they're a nightmare to manage. Oh, do they bully the common folk? No, nothing like that. These people guard their reputations like their lives. They'd never stoop to bullying commoners. Song Bao shook his head, but they love holding literary gatherings and debating politics. One wrong word and things heat up fast. Next thing you know, they're throwing punches. Let me know if you'd like me to adjust the tone, keep certain terms in pinyin versus translating them, or continue with more text. Here's the English translation. People went up to talk them down. Some of them even beat the constables, and the officers weren't allowed to fight back. They just had to swallow their teeth along with their blood. When it got reported to the higher-ups, nothing ever came of it. I nodded, understanding completely. These scholars were basically officials in waiting, and unranked constables had no authority over them. For the sake of their reputation, they might refrain from bullying common folk, but a mere constable or clerk, they didn't give them a second thought. Given the protagonist's fate, I figured a clash with these literati was probably unavoidable down the road. To save myself the trouble, I asked, among the scholars who came to the capital this year, who's got the biggest reputation? If I can't afford to provoke them, can I at least avoid them? The capital's big enough. I'll just steer clear of you. The most famous are Qi Yuanshan from the Jiangxia Circuit and Zhang Wenju from the Hunan Circuit, Song Bao rattled off. They've only been in the capital about half a month, but their essays and poems have already spread among all the scholars. Word is that even the Vice Minister of Personnel praised Qi Yuanshan's poetry for its rigorous style and lofty vision. And Zhang Wenju's policy essays are being called a blueprint for governing the nation. Supposedly, they've even landed on the emperor's desk. Whether that's true or not, who knows? I never pry into court affairs, and as for palace matters, I dodge them whenever I can. Where do these scholars usually like to gather? Yalan Gathering, Qingshui Courtyard, and Defong Tea House. 3 place names I'd never heard of came right out of him. Great, I nodded. Then let's stay far away from those spots. I'd already marked all 3 as off-limits. Absolutely not going. Huh. Song Bao was stunned. He'd assumed I wanted to join the crowd, not avoid it entirely. Huang Biao looked just as puzzled. By all logic, the princes love to court these up-and-coming officials. If a favored scholar passed the imperial exams, that meant another ally at court. And even if they failed, a talented one could still be kept on as an advisor. But I was doing the exact opposite, not touching a single one of them, completely against how the other princes operated. Nothing. Come on, take me somewhere fun. I ignored their bewilderment and hurried Song Bao to get moving. But things never go the way you want. Just as I turned to head in a different direction, a mocking voice came from behind me. Well, who do we have here? If it isn't His Highness the 5th Prince. Quick, everyone, make way for the 5th Prince. Better watch out, or he'll haul you off to the capital magistrate. Ha ha. I turned around. A young dandy in his early 20s stood there fanning himself with a folding fan, loudly telling the people beside him to step aside. He was surrounded by a ring of scholarly robes, and Fan Wenkai was among them. I recognized him at once, Shui Gui, the very reason I got dragged into this world in the first place. From his words and Fan Wenkai's presence, I could tell that word of my trip to the capital magistrate had already gotten around. I just didn't know whether Fan Wenkai had also let slip about that 10,000 taels. They made way as one. The students' eyes were full of mockery as they stood on that narrow path, barely wide enough for one person to pass. I sneered inwardly. The situation couldn't be clearer. The 3rd prince wasn't about to let go of these scholars flooding into the capital, a fat prize, as far as he was concerned. Since it wouldn't do for him to step in personally, he'd sent his #1 lackey, Shui Gui. And now that Shui Gui had run into me, the good-for-nothing 5th prince, he naturally had to swagger up and make a show of himself. just so all those scholars behind him could see that not every prince was worth backing. I don't go looking for trouble, but I've never run from it either. I'm a prince, for God's sake. Was I really going to let some duke's brat push me around, again and again? I was no longer the useless Qin Hong I'd once been. I took 2 steps forward and spoke with a cheerful grin. Shui Gui, I know you. Fan Wenkai, I know you too. I pointed first at Shui Gui, then at Fan Wenkai. But these people here, who exactly are they? Shui Gui was visibly stunned. This was the last reaction he'd expected. By all rights, I should have been flying into a rage, charging up to argue with him, maybe even throwing a punch. And if I dared to strike first, he'd gladly strike back. Last time he'd split my head open and gotten nothing worse than a few days' confinement and a scolding from the Grand Empress. As long as the Empress Dowager kept doting on him, he wouldn't give a damn about a worthless prince like me. But my reaction now left him completely thrown. Seeing that Shui Gui had gone quiet, one of the scholars behind him stepped forward. Greetings, Your Highness. We are scholars who have come from various provinces to sit for next spring's imperial examination. Oh, scholars from out of town. I looked him up and down. You think throwing on a scholar's robe makes you a scholar? You say you've come for the spring exam, so that just makes it true. My face darkened, and my voice suddenly rose. Everyone, off to the side. This is a street inspection. Produce your identification and travel permits. I barked the order, gripping my badge in my hand and thrusting it forward. Pushing past Shui Gui, I began shoving the scholars behind him toward the side of the road, one by one. Seeing me make my move, Song Bao and Huang Biao hurried forward. They weren't as rough as I'd been, but they were far from gentle either. Fifth Prince, what is the meaning of this? We are scholars on our way to the imperial examination. We hold the rank of provincial graduate. What right do you have to search us? How dare you? I am a licensed graduate. I'll report you to the capital magistrate's office. But it's like the old saying goes, a scholar arguing with a soldier can never get his point across. Right now, Song Bao and Huang Biao couldn't care less whether these men were scholars or graduates. They leveled their batons and herded the crowd to the roadside. After all, with me out front taking the heat, they were merely following orders. Every one of the scholars flushed red with fury. Back in the provinces, they were degree-holding graduates. They didn't have to kneel before officials, and the local constables bowed and scraped at the mere sight of them. Once they reached the capital, that status let them flout most of the law with impunity. But what they never could have imagined was that today they'd run straight into me, a prince of noble blood, holding the badge of the capital magistrate's office in my hand. And a prince's bloodline combined with the government's authority to enforce the law, their little scholar status wasn't worth a damn. Qin Hong, what are you doing? Shui Gui finally snapped out of it and shouted at me, beside himself with rage. Young Master Shui, why don't you tell me what I'm doing? I looked at him with a smile, though my eyes were ice cold. I'm carrying out official duties. Song Bao, tell young Master Shui whether we constables have the authority to stop and question suspicious individuals while patrolling the streets. Yes, patrol captain. When constables patrol the streets, we have the authority to question suspicious individuals. Suspicious individuals? Where are these so-called suspicious individuals? Shui Gui shoved Song Bao aside and planted himself in front of me. I can vouch for them. They're all scholars here for the spring examinations. You'll vouch for them? I shoved him aside. Your word isn't worth spit in front of me, a prince. Get out of the way. Block me again, and I'll haul you into the magistrate's office and charge you with obstructing justice. I sneered inwardly, please. Didn't you mock me for only knowing how to run to the magistrate? You think that's my only trick? You think I studied the Great Qin legal code for nothing? I walked up to Fan Wenkai and gave a little smirk. Young Master Fan, yes, I recognize you. No need to verify your identity. So get out of the way. My cold bark made Fan Wenkai flinch, and he scrambled to the side. Shui Gui shot him a vicious glare. Fan Wenkai groaned inwardly. Last time, for getting in my way, he'd been swindled out of 10,000 taels. Not only did he get chewed out at home, but his monthly allowance got cut in half too. If he got fleeced again this time, his father would break his legs. Qin Hong, don't push your luck. Think carefully about what happens if you cross the third prince. Shui Gui said darkly from behind me. He didn't dare step forward to block me again. because he understood that this time was different from before. Last time, it had just been two youngsters in a private squabble. Whether to punish us, and how severely, depended entirely on how much each of us mattered in our elder's eyes. And clearly, he was more favored than I was. So this time he wanted to pull the same trick and make me eat crow again. But he never expected that I wouldn't play by his rules at all. Instead, I'd taken a completely different route, using my status as a constable to my advantage. Constables held no official rank, but they represented the face of the government. I was acting with an official badge, legitimate and lawful. If he kept up his shameless meddling and obstruction, then this would no longer be a spat between two youngsters, but rather, Shue Gui showing contempt for the law of the land and acting with brazen impunity. The emperor might tolerate two youngsters horsing around, and might even refuse to favor his own son. But he would never tolerate someone who held the law and the imperial court in contempt. That Shue Gui could win the Empress Dowager's favor and run errands for the third prince meant he was no useless wastrel. He understood this principle well. Consequences? What consequences? I said, utterly indifferent. The nation has its laws, and every family has its rules. Even if this goes all the way up to my imperial father, I'm not afraid. Shue Gui, tell me, what consequences could I possibly face? He still thought I was the same old Qin Hong, hot-headed, quick to anger, ready to throw a punch at the slightest provocation. Please, I don't play that low-level game anymore, buddy. I play mind games now. I let out a scornful laugh and turned to the scholars who'd been shoved to the roadside. Everybody line up. Those with identification papers, hand them over. Those without, you're coming back to the magistrate's office with me for questioning. I swept my gaze across their sullen faces. And let me tell you, don't even think about resisting. You can't handle the consequences. The scholars exchanged glances. Who carries travel permits when they step out the door? They weren't afraid of ordinary constables to begin with, and with Shue Gui backing them, they were even less so. But they'd run into a prince who happened to be working as a constable. And with those two identities stacked together, their status as licensed scholars suddenly counted for nothing. Seeing that no one could produce a travel permit, I gave a snort and herded the whole crowd toward the nearest garrison station like a bunch of livestock. As for the servants of Prince Zhong's estate trailing behind the scholars, they all carried the estate's identification tokens. Their status was legitimate, so I left them alone. I led the way up front, with a group of dejected scholars following behind, the whole procession moving off in grand fashion. Shue Gui's face was livid. He summoned his own constables, whispered a few instructions in their ears, then fell in behind me. He meant to keep an eye on me, worried I'd make things hard for these scholars, all of whom were hoping to use his connections to get acquainted with the third prince. As things stood now, it was Shue Gui's face on the line. If anything else went wrong, it would be the third prince's face at stake. Chief, are we really taking these scholars to the garrison? Song Bao was young after all, and with a crowd of licensed scholars trailing behind him, his nerves were getting the better of him. Of course. Xiao Bao, remember this. I didn't even turn my head. You're a constable. When you're carrying out official duties, you represent the court, you represent the law. What is there to be afraid of? Song Bao pursed his lips and grumbled inwardly. Sure, only a constable with a prince's status like yours gets to represent the court and the law while enforcing it. For small fry like us, that only counts when we're dealing with commoners. When we reached the garrison, I led everyone inside. The constable on duty spotted the huge throng of scholars and his knees went weak. He grabbed Huang Biao, stammering, "Ninth Master, what's going on here?" "Our chief is carrying out official duties by the book," Huang Biao said calmly. "Clear out the temporary holding cell and the interrogation room right away." A seasoned constable through and through, Huang Biao knew exactly what to do in a moment like this. Now that the people had been brought to the garrison, the rest was for me to handle. As for the clash between the fifth prince and Shue Gui out on the street, people with sharp eyes and ears like Huang Biao and Song Bao naturally understood what was really going on. Whether this whole affair was me leveraging the situation for revenge, or whether I had something else in mind, us small fry, for the sake of our own lives and livelihoods, are better off standing aside. When the garrison clerk heard the report, he came rushing out. The moment he saw a dozen scholars in scholarly robes being shoved into the holding cell, his face went white as a sheet. he nearly fainted on the spot. Seeing that Huang Biao was still pushing people inside, he lunged forward, gripped Huang Biao's arm with all his might, and roared in a panic, "Huang Biao, are you trying to get us killed? You'll drag anyone in here. If you want to die, die alone. Don't drag me down with you." "Clerk, sir, this is the fifth prince, His Highness, who's just come to serve at the capital prefecture. He's also our patrol captain." Huang Biao pulled his arm free and pointed at me. "If you've got a problem, take it up with the captain." The meaning couldn't have been clearer. This is my superior. Take your grievances, however grave, to the prince. I'm just following orders. I looked at the clerk with a faint smile. He followed Huang Biao's pointing finger and met my gaze head-on. Lu Xiaohua had already spread word of my new post throughout every garrison, precisely to keep the men below from failing to recognize me and giving offense. The clerk gave a violent start, stepped forward briskly, and bowed deeply. "This humble official, Wei Qizhong, greets your highness." "At ease, Clerk Wei." I waved a hand. "Today I come not as a prince, but merely as a street patrolman of the capital prefecture. There's no need to call yourself this humble official." I paused, my voice unhurried. "While on patrol today, I encountered these men. I had reasonable cause to suspect their identities, so I stepped forward to question them. Yet not one could produce travel documents. Hence I brought them to the garrison for verification." "What do you make of that, Clerk Wei?" Cold sweat streamed down Wei Qizhong's face. "The fifth prince said he wasn't here as a prince, but did that mean I would actually dare treat a prince as anything less?" "No opinion. None at all. It's an honor for our garrison to serve your highness." "Qin Hong, enough of your posturing." Shui Gui chased in through the door, his expression dark. "You wanted to question them, didn't you? Then get on with it. Once you're done, I still have to treat these scholars to drinks at the Ryue Pavilion to wash away the bad luck." I turned slowly, my eyes settling on his face, my voice sinking inch by inch, cold as a blade. "Shui Gui, are you instructing this prince on how to conduct his affairs?" Shui Gui's heart lurched at that single look. I fixed my stare on him. What standing did a man like Shui Gui have? Someone not even qualified to tutor a prince, daring to direct a prince's conduct in public, that was trampling the honor of the royal house underfoot. The moment he dared nod and admit it, I would seize him then and there on the charge of contempt for imperial authority. Shui Gui read the killing intent in my eyes and forcibly swallowed his words, fury churning within him. He couldn't fathom what had gotten into things today. Every word from this fifth prince was a trap, and one careless step would send him tumbling into disaster. Wei Qizhong saw the tension escalating and hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over, bowing to both sides. "Your Highness, young Master Shui, there are too many prying eyes here at the garrison. Why don't we head to my office for a cup of tea and let the men below handle the matter?" I shot him a hard glare, cursing him inwardly for meddling. Shui Gui let out a breath of relief, but said nothing, merely throwing Wei Qizhong a glare of his own. Caught between these two nobles, Wei Qizhong broke out in a cold sweat again. If the two of them had a falling out here in the garrison under his command, his own little life would surely be dragged down with them. "The prefect has arrived." The announcement came from outside the door. Wei Qizhong and Shui Gui both breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. I, however, pursed my lips. What a shame. Lu Xiaohua strode in briskly, his eyes sweeping across the tense scene, then landing on the dozen or so students crammed in the holding room, faces full of indignation. "Prefect, please set this right. The fifth prince has abused his authority, and the constables of the capital prefecture have used brute force in enforcing the law. Please set this right, my lord. Please set this right, my lord." Now that they had someone to rally behind, the students erupted into a chorus of complaints. Everyone silence. "I will investigate the details of this matter myself." Lu Xiaohua, his head splitting, turned and put on a stern face. "Your Highness, the fifth prince, why have you brought these students to the garrison?" I cupped my hands, every word crisp and clear. "Allow me to explain, my lord. When a constable patrols the streets, his duty is to maintain public order. Today I encountered a group of men dressed in scholars' robes, claiming to have come to the capital for the spring examinations. In accordance with the law, I inspected their travel permits. Not one of them had any. I suspected that someone might be impersonating a student to commit unlawful acts, so I brought them to the nearest garrison for questioning. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Xiaohua's eyes. Lawful, reasonable, and by the book, there wasn't a single fault to pick. Absurd. Shui Gui jumped in. I've said it already. These are all my friends, students who've come to the capital to take the examinations. You, Qin Hong, are simply abusing your authority. Lord Lu, please strip him of his post and confiscate his badge. Shui Gui, I said coldly. I've already told you. Your word isn't worth a copper coin to me. What's more, I am merely verifying their identities, not passing sentence. And if, once verified, they truly are students, then they'll be released. I raised my hand, cutting off the words he was about to spit out, and continued. Under the laws of Great Qin, any soldier or civilian traveling beyond 100 li must carry a travel permit. Anyone without one is treated as having illegally crossed a checkpoint, and both patrol inspectors and garrisons have the authority to detain them. However, since these men all hold scholarly rank, the garrison's authority is insufficient, and I have no power to punish them. I will submit a report to the Education Bureau and request that they impose strict discipline, so that students do not think their status entitles them to trample the law underfoot. I turned to Lu Xiaohua. Prefect, is there anything improper in the way I have handled this? Lu Xiaohua nodded again and again in his heart, and the way he looked at me changed completely. The entire procedure was watertight, all in strict accordance with the law, even if this matter blew up. Before His Majesty, the Emperor would only praise the capital prefecture for handling its duties diligently, and instead fault the Academic Affairs Office for its lax discipline. The Prince enforces the law fairly, without any personal agenda. We shall do exactly as Your Highness commands. When the students being held in the detention room heard the words Academic Affairs Office, their faces went pale in unison. They feared nothing under heaven or earth, except the Academic Affairs Office. That was the place with the power to bar them from exams, sentence them to caning, and even strip them of their scholarly ranks. This was the first time I'd handled official business, but drawing on years of work experience and a head full of legal knowledge, I found myself handling it with surprising ease. With Lu Xiaohua backing me, the students had no choice but to fall in line and cooperate. Shui Gui stood off to the side, his face dark as a storm cloud, utterly helpless. As for calling in the third prince to clean up this mess, not a chance. What I held in my hands was the law of Great Qin. If the third prince showed up, he'd only humiliate himself. As things stood, the only person losing face here was Shui Gui. I worked quickly, registering the names, hometowns, and current lodgings of a dozen-odd students, sending the constables to fetch their travel permits, and checking each one against the records. Once the verification was done, I didn't waste another word. I let them go. The students filed out of the garrison, every one of them crestfallen, as if they'd all just failed the spring examinations. I stood at the doorway, watching them, and spoke in a level voice. Scholars, this prince has a few words for you. Today's identity check may seem like harassment, but it is nothing of the sort. Our Great Qin is a nation governed by law. When you pass your exams, enter the court, and one day govern a region of your own, you must know the law and abide by it all the more. Do not let today's affair dishearten you. Go back and apply yourselves diligently. Study hard and cultivate your character. And above all, remember, what is the true purpose of studying? I swept my gaze across their faces, weighing each word. This prince hopes to see all of you on the honor roll next year, serving the realm and bringing good to the common people. No one who makes it to the capital for the imperial exams is a fool. Their hearts had been full of resentment. This was clearly an undeserved disaster, and they were nothing but casualties of my power struggle with Shui Gui. But those few words of mine landed like a blow to the head, and it jolted them awake. Studying wasn't just about rank and title. It was about what you could do for the people once you had them. Real, tangible good. So what had they actually done since arriving in the capital? Gathering together day after day, calling it scholarly discussion, only for the conversation to drift into idle romance and pretty words, asking around to find out who the chief examiner was, which high official had connections, whether they ought to pay a visit. They hadn't even passed the exams yet, and already they were cultivating old classmate ties. The frustration on their faces slowly gave way to shame, and as one they cupped their hands and bowed. Thank you for your teaching, Your Highness. We will go back and study hard. and never forget why we set out on this path. Thank you for your teaching, Your Highness. Thank you for your teaching, Your Highness. I waved my hand with a grin. Enough with the formalities. Just don't go cursing me behind my back, and we're square. Off you go. They hurriedly insisted they'd never dare, and I saw them off with a smile. Behind me, Lu Xiaohua's heart. He started to wonder. This fifth prince didn't seem to be the good-for-nothing everyone claimed. Wielding both the stick and the carrot, there was a certain imperial cunning to it. The thought made his heart skip a beat. When he looked at me again, there was something in his eyes I couldn't quite read. Shuigue was so furious he nearly spat blood. The scholars he'd painstakingly recruited for the third prince had been hauled in for questioning. And when they left, not only did they hold no grudge, they actually thanked me with a cheerful "thanks a lot." He stormed off. He had to report to the third prince right away. This fifth prince, Qin Hong, was nothing like he used to be. Lu Xiaohua left satisfied too. He didn't say much before going, just shot me a meaningful glance. I was baffled. That look, what was it supposed to mean? I was still puzzling over it when Song Bao and Huang Biao came over. "Chief, you were amazing." Song Bao bounced up to me, practically bursting with excitement. Huang Biao gave me a thumbs up too. "Hey, just doing my job." I waved them off. No blind hero worship allowed. That's what I said, but inside I was pretty pleased with myself. Today's business had gone off beautifully. Constables have no official rank, but they do have the authority to enforce the law, and yet that authority is so often hamstrung by matters of status. I was different. On one hand, my status as a prince. On the other, my power to enforce the law. With both weighing down on people, I could operate like a fish in water. I grew more and more satisfied with my decision to take a post at the capital magistrate's office. Let's go? Back to patrol. The days passed quietly and uneventfully. Wake up in the morning, go for a run, wash up, eat, flip through the Dingxiang restaurant ledgers Zhao Daiju brought back, then report for duty and patrol the streets. The third prince made no move against me, but rumors spread through the marketplace that the fifth prince threw his weight around, abused his power for personal gain, and made a point of harassing scholars. Song Bao was the one who told me all this, saying it was being spread far and wide. I just smiled faintly and paid it no mind. As usual, I took Song Bao and Huang Biao out on patrol. To my disappointment, I neither ran into any genteel maiden selling herself to bury her father, nor any down-on-his-luck hero peddling his sword by the roadside. What did spread, though, was the art of stir-frying, now taking hold in all the major restaurants. I tried a few of them. The flavor was passable, but they were all just copying Dingxiang restaurant, with nothing original to offer. The weather was turning colder, so I decided to bring out the hot pot. I'd already sent Zhao Deju to find a blacksmith to forge copper pots. Copper was somewhat taboo, but given my status it was no big deal, and I didn't need much of it. A few more days passed, and the rumors in the marketplace faded. After all, a prince merely throwing his weight around and abusing his power for personal gain. It wasn't like he was snatching women off the streets or kicking down widows' doors at night. It couldn't hold the common folks' interest for long. With no one to spread them, the rumors naturally died down. The main character didn't even have to come out and set the record straight. Then one day, while I was out on patrol with the two of them, Zhao Deju came looking for me in his carriage. "Master, Miss Lu came to the shop asking to see you." I grinned. So the young lady's finally able to get out. Haven't seen her in ages. Kinda missed her, honestly. Xiao Bao, ninth, we're calling it a day. You two are dismissed. Go have fun. Go flirt with the ladies, whatever floats your boat. Yes, sir, Captain. Song Bao was so happy he nearly did a backflip. Working under this captain was the good life. Even slacking off came as a direct order. Huang Biao cracked a grin too, cupped his hands, and took his leave. I climbed into the carriage and headed straight for Dingxiang Tower to meet my old hometown friend, Lu Qingzi. Once inside Dingxiang Tower, I nodded to the staff, waved off Zhou Fu to let him tend to his own business, and went straight up to the second floor. I pushed open the door to the private room and found Lu Qingzi pacing back and forth, the walnuts in her hand clacking away. Well, the young lady finally leaves the house," I said, walking over with a smile. She wore the same plain, ordinary makeup as last time. Honestly, I couldn't for the life of me see how she'd become known as the greatest beauty in the capital. "Cut the chatter. I've got serious business with you." She stopped fiddling with the walnuts and pointed at Zhao Dezhu. Baitao, you and what's his name step outside first. Zhao Dezhu looked utterly baffled. He had a name. Thank you very much. It was Zhao Dezhu. Baitao tugged him out by the sleeve and gently pulled the door shut behind them. What's wrong? You in some kind of trouble? Seeing how grave she looked, I dropped the joking around. This time it's big trouble, and I need your help. Come sit. She pulled out a chair and sat down, then patted the empty seat beside her. I sat and looked at her furrowed brow. How do you want me to help? You need money. I'll give money. You need people. I'll give people. She didn't say a word, just stared at me dead on, until it made my skin crawl. Don't look at me like that. You're freaking me out. What's the trouble, really? I leaned back a little. You marry me. She said it slowly, one word at a time, her tone dead serious. I want to become your consort, your imperial princess. Thud crash. I went over backward, chair and all, hitting the floor. I scrambled to sit up, planting my hands behind me, a look of sheer terror on my face. What did you say? You want to marry me? No. Wait, you want me to marry you? I was so rattled I couldn't even get the word straight. Get up first. Look at the state of you. She was somewhere between annoyed and about to burst out laughing. I clambered up, righted the chair, and sat back down. Sister, what's going on? How did we jump straight to talking marriage? I leaned in closer, completely lost. You know how that scumbag third prince has been dying to marry me. He's even gone around declaring the position of primary consort is mine and mine alone. Every time my family tries to arrange a match for me, he sabotages it. Thanks to him, my marriage is still hanging in the air. A couple of days ago, out of nowhere, he had Prince Shui of the loyal prince's household come to our door to broker the match. My father couldn't refuse outright without disrespecting Prince Shui, so he only said we'd have to see what His Majesty thinks. Qin, Hong, you've got to help me. I'd rather die than marry that third prince. Actually, I'd rather marry you than him. Hearing this, I frowned. Looks like the third prince has run out of patience. He knows that with Prince Shui coming to your house in person, your father won't reject him to his face. He'll just kick the ball over to the emperor. Then he'll get the Empress Dowager to step in and plead his case. The emperor won't want to embarrass the Empress Dowager, so he'll most likely issue a decree granting the marriage. And when that happens, I looked at her. You'll have to marry him, whether you want to or not. Lu Qingxi panicked and grabbed my arm. So according to you, what am I supposed to do? Hurry up and think of something. Aren't you the one with the photographic memory and the sharp mind? Don't rush me. Let me think. I patted her hand and pulled my arm back. Imperial authority reigns supreme. As long as we could lock down Lu Qingxi's marriage before the decree came down, everything would sort itself out. But given Elder Lu's status, he'd never marry off his legitimate daughter casually. And any family of equal standing would be too scared of the third prince to get involved. I racked my brain and came up empty. All I had left was a last resort. Looks like you've only got one option left. Run away from the marriage. What? Run away? Crack. Lu Qingxi crushed the walnut in her hand and slammed it down on the table. You think all this time, and that's the lousy idea you came up with? I'm a noble young lady, raised in silk and luxury. Where exactly am I supposed to run off to? Become a mountain bandit? Live as an outlaw? Choke down husks and scraps? You get to live it up here in the capital. We both transmigrated here, so why should you get the good life and not me? I refuse. If you really can't think of anything, then do what I said, marry me. The way she slammed the table startled me. I was half afraid her dainty little hand would come down on me next, and I wasn't sure my body could take it any better than that walnut. Fine, you refuse, but why smack the table? Let me think of something else. I already thought it through. We're from the same hometown. If I marry you, you'd never hurt me. And you're a prince, so marrying you would only make my life better, not worse. Bottom line, it's all upside. All upside for you. What about me? I said, looking thoroughly unwilling. I'll have you know, I plan on marrying 7, 8, 9, 10 wives someday. So you'd better not set your sights on me. You? Marry that many. Lu Qingxi scoffed, her face full of disgust. You dog. I knew it. Not a single man is worth anything. How am I a dog? I argued, craning my neck. Back home it's one husband, one wife, sure. But every rich and powerful man is secretly keeping 3 or 4 concubines on the side, aren't they? Now that I'm living in a world like this, what's wrong with a prince like me taking a few more wives? I don't care. Her eyes flashed. If you won't marry me, I'll go home and tell my father that you and I have been carrying on in secret, and let him take that to the emperor. When that day comes, you'll be stripped of your royal dignity and reduced to a commoner. I'll be branded a disgrace to the Liu family name and shipped off to a nunnery. From then on, you'll be out on the streets, and I'll be keeping company with a dim little oil lamp for the rest of my days in this godforsaken world. You, Liu Qingxi, you. I pointed at her, my finger trembling. Me? What about me? Sob, sob, sob. She suddenly burst into tears, drops splattering down her face. Why is my life so miserable? A proud, independent modern woman, and I end up in a world where women have zero status. Every single step I take, I'm terrified one wrong move will cost me my life. And now that I'm in trouble, the only fellow countryman I've got couldn't care less whether I live or die. All he can think about is marrying 7, 8, 9, 10 wives. I might as well just die. Sob, sob, sob. At the words, fellow countryman, she shot me a resentful little glance. Her crying set my scalp tingling. Frustrated, I stood up. Fine, fine. Stop crying. I'll marry you. I'll marry you. Happy now. The instant I agreed to marry her, Liu Qingxi's tears stopped on the spot, and her sobbing vanished into thin air. She pulled out a handkerchief, gently dabbed away the tear tracks on her face, and spoke lightly. You said it yourself. A real man keeps his word. No backing out now. I was shaking with rage. I pointed at her. You were playing me the whole time. Oh, come on now, how was I playing you? She tucked the handkerchief back into her sleeve, picked up her teacup, and took a sip. Let me tell you, if you back out, I'll go home and tell my father the two of us have been carrying on in secret. As for what happens after that, well, that's not my problem. You figure it out. I slumped into my chair, not wanting to say another word. You'd better take the initiative on this. Go to my family to ask for my hand, or plead your case before the emperor, whatever works. Just make it quick. Enough. The look on your face, you'd think marrying me was some kind of catastrophe. She glared at me. Let me tell you, if I'm going to marry you, I have conditions. What? You have conditions? I sat bolt upright, my face full of disbelief. She let out a sigh. Ugh. Look, we're both time travelers here. Back where we come from. Whoever agreed to marriage without even knowing each other first? Back home, I'm still single, but plenty of guys were after me. I'm single too, I cut in eagerly. Shut up and let me finish. She rolled her eyes at me. I stayed single because I wanted to get my career stable first, build up some financial security, and then worry about romance. I've watched period dramas and read historical novels. I know that in a feudal society, it's totally normal for a man to have multiple wives and concubines. I never once expected to find a man here who'd marry me, and only me for a lifetime. The moment I got here, I'd already made up my mind. This life, I'm not getting married. People, when I'm a bit older, I'll start a little business, save up some money, build myself a house, and keep a few cats and dogs. Wouldn't that be nice? But sadly, things never go the way you want. As a woman, I don't even have the right to decide how I want to live my own life. She took my hand, her gaze clear and calm. So, fellow countrymen, you're the only one I can rely on. Only by hiding behind you can I truly be myself, live life on my own terms. Because I know you won't tie me down with all that feudal nonsense. And I won't hold you to modern laws or morals either. You want to take several wives? Take as many as you like. I won't stop you. Really? You really won't stop me? Won't judge me by modern standards. I grabbed her hand back, all my gloom instantly gone. Nope. Before I could fully celebrate, she quickly added, don't get too excited. Like I said, we barely know each other. This marriage is just a convenience. What I want is the position of head consort, not to actually be your wife. Oh, I got it immediately, drawing out the word. I see. You should have said so sooner. A marriage of convenience. You don't bother me, I don't bother you, and you keep the head consort spot while living your own life. Exactly. That's the idea. Deal. Our two hands clasped together firmly. My hand. My hand. Oh no, I'm so sorry, so sorry. I got carried away and couldn't control myself. I rubbed my hand, tears practically welling up in my eyes. Where she'd gripped it had gone cold and pale. The blood wasn't even flowing anymore. She smiled awkwardly, her face full of apology. Forget it, just be careful next time. I wiped my eyes. Business is settled, now let's eat. This whole thing's been on my mind for days. I haven't eaten a decent meal. In good spirits now, she called for the food to be served. The weather's getting cold. My Dingxiang restaurant is about to launch hot pot. Perfect timing, you can give me some pointers. Zhao Dezhu, little Zhu. The moment I opened my mouth, the door to the private room swung open, and Zhao Dezhu and Bai Tao rushed in, faces full of urgency. The two of them had been standing guard outside. Though they couldn't make out what was being said, they could still hear the commotion. But without their master's permission, neither dared barge in. Master, Miss, are you all right? Lu Qingxi waved her hand, signaling that all was fine. Bring up a serving of that hot pot I taught Lei Ming and Jiang Tao to make a couple days ago. A little bit of every kind of dish for dipping, and slice up plenty of extra lamb. Yes, master. Zhao Dezhu turned and headed for the kitchen. Not bad. Hot pot's coming out, and in a copper pot, no less. The moment Lu Qingxi heard hot pot, her mouth started watering, and she swallowed quietly several times. All the other restaurants in the capital are rolling out stir-fried dishes one after another. If my Dingxiang restaurant doesn't come up with something new, you're about to get outrun. Soon, the copper hot pot was brought out. Once the glowing charcoal was set in place, the spicy chili base went into the pot, boiling water was poured in, and the fiery red broth began to bubble and churn. Lamb slices thin as cicada wings, springy fish balls, all kinds of mushrooms. One dish after another filled the table. We didn't let Zhao Dezhu and Bai Tao wait on us. Once all the food arrived, we shooed them both out again. The hot pot was scorching and spicy, and the two of us were sweating buckets. An ice-cold beer right now would hit the spot, I said, setting down my chopsticks and letting out a satisfied burp. Between bites, Lu Qingxi gave a half-hearted then went right back to swishing food in the broth, like Elder Lu had been starving his own daughter back home. I shot her a look, took a sip of tea, and started telling her about everything I'd been through lately. When she heard I'd actually taken a post at the capital magistrate's office, as a street patrol constable, no less, the chopsticks she was dipping into the pot froze midair. Swallowing the lamb in her mouth, she asked, "What were you thinking? Instead of the 6 ministries, you go to the magistrate's office?" And as a constable, she kept eating after asking, but her eyes stayed fixed on me, waiting for an answer. You just don't get it. My brothers have all planted their people in the 6 ministries. If I went in, I couldn't accomplish anything. I'd just be an easy target, and they'd have plenty of leverage to trip me up. The magistrate's office is different. It oversees hundreds of garrison stations, thousands of constables, and its reach extends to the surrounding districts and counties. Most important of all, the magistrate's office has law enforcement authority. Law enforcement authority. Pair that with my status as a prince, and it's incredibly powerful. As I spoke, I told her the whole story of my run-in with Shuigui again. When she finished listening, she gave me a thumbs up and spat out 2 words, badass. All right, hurry up and eat, I said, giving her a disdainful glance, losing all interest in continuing. A long, drawn-out burp, and Lu Qingxi finally set down her chopsticks. All that was left on the table were the bare, empty plates and the broth still bubbling away. Lu Qingxi put down her chopsticks and pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the corner of her mouth. It's getting late, I should head back. Get on that thing we talked about. Don't actually let the 3rd prince's people beat you to it. If you screw it up, watch that dog head of yours. She shook her fist, looking fierce. If it weren't for the grease still smeared at the corner of her mouth, I might have actually been scared. Fine, finish up and get going, I said, waving her off in annoyance. Humph. She stood, gave my shoulder a pat. Kid, I'm counting on you. Go get M. On her way out, she spotted Bai Tao and Zhao Dezhu having hot pot together on an open patch in the back courtyard, their faces the picture of contentment. When they got called away, she kept glancing back, step after step, reluctant to leave. After seeing the two of them off, Zhao Dezhu came back up to the 2nd floor. He pushed open the door to find me sitting there, lost in thought. Master, shall we head back to the residence to rest? I lifted my head. Let's go. Back to the residence. Downstairs, I found Zhou Fu in the main hall and told him the hot pot could officially launch. Back at the prince's manor, I went into the study, trying to figure out how to broach the subject of marrying Lu Qingzi with the emperor. Through consort Shu? No good. My mother wasn't exactly reliable. I'd have to bring this up with the emperor face to face. But what excuse could I use to get an audience at the palace? Just as I was racking my brain and coming up empty. Hey, someone arrived from the palace. The little eunuch delivering the decree bowed respectfully. This servant greets His Highness, the fifth prince. That's enough. What brings you to my manor, little eunuch? Reporting to your highness, the emperor summons the fifth prince to the imperial study for an audience after court adjourns. All right, I understand. Zhao Dezhu, see the little eunuch out. The eunuch bowed and departed. Of course, I couldn't let him leave empty-handed. I slipped a nice tip right into his hand. I ordered the servants to heat some water. I needed a bath before heading to the palace. Meeting the emperor reeking of hot pot would be downright disgraceful. Once I'd washed off the hot pot smell, I sat in my study chair and thought it over. Had I done anything out of line recently? Thinking it over, the only big deal was taking those scholars into the garrison for an inspection a few days back. But that was already resolved. Even the street gossip had died down. Besides that, what else was there? Meeting the emperor now, I wasn't as nervous as the first time. Treating the emperor like a company chairman, I was just an ordinary employee. When the chairman calls in an employee, it's usually just to talk about work. Work. At that thought, my eyes lit up. Right, it was about work. When a regular family's kid goes off to a job, the elders still want to know, how's it going? How are you getting along with your coworkers? No matter how lofty the emperor was, he couldn't just ignore his son's first official post, could he? Having figured out the reason, I ran through all my recent work-related issues in my head, aiming to make a good impression on the boss. I changed into my prince's robes. When reporting to the boss, you naturally dress the part. I told Zhao Dezhu to prepare the carriage and off to the palace. When I got out at the palace gate, I arrived just as officials were leaving after their shift. I spotted Grand Scholar Lu Yuan at a glance. After a moment's thought, I walked over. After all, he might be my father-in-law someday. It'd be rude not to greet him. This official greets Scholar Lu. I bowed respectfully. Lu Yuan was quite surprised that I'd initiated the greeting and quickly returned it. Greetings, Your Highness, the fifth prince. How has your health been lately, Scholar Lu? Government affairs are demanding. Please take good care of yourself. The great Qin can't do without a pillar like you. I put on a look of concern, purely making small talk. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. My health is passable. Lu Yuan's face was full of confusion. Why was the fifth prince suddenly so concerned about his health? That's good, That's fine. I won't keep you any longer, my lord. It's time you headed home. Watch yourself on the road and get some rest early. I stepped aside respectfully. Very well. I'll take my leave. Even after passing through the palace gates, Lu Yuan still couldn't figure out what this sudden show of courtesy was all about. He could only return home full of unanswered questions. Little did he know, it was simply his future son-in-law running into his father-in-law and steeling himself to say hello. I followed the guiding eunuch to wait for my summons outside the imperial study. Before long, Pang Wanquan came out. Your Highness, the fifth prince, His Majesty will see you now. All right. I nodded and stepped into the study. Your son greets you, father. I bowed. The nervousness from my first visit was gone now. No need for formalities. How's your work going at the capital magistrate's office? Longzheng set down a memorial, picked up his cup, and took a sip of ginseng tea before speaking mildly. I relaxed inside, just as I'd expected. The emperor had summoned me to ask about my work. Father, when I joined the capital magistrate's office, I chose to be a street patrol officer. If I want to understand how the common people live, then of course I have to go out among them. My patrol unit has 3 men, including me. These past days, we've walked every street, big and small, dozens of them. In my view, the people of the capital live in peace. The shops run their business steadily, and disturbances on the streets are rare. The clerks and officers at each garrison do their jobs conscientiously too. Going forward, I plan to cover every corner of the capital, keeping a close watch on public order and the people's livelihood, so the capital stays peaceful and stable for the long term. I finished with a calm expression. A work report like this was second nature to me. Good. The fact that you chose to be a street patrol officer and went out among the people shows you have the heart to do real work. I'm very pleased. Longzheng nodded. I may be dull-witted, father, but I understand this much. For a tall building to stand firm, the foundation must be solid first. So I started from the bottom, keeping my feet on the ground, one step at a time. Good, feet on the ground. Fifth son, you've done well. Longzheng was delighted. This fifth son of his, whom everyone had written off as a fool, was saying and doing things that truly made people see him in a new light. Looking at Longzheng's gentle expression, I felt a little smug inside. I was just about to seize the moment while he was in a good mood and try to bring up the matter between me and Lu Qingxi. But unexpectedly, Longzheng rose, came around the desk, and stopped in front of me. This Lu Xiaohua, there's nothing outstanding about his record, but he's diligent enough in his work. His only fault is that he's far too slippery as an official. The capital is crowded with the powerful and privileged, imperial clansmen, nobles, and court officials all tangled together, with no shortage of conflicts. Relatives of the royal family and the sons of high officials breaking the law and running wild. That's the norm here. I hope you can enforce the law fairly and impartially, without bending to personal ties. He looked at me, his eyes holding both relief and a measure of expectation. Was the capital in chaos? No, not really. But were the common people living well? That, too, was truly. It wasn't as good as I'd imagined. Those royal relatives and privileged sons of officials had long figured out Lu Xiaohua's temperament. As long as things didn't blow up or stir public outrage, a word from their elders and a little silver could smooth everything over. Was Lu Xiaohua corrupt? No, not really. He never pocketed a single tael of that silver. It all went to reward the garrisons under him or to compensate the common folk who'd been wronged. So in the eyes of the clerks and constables, he was a good boss. In the eyes of the people, he was a good official. But in the emperor's eyes, he was not a good subordinate, because he failed to do what a prefect of the capital was supposed to do. He couldn't hold the line on the law, letting those law-breaking nobles walk free after paying only the smallest of prices. I'd never looked at things from a ruler's perspective, and I'd figured Lu Xiaohua counted as a good official. Not greedy, not cruel, and he actually got things done. Wasn't that what a good official was? But in Longzheng's eyes, he wasn't. He was too soft. I was stunned. The emperor clearly didn't think much of Lu Xiaohua. Was he planning to replace the prefect of the capital? I felt conflicted. I wanted to put in a good word for Lu Xiaohua, but I didn't know him well enough and didn't dare speak out of turn. Rest assured, father, your son will act according to the law, show no favoritism, and keep the capital safe and orderly. I bowed, my gaze firm, as if I were the very anchor of the capital prefecture, the loyal guardian of the laws of Great Qin. Don't get cocky, just do good work. Longzheng patted my shoulder, his eyes full of encouragement. Your son obeys. I felt a little thrill inside. See, as long as you know how to talk, you can slack off all you want and still win the boss's favor. You may go. Longzheng turned and walked back behind the imperial desk. He'd just sat down when he noticed I was still standing there, my face all twisted up. What is it? Something else to report. He picked up his teacup. Well, father, the official business is done. Your son would like to bring up a personal matter. I hesitated, then decided to use this audience to bring up the situation with Lu Qingxi. The longer I waited, the more could go wrong. If the third prince made his move first, I'd really be letting down my fellow townsmen. A personal matter? What is it? Speak. Longzheng sipped his tea, and hearing it was personal, he waved his hand without much interest. Well, father, your son has fallen in love. I stammered it out, my face flushed with embarrassment. Cough, cough, cough. Longzheng looked like he'd been startled out of his skin. He sprayed a whole mouthful of tea all over Pang Wanquan beside him, coughing over and over. Pang Wanquan, tea dripping down his face, rushed forward to pat his back and help him catch his breath. I jumped too. I wanted to step forward and help, but didn't dare, so I could only watch anxiously. Cough, cough. Longzheng recovered with a few breaths, took a sip of tea, and finally steadied himself. What did you say? Fallen in love. He waved his hand to. Pang Wanquan withdrew, asking in confusion. Yes, dating. It's when a man and a woman like each other and make things official. That's called dating. Seeing the blank look on his face, I hurried to explain. You're saying you've fallen for a girl? Longzheng asked, sounding uncertain. Yes, father. I've fallen for a girl. but I swear I never used my position to force anything. She likes me too. When two people like each other, that's what dating means. Like each other? You two have been carrying on behind everyone's back. Longjing's face flushed with anger as he pointed at me and snapped. No, no, absolutely not. We've kept everything proper. We only confessed our feelings to each other. Nothing improper happened. I waved my hands frantically. In this feudal society, once a man and woman had an illicit affair, regardless of their status, it was a matter of life and death. Hearing there was nothing improper, Longjung let out a sigh of relief. Which family's daughter is she? He was curious, too, that this good-for-nothing son of his had actually caught a girl's eye, and from the sound of it, this girl wasn't after him for his royal status either. Reporting to father, she's the legitimate young lady of Grand Secretary Lu Yuan's household, Lu Qingzi. What? Minister Lu's daughter, Lu Qingzi? Longjung looked stunned, his years of cultivated imperial composure shattering to pieces in an instant. Yes, it's Qingzi. Father, even I can hardly believe it myself now. But when love comes, there's no holding it back. Here's how it happened. That day, I went to the Dingxiang restaurant. I launched into my masterful spin. The gist of it was this. I went to the Dingxiang restaurant to eat, and Lu Qingzi happened to be there too. Fate brought us together, and we met. At first, neither of us knew the other's identity. We'd only heard each other's names, but never met face to face, and all we talked about was the cooking at Dingxiang. As the conversation went on, we finally introduced ourselves, only to discover we'd had history all along. I was the first to sincerely apologize for my rudeness in the past, and Lu Qingzi, being reasonable and understanding, forgave me. And so, the two of us bonded over stir-fried dishes, exchanged messages through her maid Baitao, and gradually developed feelings for each other. Before entering the palace today, we ran into each other again. I boldly confessed, and Lu Qingzi shyly accepted, admitting she'd grown fond of me as well. Anyway, that's how it all happened. My mouth was dry from talking. When I lifted my head, I realized both Longjung and Pang Wanquan were staring blankly, as if they'd just been told some fairy tale. I pressed my fist to my lips and gave a soft cough. Ahem. The sound wasn't loud, but Emperor Longjung and Pang Wanquan both jolted back to their senses as if struck by lightning. The way they looked at me shifted from bewilderment to shock, finally settling into pure, unadulterated confusion. Longjung picked up his teacup and drank, only to find it empty. There hadn't been any tea in it for a while. Pang Wanquan, quick with his hands, took the empty cup, replaced it with the warm tea that had been kept ready nearby, and gently set it down by the emperor's hand. Long. He was just taking a sip. Everything you said, is it true? He still wouldn't believe it. I knew what he was thinking. Lu Yuan's daughter, Lu Qingzi, the most beautiful woman in the capital, her reputation as a talented beauty known throughout the city. How could a woman like that fall for a good-for-nothing prince like me? What's more, the embroidered uniform guard had just reported it. Prince Zhong, Shui Yuanping, had personally visited the Lu residence to propose a match between Lu Qingzi and my third brother. Lu Yuan hadn't agreed, but he hadn't turned it down either. Just 2 days later, here I was, claiming that Lu Qingzi and I were lovers. What was the connection here? What scheme was at play? If I were him, I'd be suspicious too. Your Majesty, every word I've spoken is true. I beg you to grant your son this union with Qingzi. Of course, every word was true. Lu Qingzi and I had met at the Dingxiang restaurant. Sure, she'd approached me herself, claiming we were from the same hometown. But who knows what the two of us talked about in that private room? Her maid, Baitao, frequented the Dingxiang restaurant often. Sure, only to pick up free takeout. But who could prove she never smuggled a love letter along with it? Investigate. I wasn't afraid of any investigation. We simply fell in love, freely. So what if it didn't fit reason or propriety? When love comes, nothing can stop it. Do you know that Prince Zhong has already gone to the Lu residence to propose on behalf of your third brother? Longjung stared at me. Your son only heard about it from Qingzi today. These past 2 days she's been unable to eat, unable to sleep. She's grown so haggard over it. Seeing her like that breaks my heart. As I spoke, my eyes reddened, my acting worthy of an Oscar. Longjung frowned. I knew what he was thinking. Was Lu Qingzi's love for me genuine, or was she trying to turn the brothers against each other? And if it was the latter, What did she stand to gain? Enough. I understand now. I'll speak with Minister Liu about this matter later. Yes, father, do talk it over with Scholar Liu, and better yet, have him go home and ask Qingzi what she wants. Marriage may be decided by one's parents, but surely the children's hearts deserve to be heard too. I looked eager beyond words, as if the moment he nodded, I'd rush off to bring Scholar Liu into the palace so both families could have a good long chat. All right, you're dismissed. Longzheng waved me off irritably, tired of my endless talking. Your son takes his leave. I had no choice but to leave the palace and return home. Only Longzheng and Peng Wanquan remained in the imperial study. The emperor braced both hands on his desk, the index finger of his right hand tapping lightly against the tabletop. Peng Wanquan, have the embroidered uniform guard verify whether the fifth prince's words are true. And look into that Liu girl, what she does around the residence day to day, and what kind of character she has. He slowly leaned back into his chair. This servant obeys. In the capital, deep in autumn, dawn came later now, and the morning wind blew colder. I threw on an extra layer for my morning run. When I finished, I hurried to take a hot bath. Couldn't risk catching a chill. In these times, there were no antibiotics. Here's the English translation. Once you fall ill, relying on Chinese medicine alone won't cut it. Sickness comes crashing down like a mountain, but leaves as slowly as unraveling silk. After breakfast, I glanced over the ledgers for Dingxiang Tower. The new dish, hot pot, was about to launch, and the numbers on the books were probably about to shoot up again. I changed my clothes and headed out to report for duty at the capital magistrate's office. No folding fan today. Waving a fan in this weather doesn't make you look cool, it makes you look like an idiot. I did bring along my discipline rod, though. Not the standard issue kind the constables carry. This one, I had a carpenter craft from golden Nanmu wood, shaped entirely after the Xieji, the mythical beast of law and justice. Beautifully done. Practical? I couldn't care less. As if there'd ever be a situation that required me, a prince, to get my own hands dirty. I had Zhao Dezhu drop me off at the magistrate's office, then told him to go wait for Bai Tao at Dingxiang Tower. He was to have Bai Tao pass a message along to Lu Qingzi. The matter's been handled. Whether it works out is up to the heavens. Zhao Dezhu had no idea what the matter actually was, but he'd remembered it, and that was enough. A servant didn't need to know the business between his master and Miss Lu. Good morning, fifth prince. I turned around to find Lu Xiaohua greeting me with a beaming smile. Looking at that grinning face, I chuckled inwardly. Still smiling, huh? You're already on the emperor's blacklist. Once your days as magistrate are up, we'll see if you can still crack a smile. Morning, Lord Liu. I smiled back, just as sincere, as if I hadn't the faintest clue about the emperor's opinion of him. Your Highness works so diligently every day. When His Majesty hears of it, he'll surely be delighted. You flatter me. Lord Liu, now, you toil away day in and day out, conscientious as they come, a model for all the officials. His Majesty sees it all. Ha ha ha, you're too kind, too kind. It's all for the great Qin, all for His Majesty. Exactly, for the great Qin, for His Majesty. It's still early. Why not come to the back and have a cup of tea, Your Highness? Thank you, Lord Liu, but I'll pass. Drink too much tea, and I'll be looking for a privy halfway through patrol. Huang Biao and Song Bao are still inside checking in. Once they're out, we'll hit the streets. I really did have official business today. It wasn't entirely because of that blacklist. Magistrate. Captain. No sooner had the words left my mouth than Huang Biao and Song Bao came walking out of the office. Spotting me and Lu Xiaohua, they hurried over to pay their respects. Everyone's here. Lord Liu, we'll be off. I clasped my hands toward Lu Xiaohua. Go on. Don't let me keep you from your duties. We'll have tea another day. Lu Xiaohua watched us leave, then walked back into the office with a smile. Captain, that discipline rod of yours is so cool. What's carved on it? Song Bao stared at the rod in my hand, eyes full of envy. A xieji, the mythical beast that represents law and justice. That stone statue in front of the magistrate's office. That's it, Huang Biao answered with a sideways glance. I gave him a thumbs up. Sharp eye knife. Then I casually handed the rod over to Song Bao, so he could get a good look. Song Bao took it and gave it a couple of swings. He made an exaggerated face, weighed it in his hand, decided it wasn't as handy as the one at his own waist, and handed it back to me. Chief, Which district are we patrolling today? Huang Biao asked, hands tucked into his sleeves. West City. It's getting cold. Let's see how the folks over there are preparing for winter. As the old saying goes, hunger and cold breed thieving hearts. Throughout history, most trouble has sprung from a single word, poverty or hunger. West City was mostly slums. I worried that once the cold set in, people who couldn't survive might grow desperate and stir up trouble. It wasn't that I was so kind-hearted. It's just that a lot of problems are better prevented early. Waiting until things blow up in your face only makes them worse to clean up. And if there's one thing I hate, it's trouble. West City was still a ways off. Walking along the street, I made up my mind. I had to get us a few horses, or we'd waste all our time on the road and get hardly anything done. The closer we got to West City, the fewer shops lined the streets, and the more ragged the passers-by became. Nearly every garment patched over. Let's check in at the local ward office first. I frowned. This place was even worse than I'd imagined. Song Bao led the way, and we soon arrived at a ward office. Ninth Master. Little Bao, what brings you two here? I hear you've been working under His Highness the Prince. Be sure to look out for your brothers here from now on. The constable at the door greeted us warmly. Brother Wan, this is our patrol chief, His Highness the Fifth Prince. Song Bao hurried to introduce me. The constables in West City rarely saw anyone of rank and didn't know how to mind their words, so Song Bao was afraid the man might offend me. Aya, you should have said so sooner. This humble one is Wan Yofu. Greetings to your Highness the Fifth Prince. The constable stamped his foot and hastily bowed. Is the clerk in? I nodded. Yes. Please come in, your Highness. Hearing that a prince had come, the clerk rushed out to receive us. This subordinate is Wang Haisong. Greetings to your Highness the Fifth Prince. I looked him over. An old official's robe washed pale, boots patched at the toes, hair going gray, and a dark, weathered face carved with deep lines. I nodded inwardly. Here was an official who actually got things done. Clerk Wang, my patrol has brought me to this area today. I'd like to learn about the situation in West City's slums. Please come in, your Highness, and let this subordinate explain in detail. Once inside the office, I glanced around. The room was worn down, the desk missing several patches of lacquer, one of its legs wrapped in a few loops of straw rope. What would your Highness like to know? Wang Haisong stood respectfully to one side. Tell me about all of it. I pulled over a chair and sat down. It gave a loud creak, and I half expected it to fall apart the next second. Wang Haisong's face flushed a little. This ward office sat in the slums. There was no money to skim, and the higher-ups never allotted funds for repairs, so they just made do. Watching me sit there calmly, something suddenly rose in his eyes. Hope stirred in Gu. Hope even he couldn't quite put into words. Reporting to your Highness. The garrison oversees 7 streets, 300 households, including 7 shops and 32 shanties, with a population of 1,538. He rattled it all off without so much as glancing at a ledger. I stared at him, thoroughly impressed. This was the first clerk I'd ever met who could keep every street, household, and head count in his own head. Impressive, Officer Wang. You've got everything under your jurisdiction memorized. I gave him a thumbs up again. Officer Wang here is the one folks around these parts call Wang the Upright. He's a good official. Song Bao chimed in beside me, his face full of admiration. You flatter me. It's just my duty, Wang Haisong said, clasping his hands. True, I said, looking at him. But how many actually live up to that duty? I understood now why Song Bao had brought me here. He wanted to introduce me to this good official who was genuinely willing to work for the people. I didn't mind his little scheme. If Wang really was a good official, I had no problem putting in a good word for him with Lu Xiaohua. A promotion where a promotion was due, a raise where a raise was due. Officer Wang, would you have time to show me around the streets? Of course, after you, your Highness. Smiling, I rose and gestured for him to lead. After you, Officer Wang. And just call me Patrol Officer Qin. There's no Imperial Prince here, only a street patrolman of the capital prefecture. Huh. All right then, after you, Patrol Officer Qin. Wang Haisong laughed heartily, clearly thinking this 5th prince didn't put on any airs at all. As we walked, I listened to him talk, and gradually I got a sense of the people here. Most of these folks had no steady work. Every day they'd haul goods and carry luggage for others at the city gates, scraping together barely enough to get by. One rainstorm or snowfall, and their livelihood was gone. Officer Wong, it's getting colder by the day. When winter comes, how do these people survive? Some head out of the city to cut wood and make charcoal, some go break ice, and when it snows, some go out to clear the streets. The garrison gives the snow clearers a ration of grain for that. We came to a row of shanties. The households we'd passed earlier were run down, but at least they had doors and courtyards, something to keep out the wind and rain. But these shanties were packed one against the next, just a few boards nailed together to resemble a house. The seams weren't sealed. You could see right inside through the gaps of light. And these people, I pointed, will they make it through this winter? What else can they do? Go out and look for work. As long as there's work, they won't feel the cold. Wang Haisung's voice dropped low, thick with helplessness. I said nothing, my face blank. It wasn't his fault. A lowly clerk couldn't fix a problem like this. This was a problem for the people with real power at court, a problem for the master of this nation, a problem for this whole rotten world. As I turned to leave, I looked back at him. Magistrate Wang, you have to trust the imperial court. Things will get better. The people will live good lives someday. Wang Haisong didn't say a word. He just bowed deeply and stayed that way for a long, long time. Back at the manor, I locked myself in my study. What I'd seen today had shaken me to the core. For the first time, I asked myself seriously, now that I'd crossed over into this world, what was I actually here to do? Being a prince, making some money, taking a dozen wives, sure, that was the dream. But on the road to that dream, what could I actually do for those ordinary people? I hate trouble more than anything. And improving people's livelihoods just happens to be the most troublesome thing in the entire world. But every time I pictured those shacks with lights streaming through the gaps, every time I thought of those kids on the street, still in thin summer clothes as the weather turned cold, covered in patches, my heart clenched like someone had it in a fist, throbbing with pain. Everything I'd seen today made it impossible to just stand by and do nothing. I took a deep breath, grabbed a sheet of rice paper, and picked up my brush. Right in the center of the page, I wrote a single line. My hand was shaking with excitement, so the characters came out a little crooked. The first 5-year plan of the Great Qin. My eyes were bloodshot. I muttered to myself as I wrote, sometimes chewing on the tip of my brush and staring into space, sometimes bursting into wild laughter. Even Zhao Dezhu, who came to call me for dinner, got chased right back out. While I was skipping meals and losing sleep over this, elsewhere, Lu Yuan was returning home with a grave look on his face. My lord, Lady Lu took a cup of tea from a maid and handed it to him. Lu Yuan took it but didn't drink. He set it down on the table. What did Qingxi do today? Lady Lu blinked. The first thing her husband asked upon walking in. Why was it about their daughter? Nothing really. She was just reading in the courtyard. My lord, has something happened to Qingxi? After my shift today, His Majesty called me to the imperial study. And of all things, he asked about Qingxi's marriage. Lu Yuan's brow was tightly furrowed. Her marriage? Could it be that His Majesty wants to betroth Qingxi to the third prince? Lady Lu was alarmed. His Majesty didn't say outright. He only told me to come back and ask Qingxi. Lu Yuan's tone was full of confusion too. Go and call Qingxi here. Lady Lu instructed a maid to fetch her, then anxiously turned back. My lord, could the third prince have said something to His Majesty? Prince Shui had barely come to propose marriage before His Majesty summoned you. Could this be? She didn't finish, but Lu Yuan already understood her meaning. His Majesty didn't mention the third prince, didn't even mention Prince Shui. I can't figure out what he's really getting at either. Only then did Lu Yuan pick up his tea and take a sip. Daughter greets father and mother. A young woman stepped in through the doorway, hands folded before her waist, bowing slightly. The Lu Qingxi standing there now. Had I seen her, I would surely have been stunned. She and the one I'd met. Here's the English translation. That woman, she was like a completely different person. Not a trace of makeup, yet she radiated a natural glow. Her skin was snow white, her brows delicately arched, and her round, almond-shaped eyes seemed to shimmer with light whenever she glanced around. Her long black hair was glossy as lacquer. One look could topple a city, a second could bring down a nation. Truly, she was the greatest beauty in the capital. No need for formalities. Come over here. Lady Lu beamed as she waved her daughter closer. Father, mother, you asked for me. Is something the matter? Lu Qingxi said, nestling in beside them. His Majesty summoned me today and asked about your marriage. He told me to come home and find out what you think. Lu Yuan looked at his daughter, a headache already forming. Lu Qingxi was the child of his old age, doted on from birth. He'd taught her to read himself. The girl was brilliant. She picked up everything at once, mastering poetry, prose, music, and song alike. Her literary talent outshone more than half the scholars at the Imperial Academy. At 12, a single verse about plum blossoms had stunned the entire capital, earning her the title of the capital's greatest talent. At 14, while offering incense with her mother, she'd become known as the capital's greatest beauty. Ever since, suitors had come knocking in an endless stream. But the third prince had barged into the picture, declaring that Lu Qingxi would marry no one but him. One by one, the other suitors were crushed by his influence, until, in the end, not a single one remained. The whole city was simply waiting for her to come of age and marry into the third prince's household. No one had asked what the Lu family wanted, much less what she herself wanted. But the reason a surprise is that no one sees it coming. She arrived, and so did he, which was exactly how today's scene came to be. His Majesty said, "He wanted father to ask my opinion?" Lu Qingxi's face stayed calm, but inside she was bursting with joy. Deep down, she gave me a thumbs up. Earlier that day, she'd sent Bai Dao to Dingxiang Tower to order food, and the moment she arrived, she ran straight into Zhao Dezhu, who passed along my message. The deed is done. The rest is up to fate. She never expected her father to ask about marriage the instant he got home. She had no idea what her fellow townsmen had said to the emperor, but as long as they were willing to ask her opinion, anything was possible. This is His Majesty's wish, and it's mine as well, Lu Yuan said, looking at her seriously. Do you truly want to marry the third prince? Of course not, Lu Qingxi blurted out. Then she lowered her head, fingers twisting together, her face flushing with embarrassment. I already have someone I like. What? What? Lu Yuan and Lady Lu were stunned at the same moment. Lady Lu grabbed her daughter and spun her around, forcing the girl to face her. Who? Who have you got your eye on? Whose son is he? How did you two meet? What's his character like? What does he look like? The questions came crashing down all at once. Oh, honestly, it's no stranger. It's the fifth prince, Qin Hong, Lu Qingxi said sheepishly. Who? At this, even Lu Yuan shot to his feet. The fifth prince, Qin Hong. She assumed the two of them hadn't heard. Qing, she said again. How could it be the fifth prince? Lu Yuan paced back and forth, muttering to himself, unable to believe it. Really the fifth prince? Not the third prince. Madame Lu thought she must have misheard. It's the fifth prince, Qin Hong. Her tone was firm. The couple exchanged a glance and sat down at the same time. How do you even know him? As I recall, you two have never met. Didn't he startle you so badly last time that you fainted? Lu Yuan's face was full of suspicion. Well, it's like this. She recounted the whole story. You could tell we were from the same place. The story Lu Qingxi spun was nearly identical to mine. 9 parts truth, 1 part lie. So that's what happened. Put that way, the fifth prince isn't the useless fool everyone makes him out to be. Madame Lu nodded, suddenly understanding. Clearly, she believed it. Of course, mother. Don't listen to those rumors out there. Qin Hong is truly remarkable. Seeing that her mother was convinced, Lu Qingxi let out half a breath of relief. The other half stayed lodged in her chest, hanging on her father. I see. Lu Yuan seemed to have figured something out. Yet those narrowed eyes still hadn't quite seen through it all. You're certain it's the fifth prince? Lu Yuan frowned and asked once more. Yes, the fifth prince. Lu Qingxi nodded, her voice steady. I understand now. You may go. Then I'll take my leave. Lu Qingxi paused slightly, then bowed and withdrew. Watching her daughter's figure vanish beyond the door, Madame Lu turned to her husband, utterly baffled. My lord, how could our daughter set her sights on the fifth prince? Is she hiding something from us? I'm just as surprised, Lu Yuan said slowly. If she didn't want to marry into the royal family, she needn't have named the fifth prince at all. But if she does want to marry, why pick the one with the worst reputation? Madame Lu sighed. If she had to choose, the third prince would have been better than him. Little did she know that the Qin Hong of today was no longer the useless fool he once was. The third prince has coveted Qingxi for all to see. And now the fifth prince appears out of nowhere. Lu Yuan's expression darkened. Marrying into the royal family might look glorious, but one wrong step meant the ruin of the entire household. The third prince had grown increasingly brazen in recent years, his ambitions fixed on the crown prince's seat. Though the crown prince was mediocre, he had committed no faults, and the emperor had no intention of deposing him. Now the emperor had suddenly summoned them. Was he going to promise Qingxi to the third prince to strengthen his wings? Or choose someone else, using the occasion to send a warning? And the fifth prince, cutting in like this, whose idea was that? To Lu Yuan, it all felt like a thick fog. He couldn't see clearly, couldn't see through any of it. The orange candlelight flickered against the window lattice. I sat at the writing desk, my brush never resting. On the floor before me, crumpled balls of paper were scattered everywhere. Several roughly sketched plans lay scattered on the desk before me. I wrote, then revised, then wrote again. In that hazy state, I felt as if I'd been pulled back to my past life, those long nights burning the midnight oil over project proposals. Only when my eyelids could hold out no longer did I blow out the candle and step out of the study. Zhao Daiju, who'd been standing guard outside, immediately came forward, asking with careful deference, "Master, would you like some late-night refreshments before you rest?" I rubbed my stomach. I really was hungry. Something simple. "Bring it to my chambers," I said, my voice dry and hoarse, my eyes bloodshot. "Yes." Zhao Daiju scurried off to arrange it. After the meal and a quick wash-up, I collapsed onto the bed. My mind was still patching the holes in my plan when, without realizing it, I drifted off to sleep. Maybe it was youth, or maybe it was that inexplicable stroke of fortune. The next morning, the moment I opened my eyes, my mind was clear and sharp, without a trace of fatigue. After my usual morning run, I summoned Zhao Daiju and told him to fetch 3 horses from the stables, then head to the capital prefecture office and bring back Huang Biao and Song Bao. That's right. Today, I was playing hooky from work. A 5-year plan demands consideration of far too many factors. In my past life, a nation's 5 or 10-year plans required an entire think tank to research, analyze, hold meetings, and compile data, taking who knows how long before they could ever be released. Now there was only me, conjuring up a national strategy out of thin air, easier said than done. This wasn't just reciting from a textbook. It had to fit the current system, yet the strides couldn't be too big. Striking the right balance. Those 2 words were the hardest to master. Patrol Chief. Patrol Chief. Huang Biao and Song Bao arrived quickly and found me in the reception room. "I've got some personal matters to attend to lately. The street patrols will have to pause for a few days," I said, cutting straight to the point. Huang Biao clasped his fists, his tone sincere. "Whatever Song Bao and I can help with, Patrol Chief, just say the word." This normally tight-lipped man had, over these days together, come to genuinely respect me. At first, he'd assumed that a prince like me coming to the capital prefecture office was nothing more than going through the motions, putting on a show for the palace. But once I became a street patrol officer, I carried out my duties conscientiously, never complaining, never putting on airs. Whatever petty squabbles cropped up on the streets, I handled them strictly by the Great Qin Code, never using my status to lord over anyone. Who wouldn't respect a prince like that? "There actually is something I need your help with," I said, without any pretense. I had no one else at my disposal, and over this stretch of time, both Huang Biao and Song Bao had proven neither obsequious nor lacking in character. "I've prepared 2 horses for you. Ninth brother, you're older and steady. Head out of the city and find some lus or red clay. Song Bao, you know the ins and outs of the city, so cover the West District. Have each ward office tally up the impoverished households, especially the ones living in shanties." My tone was grave, and the 2 of them turned serious as well. "Yes, Patrol Chief." Each took a horse and headed out. The mansion gate. As for whether they could ride, I wasn't worried. Huang Biao was a retired border soldier. His horsemanship went without saying. And Song Bao would just be walking his horse slowly through the city, so there was no real danger there. After seeing the 2 of them off, I gave Zhao Daiju one more instruction. "Unless it's urgent, don't disturb me." Then I buried myself in the study. Sun up, sun down, 5 days straight. Aside from eating, sleeping, and using the privy, I practically lived in that study. The 5-year plan was finally, slowly, taking shape. Song Bao worked fast. He threw around the 5th prince's orders, and the record clerks at each garrison worked overtime, quickly compiling a clear picture of the poor under their jurisdiction. Huang Biao's side, however, had yet to send any word. And while I was hunched over, perfecting my plan, the atmosphere inside the imperial study was growing darker by the inch. Emperor Longjing's face was black as he stared at Peng Wanquan, who stood bowed at his side. His voice was low. "You're telling me the 5th one hasn't reported to the capital prefecture in 5 days? Your Majesty, according to the report the embroidered uniform guard submitted today, the 5th prince has indeed been absent for 5 days." Peng Wanquan kept his back bent, weighing every word. That worthless brat. Longjing slammed his palm on the desk. And here I thought he'd turned over a new leaf. Turns out it was just a passing fancy. "Your Majesty, please calm yourself. Perhaps the 5th prince was delayed by something." "Delayed? Fine." Longjing sneered. "Then I'd like to hear just what earth-shattering matter kept him away. Summon him to the palace." The storm was about to break, one spark away from erupting. When the summons reached the mansion, I was still in the study writing furiously, the end of my brush chewed into a row of teeth marks. Hearing the emperor had summoned me, I hastily straightened my clothes and cap, boarded the carriage, and headed into the palace. The moment I stepped into the imperial study, something felt off. Father's face was dark, and there seemed to be a storm brewing behind his eyes. Beside him, Peng Wanquan didn't dare even breathe too loudly. "Your son greets father." I bowed carefully. Smack. Longjing hurled the memorial in his hand hard onto the desk. "Have you been diligent in your duties lately?" My mind turned, and I understood at once. He knew I'd skipped work. Knowing the reason actually put me at ease. I hadn't gone to work these past few days, but I'd been cooking up something big. "Father, it's true. I haven't reported for duty these past days." I answered honestly, without a trace of guilt on my face. If anything, I sounded perfectly justified. My attitude infuriated Longjing so much he shot to his feet. "Worthless. I thought you could finally settle down and do your job, and instead you skip work after just a few days. This is simply..." He was too angry to finish, glancing around as if searching for something to teach me a lesson with. "Father, please calm down. Hear me out," I said quickly. "It's not that I didn't want to report for duty. I've been busy with something important these past days and couldn't get away." "Important? You're a street patrol constable. What could you possibly have that's important? If you ask me, you're just lazy and slack. Who says a street patrol constable can't? You think this isn't important?" I protested. "It's precisely because I went patrolling the streets that this matter came to light." Seeing how earnest I looked, Longjing felt a flicker of uncertainty. "Fine then. Let me hear about this important matter of yours." His expression softened as he slowly sat down. I gathered my thoughts and began. "A few days ago, I went to patrol the Western District. The people there, most of them are barely scraping by. Some don't even have a proper roof over their heads. They throw together a few planks to make a shack just to have somewhere to sleep. Winter's setting in, the cold is coming. How are they supposed to survive it?" That night, when I got back to my residence, I turned it over in my mind for hours. I couldn't even eat. As I spoke, the scenes from the Western District rose before my eyes, and my voice dropped. I never imagined that here, in the very capital of the Great Qin, there could be people like this, struggling every single day just to put food in their mouths. "Father, your eyes are on the vast empire. The ministers of the court set their sights far and wide. But who among them ever looks down at the people right beneath their feet? I'm not learned or wise enough to see so far ahead. I only want to do something real for the ordinary people of this city." After returning home, I combed through every text I could find, searching for a way to keep the people fed and warm. These past few days, that's all I've been doing. I truly couldn't get away to report for duty. "I beg your forgiveness, Father." I finished and bowed deeply. Longjing's face shifted from grim to calm, and finally settled into something solemn. Just as I'd said, he and his entire court kept their eyes on the great affairs of the realm, yet overlooked the people and problems right at their feet. "Is it really so serious?" He looked me straight in the eye. "Very serious," I said gravely. "If nothing changes, once deep winter hits, I'm afraid people will freeze to death." Freeze to death. Longjung shot to his feet, rounding the imperial desk to stand before me. You said, you found a way to keep the people fed and warm? I wouldn't dare claim this method is guaranteed to work, but I believe doing something is always better than doing nothing. I met his gaze. I've drafted a 5-year development plan. I'm still refining it. Longjung seemed to forget he was emperor. For words consumed his mind, fed and warm. When can it be finished? I'll need another 2 or 3 days. 2 days. His imperial authority returned, every word carrying weight. In 2 days, I want to see this plan of yours. And if it's nothing but empty words on paper, I will deal with you severely. As you command. I answered without hesitation. I'll do everything in my power to make sure you never have reason to punish me. Watching my confident figure walk away, Longjing's gaze grew distant, and he murmured to himself, of all my sons, only the 5th carries the people in his heart. Beside him, Pang Wanchuan's heart skipped a beat. He lowered his head deeply, as if something. They didn't hear a word. Back at my residence, I buried myself in the study once again. Since ancient times, no emperor has ever been indifferent to whether his people are fed and clothed. He can be lecherous, he can be muddle-headed, he can be cruel, but the moment you tell him you have a way to keep his people warm and well-fed, he'll take it to heart. But if you deceive him, the price is your entire clan. Though I'm a prince with no clan to be executed, the punishment coming down on my own head would be just as inescapable. House arrest would be getting off easy. So with this plan, I didn't dare cut a single corner. 2 days. 7 or 8 candles burned down to nothing. Late on the second night, my first 5-year development plan was finally complete. I slept like a baby. In the morning, I did my usual laps jogging around the residence, then wolfed down breakfast. I flipped through the Dingxiang restaurant's ledgers from the past few days, and the numbers had me pleased. Just as I'd expected, the moment hot pot hit the market, the restaurant's business climbed to a whole new level. I called for Zhao Dezhu. Still no word from Huang Biao. No, my lord. Not yet. I frowned. Huang Biao's errand concerned the very first step of the plan. There was no room for failure. I changed into my princely robes, carefully packed the dozens of pages into a case, and boarded my carriage straight for the palace. Whether I'd become a prince with a fief or end up under house arrest, it all came down to today. I walked into the palace with the case tucked under one arm, my heart pounding, palms slick with sweat. Outside the imperial study, I sent the attending eunuch in to announce me. Longjung had returned to the study right after court that day. The instant he heard I sought an audience, he summoned me in. The moment I stepped over the threshold, I straightened my back, and strangely, my heart went calm. Your son greets you, father. Rise. Longjung set down a memorial. This plan you spoke of, is it finished? It is. Please review it, father. I offered up the case with both hands. Pang Wanquan hurried over to take it, then turned and presented it at the imperial desk, drawing out the dozens of pages and laying them before the emperor. Longjung lowered his gaze, his eyes landing on the cover. The Great Qin Dynasty's 5-year development plan. He picked it up and read through it, page by page. The study was terrifyingly quiet, so quiet I felt like I could hear nothing but my own heartbeat. It had taken me days of hard work to write. It took him only moments to read. Longjung set down the last page and lifted his ginseng tea for a sip. I swallowed hard, my eyes fixed on him. He put down the cup and spoke slowly. The plan is well done. If it could truly be carried out this way, the people's lives would indeed improve. He paused. But there's too much resistance. My plan dealt mainly with livelihood and the economy, urban planning, road repairs, promoting trade and commerce. As for governance of officials and military matters, I hadn't written a single word. I knew there'd be resistance. Too many competing interests were tangled up in those areas. Your son. I know there will be resistance, I said. But we can't just do nothing simply because there's opposition. Longjung tapped the stack of papers. Do you know what the biggest obstacle to your plan really is? The nobles and court officials, I answered. Whether it's construction or trade, all of it steps on someone's toes. Not entirely. Longjung shook his head slightly. With me here, they can't stir up much trouble. Then what is it? My voice grew a little urgent. The plan might not be perfect, but it was genuinely a good thing. Good for the country, good for the people. Money. Longjung spat out the single word. This plan of yours, whether it's building roads or cities, every part of it requires silver. And the treasury? There isn't any. What? I froze. I'd calculated 1,000 possibilities, but this was the one thing I'd never accounted for. When I'd written the plan, I already knew the court's finances were tight, so I'd done everything I could to cut costs. But I never imagined my father would say it wasn't about having little money. It was about having none. But this is such a vast empire. How can the treasury be empty? I stared at him, wide-eyed. A country this size, where doesn't it need money? Longjung said helplessly. Military pay at the borders, salaries for all the officials, disaster relief across the provinces. There are holes everywhere. So my plan was written for nothing? The thought of all those late nights, of the people still huddled in their shanty towns, broke my heart. What about the people living in those slums? It wasn't exactly for nothing. Longjung didn't dismiss it. As long as you can come up with the money, I'll support you. A minor prince like me, where was I supposed to find money? I grumbled inwardly. You're the emperor, and even you can't conjure money out of thin air, yet you want a nobody like me to pull it off? I paced in circles, racking my brain. Longjung wasn't in any hurry. Instead, he picked the plan back up and started reading again. A lot of the ideas in it really were good, not just suited to one city, but to the entire realm. My expression slowly shifted from frustration to something fierce. I suddenly slapped my thigh, looked up, and forced 2 words through my teeth. Seize their assets. What did you say? Longjung was startled by the sound of me smacking my leg. Raid their homes, I said firmly. Confiscate the property of all those corrupt officials. And won't the treasury have money? Huh. Naive. Longjung was so exasperated he nearly laughed. You think you can just seize whatever you want? Whose home do you plan to raid? Were there corrupt officials in the Great Qin? Yes. Did Longjung know it? He knew perfectly well. But the entire court was a tangled web of interlocking interests. Even as the son of heaven, there were some things beyond his power. What are the embroidered uniform guards even for? I didn't believe there were no rats in the court. Let them investigate. Find one, seize one. Enough, you're dismissed for now. Longjung patted the. He waved the plan at me. I'll hold on to it for now. Father, I wanted to say more, but one look at his expression, and I had no choice but to back out. I walked out of the palace in a daze. I'd been so sure I could make something happen. I never imagined it would end like this. Forget it. I sighed, tilting my head back. I'll just stick to making my money and living the easy life of a carefree prince. Let those ministers worry about improving the people's lot. All that passion and reality had doused it stone cold. Inside the imperial study, Longjung was still leafing through the plan. For the fifth to have written all this, he really put in the work. He's just never dealt with court politics. Too naive, too idealistic. The truth was, he was quite pleased. It was as if money alone could set everything in motion. But the most practical obstacle came down to that one word, money. If he actually carried out the plan, a few thousand or 10,000 taels wouldn't come close. This was a massive undertaking that would require hundreds of thousands, even millions of taels of silver. Seizing the assets of a few corrupt officials was a drop in the bucket. Yet the future painted in that proposal had struck him hard. Pang Wanquan, Longjung said, as if he'd reached some decision, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. Summon Feng Ji to see me. Yes, at once, Your Majesty. At the sound of that name, Pang Wanquan's heart gave a violent jolt. Feng Ji, commander of the embroidered uniform guard. The court officials called him the mad dog behind his back. Once he set his sights on you, if you didn't die, you'd still lose a pound of flesh. Pang Wanquan didn't know what was written in that proposal, but he'd heard the emperor say the treasury is empty, and he'd heard the fifth prince say seize their assets. Now the emperor was summoning Feng Ji. The connection was plain as day. Not a single word from inside the imperial study would ever pass his lips. He was the emperor's servant. Those court officials who'd never so much as spared him a glance. What was their fate to him? Corrupt officials deserved to die, didn't they? I left the imperial study and walked out of the palace. In the end, Longjung never summoned Feng Ji. Zhao Dezhu watched me approach, confusion written all over his face. I'd gone in brimming with fighting spirit, but come out looking like the soul had been drained right out of me. My lord, he asked cautiously. I didn't feel like talking. I just waved my hand. Back to the estate. The carriage ride was silent the whole way. Once through the gates, I shut myself in my study. Zhao Dezhu stood guard outside, letting no one disturb me. It wasn't until the gatekeeper came to report that Huang Biao had returned that he knocked on the study door. "My lord, Huang Biao is back." I pulled open the door and stepped out, my steps still heavy. "Come on, let's go take a look." In the front parlor, Huang Biao was gulping down tea. Seeing me enter, he hurried to his feet and bowed. "Greetings, chief. That clay you wanted, I found it." His hair was a mess. His lips cracked and dry, covered head to toe in dust, yet grinning from ear to ear. I looked at him and gave a bitter smile. "Good work, Ninth Master. Zhao Dezhu, give Ninth Master something for his trouble." "Captain." The grin froze on Huang Biao's face, replaced by confusion. Zhao Dezhu pulled out a pouch of silver and stuffed it into the man's arms. What could I say? That I wanted to fire up a kiln, make bricks, and build homes for the people in the slums? That I'd had a 5-year grand plan? All of it, gone now. Empty. Go home and get some rest. With that, I turned and headed back to my study. For the next few days, I didn't return to the capital prefecture office. My drive had drained away, like the ocean at low tide. Then the eunuch came to deliver an imperial decree. "This servant greets the 5th prince, your highness." I answered listlessly. "By verbal decree of the emperor, Street Patrol Constable Qin Hong of the capital prefecture office is ordered to report to the Yalan Market tomorrow to maintain order at the literary gathering." What? What literary gathering? What order? My head snapped up, my expression shifting instantly. This servant doesn't know. This servant only delivers the message as ordered. The little eunuch was young, but he understood palace protocol well. He wouldn't say a word more than he had to. Understood. I waved my hand and had someone see him out. "Zhao Dezhu, who's throwing this literary gathering? They actually want me, a prince, to go play bouncer?" "This servant's been watching the gate these past couple days, but I don't know either." I frowned. "Go find Song Bao. That kid definitely knows something." "Yes." I made my way alone to the pavilion in the courtyard, my mind churning. What was father getting at? Before long, Zhao Dazhu returned with Song Bao, followed by Huang Biao, and by Tao, Lu Qingxi's maidservant. The 3 of them bowed. "That's not necessary." "Bai Tao, why are you here? Does your mistress need something?" Bai Tao dipped into a curtsy. "Your Highness, my mistress asked me to relay a message. She hopes you'll attend tomorrow's literary gathering." The literary gathering again. My confusion deepened. The emperor had ordered me to patrol the streets, and now even Lu Qingxi, tucked away in her private chambers, had been invited? Just what kind of event was this? The invitation came from the 3rd prince's side. My mistress couldn't refuse. The 3rd prince. My brow tightened. "Fine. Go tell your mistress I'll be there tomorrow, without fail." Bai Tao took her leave. "Song Bao, you must know about this gathering, right?" I do. "Captain, you haven't been around these past few days, and the higher-ups haven't given me or Ninth Master any assignments, so we've just been wandering around the city. The biggest thing happening in the capital right now is the literary gathering the 3rd prince is throwing. Qi Yuanshun from Zhujiang Circuit, Zhang Wenju from Hunan Circuit, and over 100 scholars have all answered the invitation. Quite a few court ministers are going too. On top of that, the 4th princess has invited the noble young ladies of the capital, saying they want to witness the brilliance of the great Qin's finest talents firsthand." As I listened, my frown grew deeper and deeper. The tighter it gets. What is the 3rd prince up to? Recruiting scholars with such fanfare. Where does that leave the crown prince's dignity? And how will Father the Emperor see it? No other word on the streets. There is. Some are saying the 3rd prince is currying favor with scholars, harboring disloyal ambitions. But it hasn't spread far. Can't stir up much. Most people are praising him instead. Humble to the worthy, benevolent, and generous. These rumors are probably the crown prince's counterattack. But against this overwhelming tide, the crown prince just doesn't have the strength for it. The emperor issued a decree. I'm to patrol the Yalan Market tomorrow. To Yalan Market? Excellent. Chief, this is a once-in-a-century spectacle. The brothers are all dying to get an eyeful. Song Bao's eyes lit up. He'd figured there was no chance, but now, tagging along on my imperial assignment, it was a sure thing. I didn't want to go, but you can't defy an imperial order. What's more, Lu Qingxi would be there. I could not go. Song Bao, go pick out a few sharp ones. Ninth Master, you pick a few with good fighting skills. You're working with me tomorrow. I'll square things with the prefect. Since I can't dodge it, I'll make a proper showing. Need enough manpower. If the third prince dares to provoke me, I, who've been sitting on a belly full of anger, will not swallow it. Whatever scholar you are, whatever literati circle you belong to, you'd best not cross me. At dawn, I ran a few laps around the estate, ate breakfast, and changed my clothes. Gripping my shiezi baton, the constable's badge hanging at my waist, I took the reins Zhao Dezhu handed me and swung up onto my horse. Hiya! Hooves shattered the morning mist as I rode straight for the capital prefecture. At the gate, I dismounted and tossed the reins to a constable jogging over. Has the prefect arrived? Yes, Your Highness, he's already here. Tie up my horse. I strode into the yamen. I pushed the door open, my voice arriving before I did. Magistrate Liu, good morning. Liu Xiaohua had just lifted his teacup when the door swung open. Before his temper could flare, he saw it was me. Your Highness, the fifth prince. This official greets Your Highness. Please, Magistrate Liu, don't call yourself this official. I haven't reported for duty these past few days. I've come to beg your pardon. My face was all apology. Your Highness has weighty affairs to attend to. A few days' absence is nothing. Just leave matters to the men below. He came forward with a smile. I did have some private business these past days, and it's still not settled. But yesterday, Father the Emperor issued a decree insisting I patrol Yalan Market today. One can't defy an imperial command. I sighed, as if I were the only patrol constable in the entire capital prefecture. That's the Emperor showing his regard for Your Highness. Since it's an imperial order, just tell this official how you'd like me to assist. There actually is something. I've only got Huang Biao and Song Bao under me. There's a literary gathering at Yalan Market today, a sizable one. I'd like to borrow some men from you, Magistrate Liu. Your Highness need not even ask, this official. I've already sent for additional men today. So, I'll pass the word down. Everyone will be at Your Highness's command. No need. Huang Biao and Song Bao have already picked the men. You just need to approve them. Liu Xiaohua paused, then grinned even wider. Done. We'll do everything just as Your Highness wishes. I'll take my leave. I cupped my hands, turned, and walked out. Literary gatherings were never easy duty. Those scholars and students didn't give a damn about constables. Every time, it was a thankless job. But now that I was taking point, any trouble couldn't be pinned on his capital prefecture. So forget just picking a few men. Even if I pulled every constable in the office, he'd have nodded along. Outside the gate, Huang Biao and Song Bao were already waiting. Chief, the men are all picked. I had them gather at Yalan Garden. They should be there by now. Huang Biao clasped his fists. Let's head over and take a look. Having horses saved a lot of time. In the span of a cup of tea, the three of us arrived outside Yalan Garden. Yalan Garden sat deep in the southern corner of the capital, enclosed by high walls. Inside, pines grew in clusters, meticulously trimmed by craftsmen, spaced with care, layered like clouds. Running water was channeled into streams that gathered deep in the grove, pooling into a small lake. A few pavilions and waterside kiosks lined the shore. When the wind rose, the pines whispered like waves. When it stilled, the water trickled and chimed. The capital's students loved coming here, and over time it had become a place for literary gatherings. As for the owner, he had never once shown his face. A dozen or so constables stood chatting at the gate. Seeing the three of us ride up, they hurried over to greet us. These past few days, Song Bao and Huang Biao had been patrolling the streets on horseback, and the other brothers had been green with envy. But no one dared say a word. This was a perk the fifth prince had given the two of them, nothing to do with the capital prefecture. Master Jiao, Brother Bao, the constables called out their greetings, their eyes all landing squarely on me. This is our chief, His Highness, the fifth prince. Huang Biao introduced. We dismounted. Greetings to His Highness, the fifth prince. Everyone bowed. At ease. I raised both hands lightly, my smile warm. There's no prince here, just Qin Hong, a constable. Same as Master Jiao and Song Bao. Just call me Chief. Greetings, Chief. Everyone quickly switched, grinning. They'd heard from Song Bao that the fifth prince had no airs about him. And now, seeing it for themselves, he truly was approachable. I've come to Yalan Garden by imperial order to keep the peace. We're short on hands, so I called you brothers in to help. Thank you all for your hard work today. Getting to work for you. Chief, is our good fortune. It's no trouble at all. Exactly, Chief. When are you going to transfer me under you two? I want to ride a horse too. Get out of here. You want to ride a horse? Go home and ride your wife. Songbao teased. Everyone burst out laughing. As long as you do good work, the chance to ride a horse. You'll get all of it. That single sentence lit a fire under them. Everyone perked up and swore they'd give it their all. I struck while the iron was hot. This patrol job, it's my first time too, being patrol chief. So to make sure things run smooth, I'm splitting up the duties right now. The crowd fell silent at once. I counted heads. Not counting me, Huang Biao, and Song Bao, there were exactly 20 men. We'll split into 10 groups. 1 man from Ninth Master's crew, 1 from Song Bao's crew, 2 to a team. Me, Ninth Master, and Song Bao will guard the entrance and check invitations. Anyone who sneaks in without one gets thrown out, no exceptions. The rest of you patrol the inner grounds and keep order. Remember, we're here on Imperial orders, so act like it. Anybody starts trouble, take him down. If you can't handle it, report back to me. Yes, Chief, the men roared in unison. Our whole crowd gathering at the gate had already stirred up the folks inside. A man who looked like a steward came striding over, chest puffed out, 2 servants trailing behind him. What do you people think you're doing? Who's in charge here? Do you have any idea where you are? Making all this racket. His arrogance actually caught me off guard. I furrowed my brow at the steward and asked coldly, "And what exactly are you supposed to be?" "You." He jabbed a finger at me, his face flushing red, but one look at my clothes, and he didn't dare push it too far. "I am the head steward of the Yalan estate, Xing Yi. And who might you be, young sir?" "Damn, a mere steward throwing his weight around like this. I thought you were a first-rank official. Scared me half to death. You want to know who I am? I'm Qin Hong, 5th son of the current emperor. So, steward, what wisdom did you have for me?" I stared him down with a cold smirk. "The 5th prince." Xing Yi's expression changed in an instant. He bowed hastily. "This humble servant was blind and offended your highness. Please forgive me." His tone was earnest, but there wasn't an ounce of real respect in it. "Forgive you? So you admit you're guilty." I let out a cold laugh and pointed. "Men, take him." 2 young constables sprang out immediately, twisting his arms behind his back. These 2 normally worked the garrison right here in the Yalan district. They'd spent their days getting ordered around by this bunch, and now that they had their chance, they moved fast and hard, showing no mercy. Xing Yi pitched forward, howling in pain. "Mercy, your highness. I didn't recognize you. There's no crime in ignorance." "You didn't recognize me, so that makes it fine? Who the hell do you think you are?" I looked down at him. Per Article 27 of the Imperial Family section of the Great Qin Code, anyone showing disrespect to the royal family gets 10 strokes of the rod and 10 days detention. Take him away, and tell the garrison clerk to enforce it to the letter. If he cuts even 1 day short, he can kiss his post goodbye. I waved my hand, ignoring his cries and pleas. The 2 servants were so terrified their legs cramped up. They wanted to run but couldn't move a step. "You two come here." I beckoned to them. "We greet your highness, the 5th prince." Both men bowed, bending. Bowing so low they were nearly kissing the ground. I didn't give them a hard time, though. "Are there any other stewards inside?" "Your highness, there's also Steward Gua, who manages the gardens, Steward Dong, who handles procurement, and—" "Stop, stop, stop. I don't care how many stewards you've got. Just grab one and bring him out. I wasn't there to sign up for a job. I just needed one person to help me get things done." The 2 servants scrambled inside to relay the message. I kept giving instructions. Today's literary gathering won't just have scholars. There'll be court officials and the noble ladies from the capital that the 4th princess invited. Stay alert during your patrols, especially around the ladies. Don't let some hot-headed scholar bother them. If anything unexpected happens, blow your whistle. Anyone nearby who hears it comes running immediately, and I'll be there too. Before I'd even finished, a middle-aged man came hurrying over. "This humble servant is Dong Haichuan, steward of Yalan Market, paying respects to the 5th prince, your highness. By imperial order, I'm patrolling Yalan Market today to keep the peace. You're all to cooperate." My tone dropped, as if to say, if you don't cooperate, you'll be joining them at the garrison. "Yes, yes, yes, this humble servant will absolutely cooperate, your highness." This steward Dong seemed sincere enough. I nodded, satisfied. Have your people take mine inside to get familiar with the layout. This, Your Highness, today's gathering is being hosted by the third prince. Everyone inside is a scholar. This might not be quite appropriate. Dong Haichuan hesitated, glancing at the constables. The corner of my mouth curled up, and I let out a little laugh. Oh, so scholars are people, but we constables aren't? The moment Yalan Market takes on this literary gathering, it stops being private property. And even if it were, I bear an imperial mandate. I have every right to patrol inside. You obstructing me like this. I have reason to suspect you're using this gathering as a cover for something illegal. I gave the order. Guards, take him back to the garrison. Have the clerk question him thoroughly and find out exactly what dirty secrets they're hiding. Two constables stepped forward, twisted his arm, and marched Dong Haichuan away. Your Highness, I'm innocent. I never said you couldn't come in, he shouted. I ignored him completely. The gathering hadn't even started, and I'd already hauled off two stewards. The servants standing guard at the entrance trembled in fear and rushed inside to report. Move. I waved my hand and strode into Yalan Market at the head of the group. The servants guarding the gate didn't dare breathe. Qin Hong, what do you think you're doing? An angry shout. Shui Gui came striding over with a crowd behind him. This guy was the third prince's #1 lackey. No way he'd miss a grand event like this. He'd shown up first thing in the morning with a cartload of goods, all kinds of tea and wine, dozens of writing sets, half a cart of rice paper. He'd been busy directing the servants when he suddenly heard that the fifth prince had barged in, causing trouble. Steam practically shot out of his head, and he rallied his men and came charging over. Well, Shui, young master. I stepped forward with my shiji baton in hand. What am I doing? I'm carrying out imperial orders, of course. Is there something you wanted, Master Shui? Shui Gui closed the distance in a few strides and thrust a finger toward my constables. Qin Hong, the third prince is holding a literary gathering today. What's the meaning of bringing this crowd here? Are you deaf? I let out a chuckle. This patrol captain is acting on imperial orders, here to patrol Yalan Market and keep the peace. If you want to patrol, patrol outside. What business do you have bringing your men into Yalan Market? My gaze turned cold. What about Yalan Market? Isn't it soil of our great Qin? These are law enforcers who represent Qin's law. By what right can't they enter? First, the Yalan Market steward tried to stop me, and now Master Shui of the Loyal Prince's Manor is stopping me. I raised my voice. Master Shui, this patrol captain now has grounds to suspect that this literary gathering is hiding some unlawful scheme. I'll head to the palace at once and report to His Majesty. Cancel the gathering and investigate every organizer and participant. You? Shui Gui's eyes went wide, glaring at me. I didn't even bother looking at him, just curled my lip. Brothers, we're done here. Wait while this patrol captain reports back to the palace. Hold on. Qin Hong, the third prince's gathering has been registered with the capital prefecture. It has an official seal and written approval. Seeing me about to lead my men in, Shui Gui hurriedly blocked the way. Registered, huh? So what? I couldn't be bothered to look at him. You run your gathering. I'll report to the palace. Each of us goes our own way. The third prince is holding this gathering so that scholars coming to the capital for the imperial exams can exchange knowledge and broaden their learning. There's nothing unlawful about it. Shui Gui explained, his face cold. If there's nothing unlawful, then why not let the constables in? One sentence, and he was stuck. What could he say? That the third prince wanted to use the gathering to win over scholars and build his reputation among the literati? Just imagine, the third prince trading witty banter with a hall full of scholars, while a few constables loitered around off to the side. That picture would be like a few flies buzzing around a table of exquisite delicacies. Disgusting. Ruinous to the mood. Shui Gui took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Qin Hong, since you're acting in your capacity as a constable today, then surely you have to obey the orders of the capital prefect? I'll send someone right now to inform His Excellency the Prefect. Yalan Market has no need of constables to keep the peace. Patrol Captain Qin, wait here for orders. He thought he'd caught me in a weak spot. As long as he handled Lu Xiaohua, I'd have no choice but to fall in line. Heh. I smiled. Shui Gui, have you gone deaf? This patrol captain is acting on imperial orders. What does that have to do with Lord Lu? You want to file a complaint? You want to use rank to crush me? Fine. Go into the palace and request an edict yourself. I didn't believe for a second that he'd dare enter the palace. The truth was, I couldn't figure out my father's intentions either. Shui Gui and I were enemies, and Shui Gui was the third prince's man. They send me, of all people, to patrol these streets? Isn't that like pouring oil on the fire? If father wanted to stop the literary gathering, a single decree would have done it. But instead he approved the gathering, and then sent me to disrupt it. I just can't figure it out. The moment Shui Gui heard the words Imperial Command, his stomach dropped too. If I couldn't make sense of it, he sure as hell couldn't. Since it's an Imperial Command, we naturally wouldn't dare defy it. He said it through gritted teeth. I only hope your men won't stir up any trouble, Constable Chin. We don't stir up trouble, I said with a cold smirk. We end it. All right, boys, get to work. I waved my hand, and the constables paired off, spreading out to scout the place and set their own patrol routes. Not one of them so much as glanced at Shui Gui's stormy face. I had someone set up a table by the entrance and settled myself behind it, my very own check-in desk, if you will. Huang Biao and Song Bao stood at my flanks. Shui Gui's face was dark enough to wring water from. Master Shui, this fifth prince, what's he playing at? A steward from the Yalan Emporium sidled up to him and asked with a bow. Ignore him. Once the third prince arrives, he'll deal with it. Shui Gui gave a cold snort and turned to send a servant off to report to the third prince. The scholars flocked to the gathering like moths to a flame. Anyone who'd received an invitation from the third prince was secretly thrilled. It meant their learning had caught a prince's eye. Invitation in hand, they buried themselves in study, polishing verses, hoping to make a name for themselves at the gathering. The third prince hadn't sent out many invitations, maybe 100 in all. But those who didn't get one weren't bothered. If you didn't have one, your townsman did. If you didn't, a friend did. The third prince had never said the uninvited couldn't enter. So you'd bring a townsman, I'd bring a friend, and the crowd just kept swelling. Even the brightest flower needs its green leaves. Without those leaves, how could that single red bloom look so vivid? But not one of these scholars could have imagined what awaited them at the doors of the Yalan Emporium today. Invitation. Song Bao stood at the entrance, extending a hand toward the several scholars approaching. One of them produced an invitation and handed it over. At Song Bao's signal, a shop hand from the Emporium standing nearby took it. Master Wang Xing, of the Shangxi Circuit, welcome. Wang Xing took his invitation back and started to lead his group inside. Hold on. Song Bao threw his staff across the doorway, blocking the men behind him. Where are your invitations? These are my townsmen. They're with me, Wang Xing said, turning back. Invitation. Song Bao's staff didn't budge. Just the one word. What's the meaning of this? Wang Xing glared at the shop hand. The hand bowed low, his eyes flicking toward me. The Jingzhou Prefecture constables are here to keep the peace by imperial command. This is His Highness the Fifth Prince, the officer in command of these constables. The message couldn't have been clearer. Don't take it out on a lowly shop hand like me. This is the fifth. The prince's meaning had nothing to do with Yalan Hall. I watched Wang Xing with a smile, saying nothing. The moment Wang Xing recognized the prince, he hurried forward and bowed. I am Wang Xing, greeting Your Highness the Fifth Prince. Your Highness, these are all my fellow countrymen. They came hoping to broaden their horizons. I humbly ask Your Highness to make an exception. Rules are rules, I said, shaking my head. Those with invitations get in. Those without, well, that just means the third prince didn't think much of you. So why crowd in? Go home and study. Wang Xing froze. Ever since receiving his invitation, his status among his fellow countrymen had soared, and he'd quietly become their leader. At every gathering and drinking session, everyone praised him. He'd planned to make a grand splash at this literary gathering, to really show off. Who could have guessed his countrymen would all be barred at the door? His face flushed red as he bowed and retreated back into the crowd. Brother Wang, what's going on? Asked an acquaintance. That's the reigning fifth prince, here by imperial command. No invitation, no entry, Wang Xing said with a bitter smile. Don't blame yourself, Brother Wang. It's just that we're shallow in learning and didn't catch the third prince's eye. Go on in. Make a name for our Shangxi circuit. That's right. When you come back, tell us all about the splendor inside. Wang Xing's expression turned awkward. They'd agreed to attend together, and now going in alone felt like abandoning his friends. Wait here, everyone. I'll go see if young Master Shui is inside and ask him for a few extra invitations. With an apologetic look, he cupped his hands, turned, and entered Yalan Hall. Shui Gui should have been greeting guests at the door, but unwilling to share space with me, he'd assigned a servant to handle it while he went inside to manage the details. Brother Shui. Shui Gui turned around, his face breaking into a broad smile as he came forward. Brother Wang, a few days ago I presented your essay to the third prince. His Highness read it and praised your brilliant talent to no end. You flatter me. To earn His Highness's regard is my honor. Wang Xing bowed modestly. As I recall, you have several countrymen. Why didn't they come with you? Seeing him alone, Shui Gui asked curiously. That's precisely why I've come. Awkwardly, Wang Xing explained what had happened at the door. I was wondering, young Master Shui, whether you might have any spare invitations here. The moment Shui Gui heard this, he understood at once. Qin Hong was picking a fight at the door. Blood rushed to his head, and his face turned red. Steady, Brother Wang. I'll go take care of it right now. Shui Gui dropped what he was doing and hurried toward the entrance. It wasn't that he was unwilling to hand out more invitations. He simply hadn't prepared that many. Everyone holding an invitation was a person of considerable literary renown from various regions. Only by holding an invitation could one appear a cut above the rest, could one show the third prince's esteem. If everyone had one, the weight of the gathering would be cheapened. As for those without invitations, the third prince had never meant to bar them. They could come and go as they pleased. But now Qin Hong was blocking people at the door. That was a low blow. By the time Shui Gui rushed to the entrance, I'd already turned away most of the crowd. Only a handful had made it inside. Those I'd stopped hadn't gone far. They lingered nearby, looking sheepish. Qin Hong, what do you think you're doing? Shui Gui charged up to me, shaking with anger. You're in charge of security, that's it. What gives you the right to bar these scholars from entering? Who says I don't have the right? I said, taking my time. Those without invitations, who knows where they came from? Today's gathering isn't just for scholars. There are court officials here and noble ladies from the capital. If someone offends an official or startles a lady and something goes wrong, who takes the fall? I gestured at the people outside, my expression perfectly calm. I call this being cautious. I'm looking out for the third prince. What are you so worked up about? You, Shui Gui's chest heaved with rage. He genuinely couldn't wrap his head around it. How had Qin Hong become such a thorn in his side? Just you wait. He spat, then turned and stalked toward the scholars outside. I let out a chuckle, completely unbothered. Prince by birth, law enforcer by appointment, and an imperial decree backing me up. What could he possibly do to me? Gentlemen, this is my fault, Shui Gui said, wearing a look of injured innocence. The fifth prince and I have some bad blood, and now you're all paying the price and can't attend. Who would have guessed he'd abuse an imperial decree just to give everyone here a hard time? Nicely done, turning my own strength against me while slinging mud my way. Master Shui, don't blame yourself. We may not be able to go inside, but just getting a glimpse of such fine talents at the door is an honor in itself. Exactly, this isn't your fault, Master Shui. The blame lies with the fifth prince, throwing his weight around. The fifth prince carries an imperial decree, yet he uses it to torment scholars. We'll report this to the Ministry of Rights and demand justice. Yes, report it to the ministry. Justice for us all. The crowd was in an uproar. Shui Gui didn't try to calm them. Instead, something started turning in his eyes. A prince with law enforcement power. Too much of a headache. But if he could use this moment to strip Qin Hong of his position as a constable, well, that would be an unexpected bonus. Even as he soothed the crowd, he was already scheming. Tomorrow at court, which officials should he get to file complaints against me? Gentlemen, gentlemen. Shui Gui raised his hands, pressing down until the clamor died away, then continued. The fifth prince may have turned you away, but the third prince has always held scholars dear. I've secured another venue, not far from here. You can all continue your discussions there. And if you produce any fine works, send them here so we can appreciate them together. The third prince truly is generous. He keeps us scholars in his heart. Both are sons of the imperial house. How can they be so different? Shui Gui nodded, satisfied, and ordered his servants to lead everyone to a tea house on the next street. That tea house was, of course, owned by the Shui family. At the young master's word, the manager scrambled to clear the place out, apologizing to the existing patrons and waiving their bills. Once the crowd had been sent off, Shui Gui returned to face me, his expression livid. Clap, clap, clap. I applauded lazily and gave him a thumbs up. Master Shui, well done. Humph. He snorted coldly and retreated to the other side of the gatehouse, glaring at me, clearly terrified I'd stir up more trouble. I couldn't care less. If you had an invitation, you got in. If you didn't, go take a hike, wherever that might be. Scholars kept arriving in waves. Shui Gui explained the rules over and over, then packed them off, batch after batch, to the tea house. Those who did have invitations shot me resentful looks as they passed. I paid them no mind. Before long, a group came strolling down the street, laughing and chatting. The moment Shui Gui saw them, he hurried over to greet them. I rose too, motioning Songbao behind me. He wouldn't be able to handle what came next. This one was on me. Shui Gui met the third prince, talking as they walked, gesturing repeatedly in my direction. The third prince, Qin Hao, listened in silence, the smile slowly fading from his face. Qin Hao led the group forward at an unhurried pace and stopped before me. Fifth brother, you're taking this constable's post rather seriously these days. When one bears an imperial order, one naturally takes the work seriously, I said, meeting his eyes. What's the matter? Does elder brother not take his own duties seriously? Of course I take my service to the court seriously. He paused. So tell me, do I need an invitation to enter the Yalan gathering? You're the host, elder brother. Of course you don't. I pointed at the crowd behind him. But they do. Fifth brother, are you refusing to give me face? Qin Hao's expression darkened as he stared me down. Face. I touched my forehead. Didn't elder brother already shatter my face a long time ago? Qin Hao's eyes narrowed, his gaze falling on the faint scar at the corner of my brow. And if I insist on entering? His tone was calm. Then I'll have no choice but to report to the palace and tell father exactly what's going on here. I shrugged. Going on how? The third prince has gathered a large crowd of scholars and court officials in one secret location. No telling what major matter they're discussing. A mixed bag of people, origins unclear. If you ask me, we'd best call in the embroidered uniform guard to investigate. I said it all as lightly as a passing breeze. Discussing a major matter? Qin Hao forced a laugh. Fifth brother jests. I'm holding a literary gathering. Nothing more. Just a place for scholars to test their learning against one another. As for the court officials, today is a rest day. I invited them to explain the court's policies to the scholars, so they'd have a clearer aim when writing their essays. Right, elder brother's absolutely right. I nodded. Then please, come on in, but only those with invitations may enter. I couldn't care less what your literary gathering was really about. It always came back to the same thing. Got an invitation, you're in. Don't have one, go cool your heels somewhere else. I bore the imperial charge of keeping the peace. Those without invitations are a security risk, and I have every right to turn them away. So what if you're the host? Got a problem with it? Take it up with the emperor. Qin Hao's face darkened completely, on the verge of erupting. Your Highness. Shui Gui, quick-eyed, hurried forward. The Yalan Pavilion has limited space and simply can't accommodate this many people. Besides, the fourth princess will soon be arriving with the noble ladies of the capital. With such a mixed crowd, if some careless fool were to jostle the ladies, it would be hard to explain afterward. He lowered his voice. The Prince of Zhong's estate has a tea house on the next street over, and I've already made arrangements. Those without invitations can go there, and any fine works can be sent back here. Think of it as a secondary venue. Your Highness need only drop by to show your face when you have a moment. Qin Hao glanced at me, then turned to face the crowd behind him. A warm smile instantly spread across his face, sunny, gracious. My fellow talents, I must offer all of you my sincere apologies. It was my oversight in the preparations that left so many scholars without invitations. And my fifth brother here is such a stickler. He recognizes the invitation, not the man. I'm afraid there's little I can do. His words were earnest, his expression aggrieved. You worry too much, Your Highness. With so many scholars arriving in the capital for the exams, a few oversights are only natural. Though we can't go inside, simply catching a glimpse of everyone here is an honor in itself. Indeed, this is by no means your highness's fault. Qin Hao smiled and clasped his hands in apology, and the crowd bowed back in return. A perfectly harmonious picture of ruler and subjects in accord. I curled my lip behind them and muttered under my breath, Tisich, what a performance. Shui Gui stepped forward right on cue and cupped his hands. Everyone, the third prince has prepared a secondary venue for you all at the tea house on the next street. There you may speak your minds freely, discuss your studies, and exchange ideas. Copy your finest works and bring them here, so His Highness and everyone can appreciate them together. With that, he ordered the servants to lead those without invitations to the tea house. Those with invitations filed inside behind Qin Hao. I didn't cause any more trouble. If you have an invitation, you're in. I don't care about your rank or title. As Qin Hao took his seat, the Yalan Pavilion literary gathering officially began. The scholars clustered in twos and threes to discuss their studies, while others gathered around the officials to hear about state policy. The whole courtyard rang with the sound of recitation and cheers. The third prince settled into a pavilion, surrounded by the scholars who had gained the most renown in the capital of late. Among them were Qi Yuanshan of the Zhujiang Circuit and Zhang Wenju of the Hunan Circuit, seated on either side of Qin Hao. Clearly he held them both in high regard. Yuanshan, Wenju, have you any new work of late? Bring it out so everyone can learn from it. Shui Gui, weaving between the crowd and Qin Hao, was the first to liven up the mood. I happened to write something recently, perfect for your highness's guidance. Qi Yuanshan produced an essay he'd prepared in advance and handed it to Qin Hao. Qin Hao took it and laughed before even reading it. Huh, then I'll be the first to enjoy it. He nodded as he read, his face lit with delight. When he finished, he set the essay down. Yuanshan, this piece aims high and reads beautifully, flowing seamlessly from start to finish. A truly rare gem. Your Highness flatters me. Qi Yuanshan bowed modestly. Copy it out, so all the scholars can appreciate it. Qin Hao handed the essay to the clerk in charge of transcription. Brother Yuanshuan's writing is a rare treat. I gotta give it a good read myself. Shui Gui laughed heartily from the side, playing along. I've written a policy essay as well. I'd welcome your highness's critique. Not to be outdone, Zhang Wenju produced his own piece. Wenju's policy essay. Even my royal father praised it for its sound arguments and practical focus. I'll have to read this one carefully. Qin Hao took it with a smile. Only then did the crowd realize the rumors circulating through the streets were true. Zhang Wenju's essay had reached the emperor's own ears. I serve in the Ministry of Revenue, and I often ponder how to fill the national coffers. Wenju, this piece is a revelation. Qin Hao snapped his fingers in approval. I intend to bring it back to the ministry and discuss it with the minister himself to see if any of it can be put into practice. What do you say, Wenju? Envious looks spread through the crowd. Zhang Wenju's face swelled with pride. To serve the court and your highness is my honor. Please, take the essay. Excellent. With such devotion to the nation, you're sure to become a pillar of the court one day. Qin Hao passed the essay along to be copied and circulated. With these two setting the example, the other scholars began pulling out their own writings to critique one another's work. Some even took up their brushes and dashed off pieces on the spot. Soon the entire courtyard rang with the sounds of reading and applause. Standing at the entrance, I listened and curled my lip. Scholars are supposed to pursue knowledge. But of all these voices, how many were genuinely debating ideas, and how many were just flattering a prince? I sneered inwardly. True talent never needs an invitation to prove itself. As I was thinking this, a rumble of wheels sounded in the distance. A dozen or so carriages rolled slowly toward us. I knew. The fourth princess had arrived, bringing the noble young ladies of the capital. I waved my hand, motioning Huang Biao and Song Bao to step back. The great Qin had fairly open customs and didn't place heavy restrictions on women. Still, men and women kept their distance, and rank was observed. As a prince, I could navigate such waters, so long as I kept things proper. If Huang Biao and Song Bao crowded in, they'd only invite trouble. The carriages stopped one after another. The curtain of the foremost one, embroidered with the royal crest, was drawn back first, and a bright-eyed, fair-faced young woman stepped down with the help of her maid. The curtains of the other carriages parted as well. The daughters of noble houses emerged one by one, some bashful, some dazzling, each with her own charm. I could hardly take it all in. The last time I'd seen this many beauties in period costume was in short videos on my phone. Xiaorong greets her fifth imperial brother. The crisp voice snapped me back to my senses. I cleared my throat awkwardly. Ahem. Xiaorong has arrived. Qin Xiaorong, my father's fourth daughter. Her mother was consort Xie, and in the harem she'd always been a lackey to consort Li, the mother of the third prince. Fifth brother, what are you doing here? She asked, curious. I flashed my badge. I work for the capital magistrate's office now, street patrol. Father sent me here today to keep the peace. What? Fifth brother, why would you become a common constable? She covered her mouth, her face full of disbelief. A job's a job. It's all in service of the court. I waved it off, unbothered. More to the point, third brother's throwing his literary gathering. So why'd you show up with a whole troop of noble ladies? I don't really know either. Mother gave me a list and told me to invite these ladies. The minds of women, unfathomable. I couldn't be bothered to guess what consort Li was scheming. Introducing noble ladies to failed scholars? Playing matchmaker? A honey trap? Surely not. Fine. You're here, so go on in and have a look. I beckoned over one of the serving girls from the elegant orchid house and had her lead the ladies inside. I didn't check the invitations. When it comes to women, I've always been lenient. Waves of perfume drifted past, making my head spin. Then, from within the crowd, one woman suddenly seized my gaze. A plain, elegant gown, poised and gentle, with a scholarly grace in her features. Even among all these beauties, she stood out at a single glance. As I looked over, she happened to glance my way too. I immediately straightened up and gave her what I thought was a warm smile. I got a giant eye roll in return. I froze. The maid beside her covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. It was Bai Tao. My heart took a critical hit. No wonder she was called the greatest beauty in the capital. She truly lived up to the name. Lu Qingxi strolled up to me and lowered her voice. You're drooling. I snapped out of it and raised a hand to wipe my mouth. There was nothing. She pressed her lips together, amused at having pranked me. Damn it, Lu Qingxi. I fumed, though I didn't dare shout her name out loud. She made a fist and threw a fake punch at me, then turned her head and sauntered past with an air of haughty pride. I watched her retreating figure, my mouth opening and closing, my heart pounding faster and faster. I'm done for, I muttered, clutching my chest. I'm in love. The fourth princess bringing the noble ladies didn't stir up much of a fuss. The scholars still had some measure of decorum, after all. I sent Song Bao inside to make the rounds and check for any oversights. As for me, I dragged Huang Biao over to a table by the entrance, had a servant bring out fruit and snacks, and idly chatted between bites. Over on the other side, when Qin Hao heard that the fourth princess had arrived, he took his leave of the scholars and headed toward the elegant pavilion prepared for the ladies. This next part is from Lu Qingxi's point of view. I only learned of it later when Bai Tao recounted it to me. The moment Qin Hao arrived at the pavilion, the women all rose to their feet and bowed. Xiaorong, no need for formalities. Ladies, please, no need to stand on ceremony. He smiled and made a token gesture of helping her up, but mindful of his status, he didn't enter the pavilion, just stood at the doorway. Third brother, the literary gathering has been going on for a while now, hasn't it? Have any outstanding pieces come out? Bring them here and let us sisters appreciate them. Qin Xiaorong looked at him with a bright smile. Of course there are. Every talent at this gathering was handpicked by me, each one brilliant. I'll have someone bring them over shortly. Qin Hao's expression was proud, as if hosting this gathering were some monumental achievement. Then we'll have to take a good look, Qin Xiaorong chimed in. Whether the poetry is any good. Well, we have someone here who can tell. It won't be easy for brother to pull the wool over our eyes. Isn't that right, Sister Qingxi? She tossed the topic to Lu Qingxi with a beaming smile. Miss Lu's literary talent is renowned throughout the capital. How would I dare offend her eyes with some incoherent, poorly written trash? Qin Hao stared at Lu Qingxi, his gaze burning. This high-profile gathering served two purposes. 1. To win over scholars. 2. To win over her. Prince Shui had come to propose the match, and Lu Yuan had neither accepted nor declined, pushing the difficult decision onto His Majesty. His Majesty had yet to give any word. So Consort Li had come up with an idea for Qin Hao. Use the gathering to showcase his talent and stir Lu Qingxi's heart. As long as she softened on her end, His Majesty's end would be easy to handle. That the third prince fancied Lu Qingxi was common knowledge throughout the capital. Now that the conversation had turned to her, every woman's eyes fixed on her at once. That burning stare made Lu Qingxi deeply uncomfortable. She could have jumped up and cracked his stupid skull open. How exactly did a scholar capable of writing incoherent trash manage to earn the third prince's invitation? The corner of her eye held a note of mockery. Qin Hao froze. He'd only been making a modest, polite remark, yet she'd taken it literally. Haha, they're not really that incoherent. I just worried they wouldn't meet Miss Lu's standards, that's all. Oh, well, since you already know I won't think much of them, then don't bother sending them over. She threw his own words right back at him. Qin Hao's face flushed red, then went pale. The women's eyes darted back and forth between the two of them, as if they'd stumbled onto something juicy. Third brother, Sister Qingxi, has high standards. The gathering has only just begun. You'd better hurry back and keep watch. Perhaps a masterpiece will appear the very next moment. Sensing the mood turning sour, Qin Xiaorong hurried to smooth things over. Xiaorong makes a good point. I'll take my leave. Qin Hao shot Lu Qingxi a glance, then turned and left, his expression dark. The moment he was gone, the noble ladies relaxed and struck up conversation, nothing more than whose household had received new fabric, whose rouge and powder were best, whose jewelry featured the latest designs. Lu Qingxi responded half-heartedly, her mind entirely elsewhere. This literary gathering, something she'd only ever seen in books and on screen, she rather wanted to see it for herself. Qin Xiaorong noticed she was distracted and leaned in close. Qingxi, what do you think of third brother's gathering? How was it? No idea. Didn't see the guy, didn't read his writing, so how would I know? Lu Qingxi pursed her lips helplessly. Qin Xiaorong's expression froze. Any scholar the third prince invites is bound to be talented. He has an excellent eye for these things. Maybe, Lu Qingxi said indifferently. With your literary reputation famous throughout the capital, of course you'd look down on those scholars. There was an edge to Qin Xiaorong's tone. Danger incoming. Scholars in ancient times valued their reputations above all. If word got out that their learning fell short of a woman's, there was no telling what trouble they might bring her way. Don't say that, Xiaorong. Every scholar who gets invited has clawed his way up through tens of thousands of others. Their learning reaches the heavens. I'm just a girl from the inner chambers who's been lucky enough to read a few books. How could I possibly compare? Lu Qingxi quickly played herself down. Now you're being too modest. If someone with your learning calls it mere luck to have read some books, then what does that make the rest of us, illiterate? Qin Xiaorong rapped venomous words in a joking tone. Every noble lady present was the daughter of an official, who among them hadn't studied since childhood. At those words, all eyes turned to Lu Qingxi, and the expressions around the room grew a little strained. Lu Qingxi was baffled. This princess had clearly been the one to strike up conversation just now, every sentence circling back to the third prince. So why the sudden turn to needling her? How could she have known? She'd crossed over from a modern world where everyone was equal. This was a feudal society with a rigid hierarchy. No matter which lady or madam it was, they all spoke to a princess with the utmost deference. Only she treated it all so casually. Were it not for the third prince's fondness for her, Qin Xiaorong would have taught her a lesson in propriety long ago. Puzzled as she was, Lu Qingxi was no delicate flower to be pushed around. The best way to break out of isolation was self-deprecation, to hurl yourself down into the mud, show weakness, and win sympathy. Sigh. She let out a breath, her eyes reddening, tears welling and swirling in their rims. Everyone says my learning is so good, but good how? Based on a few poems from my childhood? Have you heard of a single new work from me in recent years? The ladies paused, thinking it over carefully. All that had been talked about these past years was her stunning beauty. Indeed, not one new poem or verse. Why is that? Why do you think? A talent burned out, a creative well run dry. I haven't been able to write poetry or prose for a long time now. As Lu Qingxi spoke, tears rolled down. She hurriedly pulled out a handkerchief to dab gently at her cheeks, a truly pitiable sight. Don't be sad, Miss Lu. What do we women need such deep learning for anyway? It's not like we're sitting for the imperial exams. And even if you can't write, no one's going to laugh at you. The ladies offered comfort one after another, the envy gone from their eyes, replaced now by nothing but pity and sympathy. Even Bai Tao was won over by her mistress's acting, as if her lady couldn't write. Every poem she finished was locked away and hidden in a chest, kept secret from even her own father. Qin Xiaorong felt a little awkward, sensing she'd gone too far just now. Today, after this, word would spread through the capital. The number one talented lady has run dry of inspiration. She wondered if it might even drag down the third prince. We rarely get to come out like this. Just sitting here is so stuffy. Why don't we go out for a walk? She quickly suggested. Great idea. The pine forest at Yalan Gathering is famous throughout the capital for its beauty. Besides, with all the scholars gathered here today, the literary fortune is thriving. If Miss Lu goes out and breathes in a few more breaths of that scholarly air, maybe her inspiration will start flowing again. I'm just afraid she won't breathe in much scholarly air. She'll steal all the scholars' souls instead. Hee hee hee. Nonsense. I'm not some seductress. The women chattered and laughed as they made their way out. Though Qin Xiaorong still walked in the center, the conversation always seemed to revolve around Lu Qingzi. She may have lost the title of number one talent, but the number one beauty was hers without question. They say women are prone to jealousy, but with a face like hers, even other women were charmed at the sight. No thought of comparison could arise. The women peppered her with questions the whole way. What rouge did she use? How did she keep her skin so lovely? When they heard she never wore any powder or makeup at all, they were positively green with envy. Suddenly, a bold idea popped into Lu Qingxi's head. Ancient rouge contained dangerously high levels of lead. She wouldn't dare put it anywhere near her face. But right now she was young, her face full of collagen. If she didn't take care of it, by her 30s or 40s her skin would sag and turn sallow. The thought made her shudder. Cosmetics. She absolutely had to make this happen. Except she couldn't pull it off alone. She'd need a partner. Hey, fellow transmigrator, she called out silently in her mind. I've got a chance to make some serious money. You in? I don't have the ability to hear Lu Qingxi's inner voice. At the moment, I was chatting with Huang Biao about life in the border army. What man doesn't dream of fighting bloody battles on the frontier, sword in hand atop his horse? As long as you don't die, that is. Huang Biao told me about the hardships of the border army, the savagery of the barbarians beyond the pass, the suffering of the border folk. I listened quietly. After all, I couldn't even push through my own 5-year plan, let alone worry about that distant frontier. Deep in conversation are we? A crisp voice rang out behind me. I looked up, and a dazzlingly beautiful face filled my vision. Damn, Lu Qingzi, I cried out, lost my balance, and toppled over backward. Just as I was about to crash flat on my back, a soft, delicate little hand grabbed the front of my robe. My chest tightened, and my whole body lifted off the ground as she hoisted me up with effortless ease. Huang Biao watched, dumbstruck. An impossibly gorgeous young lady, holding me up with one hand while steadying the chair with the other. The sight was too brutal to look at. Let go. Let go. I pressed down on the little hand at my chest, toes scrambling desperately for the floor. The moment my feet touched down, she released me, righted the chair, and sat down. Huang Biao jolted upright and stumbled back 2 steps, gripping his baton tightly, glancing back and forth between her and me. I patted my chest, both. Startled, I smoothed out the wrinkles on the front of my robe and waved him off. It's fine, buddy. Master 9, go take a walk inside. I need to talk with my friend. Yes, Chief. Huang Biao left, glancing back every few steps. The look he gave Lu Qingzi a tangled mess. Terror, envy, and confusion all rolled into one. Lu Qingzi helped herself to the fruit on the table. I dragged Huang Biao's chair over, sat down beside her, leaned in and stared at her, clicking my tongue. She shot me a look. So? Am I pretty, or what? Pretty. Really pretty. This is real, right? I reached out to pinch her cheek. Hey, keep your hands to yourself. She slapped my hand away. Unfazed, I pulled my hand back, propped my elbow on the table, rested my chin in my palm, and gawked at her like some love-struck fool. Go ahead, look all you want. Marry me, and you can stare at this every single day. She flicked a piece of fruit peel at my face. I chuckled and sat up straight. I already told my father the emperor about us. But the outcome's out of my hands. I told my dad too. He just said, noted, and then nothing. She leaned back in her chair, tilting her head up to stare at the ceiling. Don't worry. I'm here on the Emperor's orders to keep the peace, and afterward I have to report back to the palace. I'll bring up our situation then. I'm pretty confident my father will say yes. My tone was certain. Confident based on what? She sat up. A few days ago I drew up a 5-year development plan, and my father shot it down. So this time, when I bring up our thing, he can't very well shoot that down too, right? A 5-year development plan. Not bad. Look at you. She punched me in the shoulder. Not bad, my ass. It got rejected. The punch knocked me sideways, and I grimaced, rubbing my shoulder. Why'd it get rejected? Did you just make it up? She gave a sheepish smile and reached out to pat the spot she'd hit. I based it on how our hometown developed, adapted it to the situation here, and spent days writing it. Then why reject it? Is the Emperor a fool? No, nothing like that. My father said the treasury's broke. No money? Then go get some money. Exactly. So I suggested we arrest a few corrupt officials and seize their assets. Instant cash. Seize their assets? That's pretty ruthless of you. What else? Raise taxes? Then it's the common folk who suffer. Even the cleverest cook can't make a meal without rice. Running into Lu Qingzi, I just wanted to vent, and while I was at it, ask if she had any good ideas. Before I could finish, a piercing whistle cut through the air. Tweet, tweet, tweet. I shot to my feet. Something's wrong. I'll go check it out. Grabbing my baton, I bolted toward the sound of the whistle. Lu Qingzi didn't hesitate. She got up and followed. Miss out on the action? Not a chance in hell. When I got there, all I could see was Song Bao clutching his forehead, blood streaming down through his fingers, his robe front and the ground. All splattered with blood. Across from us, a group of scholars in scholarly robes stood there, smiling. Captain, Captain. The moment the constables saw me, it was like they'd found their anchor. They gathered around me, seething with anger. I nodded and walked over to Song Bao. Who hit you? Captain, I'm fine. Song Bao's eyes were rimmed red, his voice thick with grievance. Fine, my ass. Your head's cracked wide open. I pointed at his forehead, so angry I couldn't help cursing. I turned to Huang Biao. Ninth brother, you know what happened. I only came running when I heard the whistle. One of the guys patrolling with Xiao Bao told me the whole thing. Huang Biao lowered his voice. Xiao Bao patrolled over here and overheard people saying the captain throws his weight around, bullies scholars, and doesn't have the bearing of a prince. Xiao Bao couldn't stand it, so he stepped up to argue a few words. They cursed at him, said he was just a constable riding on someone else's power, that he wasn't fit to enter the Yalan gathering, that he was defiling the literary assembly, and told us to get out. When things got chaotic, someone seized the chance to throw an inkstone, hit Xiao Bao square in the head. The rage shot straight up to my head. I turned to face the scholars and jabbed my baton forward. Who threw the inkstone? Step forward and face me. Captain Qin, what's got you so worked up? Shui Gui had rushed over at the news and walked right into me, losing my temper. He quickly parted the crowd and stepped out. A scholar went up to him and quietly recounted what had happened. As Shui Gui listened, his eyes flicked backward, right at the man who'd thrown the inkstone. The scholar didn't care in the slightest. So what if he'd cracked a constable's head open? A little silver would settle it. Shui Gui, did you throw the inkstone? I stared at him, my voice going cold. Captain Qin, you're joking. I just got here myself. He shook his head. If it wasn't you, then why step up? Move aside and stop obstructing an officer of the law. I pointed my baton off to the side. But Shui Gui acted like he hadn't seen it. Instead, he took a few steps forward, planted himself right in front of me, lowered his voice, and gave me a dark look. Qin Hong, the third prince is hosting this literary gathering today. You're deliberately trying to cause trouble, aren't you? Cause trouble? I sneered. My constable was carrying out orders to keep the peace and got his head split open. And you're saying I'm the one causing trouble? If his head's split open, take him to the physician. I'll cover the medical costs. Cover this, you son of a bitch. You dare curse at me? Shui Gui looked utterly stunned. Curse at you? Humph. Shui Gui, I'd damn well like to beat you too. You'd better not give me the chance. The scar on my head is still fresh. I shoved him aside with my baton and took another 2 steps forward. Whoever threw the inkstone, step forward. If no one owns up, then everyone's coming back to the garrison for questioning. Qin Hong, Shui Gui blocked my path again. No matter what, he couldn't let me take anyone away today. At a literary gathering hosted by the third prince, if the fifth prince's men hauled people off, where would that leave the third prince's face? Shui Gui, are you obstructing law enforcement? My voice was ice cold. Quite the display of authority, aren't we, fifth prince? The crowd parted. Qin Hao strode forward with a group of men behind him. Shui Gui automatically stepped aside, ceding his place. Fifth brother, you're really determined to make me lose face, aren't you? Qin Hao clasped his hands behind his back. Third brother, I looked at him. Tell me, what carries more weight, a man's face or the law of great Qin? Qin Hao's eyes flickered. It was a trap. If he said a man's face mattered more, he'd be dismissing the imperial law. If he said the law of great Qin came first, then his own face would be trampled into the mud today. If he couldn't even protect his own people, who would ever throw their lot in with him again? The law of great Qin, of course. Qin Hao smiled. But everyone gathered here today is a Jiren. They hold scholarly rank and enjoy judicial privilege. Under the law of great Qin, no officer has the authority to arrest a man of scholarly standing. He looked utterly confident. Clap, clap, clap. I hung my baton back on my belt and freed my hands to give a few slow claps. Impressive, third brother. Fifth brother, you're not the only one who understands the law of great Qin. Qin Hao regarded me with a mocking look. Shallow. I spoke mildly, walking around him to face the assembled scholars. Third brother's understanding of the law of great Qin is still shallow. Before this literary gathering began, I, as patrol captain, publicly declared that we act under imperial command to patrol the streets and maintain order. This assailant knew this full well, yet still rallied a mob to commit violence, defying an imperial command. Clearly, in his heart, there is no imperial court, no sovereign father. A man who dares gather a mob to beat an officer today will dare gather a mob to rebel tomorrow. Such a lawless, ill-intentioned man. Why should I not be able to arrest him? The crowd was stunned. They'd only come for a literary gathering. How had that turned into rallying a mob to rebel? Qin Hong, you have no proof, so watch your tongue. Slander and defamation are serious crimes too. Shui Gui pointed at me, hopping with rage. No proof. I took off my waist token and held it high. This is my proof. Then I pointed at Song Bao, whose head was covered in blood. And this is the evidence. Rallying a mob to beat an officer bearing an imperial command. If that isn't rebellion, then what is? I wasn't trying to rebel. I wasn't. I just had a few too many drinks. It was an accident, that's all. From within the crowd, the assailant, driven into a panic by my relentless repetition of rebellion, finally cracked under the pressure. He stumbled out, dropped to his knees, and waved his hands, protesting frantically. Oh, so the assailant comes forward himself. I raised an eyebrow. Guards, take him away. Two constables immediately stepped up and hauled him to his feet. Qin Hong. Qin Hao spun around, every trace of his arrogance gone. Third brother, do you want to protect him? Think it through carefully. We're talking about rebellion. Evidence. His expression darkened. Evidence. You'd better pray no evidence of his rebellion turns up. Otherwise. Heh. I waved my hand. Take him away. I walked over to Song Bao. His eyes were red, his voice choked up. Captain, enough. Don't get sentimental. Go find a doctor and get yourself checked out. I reached into my robe for a banknote, only to grab empty air. That's when I remembered I never carry money. All the cash was on Zhao Dezhu. I gave an awkward smile, then spotted Lu Qingxi standing at the edge of the crowd. I quickly waved her over. Qingxi, get over here, I need a favor. She strolled over gracefully. What is it? I need to borrow some money. You got any? I held out my hand in front of her. You're a prince and you go out without any money? She asked, surprised. Name me one rich person who carries his own money. All the cash is on Zhao Dezhu. Come on, money. I shook my hand at her. You're unbelievable. She summoned Bai Tao, pulled a banknote from her satchel, and handed it to me. I took it and shot her a look. You're one to talk. You didn't bring any money either. I tucked the banknote into Song Bao's robe and patted his shoulder. All right, go on now. Every bit of this played out right in front of Qin Hao. I'd called Lu Qingxi over without a second thought and taken her money like it was nothing, and she'd handed it over just as casually. To anyone watching, The two of us couldn't have looked any closer. Qin Hao clenched his fists, his face so dark it was practically dripping. How do they know each other? They seem awfully close. Shui Gui looked just as puzzled and quickly sent one of his trusted men to find out. Brother Hao, now's not the time for romance. The students back there are still watching you. When they were alone, Shui Gui called him Brother Hao, and Qin Hao liked being addressed that way. It felt intimate. Qin Hao took a deep breath, pushed down his emotions, composed his expression, and finally shot me one last venomous glance before turning to face the crowd of students, wearing just the right mix of frustration and restraint. I'm sorry, everyone. I couldn't protect that student. But my fifth brother is acting on the Emperor's orders, and I couldn't very well defy His Majesty's will. The fifth prince framed that student with no evidence at all. He has no respect for the law. This isn't the first time he's treated us this way. I'm going to report this to the Ministry of Rights and demand justice. Report it to the Ministry of Rights. Demand justice. Facing the outraged students, Qin Hao made a show of talking them down, while in his mind, he was already scheming how to use this opportunity to make me pay.